Only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's coverage. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series. Welcome back to the main feature table here at Kings Resort, where several people over the next couple of weeks are going to be walking home with a World Series of Poker Europe golden bracelet. Today, in event number 5 in the Colossus, not only will the winner be walking away with a bracelet, they'll be walking away with 170,000 euros for their efforts, as well as a seat into the 10K main event. We'll be going live at 2:30 for that one. That's got 15 players left with 12 receiving tickets into the main. Obviously, first eyeing up that 6-figure prize. I also want to talk about a little bit of a recap from the previous events, as we have the 5K PLO, which saw Daniel Negreanu fire 6 bullets, but in the end he did end up bagging a top 10 stack, and other famous poker players have also shown up to Kings to obviously take part in the bigger buy-in tournaments. Hong Kong's Anton Sang took home the 2K PLO bracelet the other day, and we also had Ilya from Macedonia taking home the mini main bracelet, as well as over 240,000 euros. Later on this week, we'll be covering the 25K Platinum High Roller, as well as some high stakes cash games, where the Kings Resort owner, Leon Sukanik, is rumoured to be jumping in. And for all things Kings Resort, if you want to follow along with your favourite players, maybe your friends are out there in the field, you can head over to kingsresort.com. You can check out all of the live reporting, as well as tuning into the stream where myself and Gary Blackwood will be calling the action on all of the upcoming events here at Kings. So again, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and the Kings Resort live blog. See you guys on stream. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Kings Resort after a week of high stakes cash games. We are back for bracelet event number 5, part of the 2022 World Series of Poker Europe Festival. It is the Colossus, and it's called the Colossus for a reason, because we got Gazzy B in the commentary booth, dropping bombs from all angles as we take a quick look at our starting chip counts at this table. 16 minutes left on the clock before the blinds go up to 100k, 200k. It is Bilan from Romania with the chip lead, 45 bigs. Relatively shallow at the bottom. You can see some players going to be forced to make a move sooner rather than later. And as mentioned, Gary Blackwood alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the commentary booth. Gazzy, how are we doing, mate?
Muy bien, mi amigo. Muy bien. Thank you very much for having me. Very excited to be here. You're right. Last week, the action was insane. 100, 100, 200, 100, 200, 400, 7 deuce, 8-3, stand-up game, straddles, this, that, the other. You name it, we had it. It was a lot of fun, but very happy to get back to the tournament grind. 550 euro buy-in, 170k first, and the coveted gold bracelet. Are you excited?
I am excited, mate. I'm excited because we had just shy of 3,000 runners in this. I mean,
carnage, absolute carnage. Not only are we playing for 170,000 euros, but the top 12 players will receive a ticket into the main event. And as we saw in one of the first streams of the series, creates a sort of second bubble, if you like, with 12 to go. People want to get that ticket, save themselves the 10k buy-in, and it makes for fireworks at the table.
Yeah, 100%. It's the first time we're actually getting to really experience this before the final table. Obviously, we had the opener where I believe there were 6 tickets up for grabs.
Yeah.
There's 12 in this. So that ICM pressure really is... leveraged by, or it's going to be leveraged, hopefully, by the chip leaders as we approach that 10K seat bubble. Do apologize straight off the bat. I'm receiving word from the production crew that the first two hands, we've got a couple of graphics wrong. The audio's low at the start. It's going to be on before the first hand, as we can see, or we can hear rather. Cards in the air. And Gary, today, someone is going to be going home with 170,000 and a World Series of Poker Europe bracelet. And if I had to put my money on anyone, and I know a lot of the Europeans at home won't be happy that I'm saying this, but it has to be Jason Wheeler. Just by a country mile, the most accomplished player left in the field from Chicago, Illinois. Over 4.5 million in total live earnings. And not only that, he's also a bracelet winner as well. So he's been here before. He's played for this kind of money before. And when you think of navigating, firstly, a 3,000 runner field, Gazzy, to then have the immense pressure on such a small buy-in to be playing for, you know, potentially life-changing money and a bracelet, experience is going to go a very long way. And having someone like Jason with a very healthy stack hovering around that 45 big blind mark, I feel like we could see him really kind of lean into and bully some of the lesser experienced players, if you will.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good having experience, but you know, when you've got 15 big blinds, your experience only takes you so far. But if you've got 45 bigs, you're able to push people around, 3-bet people, make them uncomfortable. You've been here before, you've seen it, you've done it, you've got the t-shirt. That experience carries you very far indeed. So you're absolutely right. Jason Wheeler with that stack, certainly capable of going very deep indeed. I've got a very, very fun story about this guy, but I'll save it for a little later on.
All right, I'm looking forward to hearing that.
It's a very, very fun story.
And yeah, Jason won his first bracelet just, well, bang on a year ago, or less than a year ago, 18th of November 2021 World Series. Took down the 800 deep stack, event number 81 for 200K.
That bracelet will serve him very well indeed. You know, that 800 deep stack, I imagine, had 4,000 or 5,000 runners, at least 3,000 there or thereabouts. So he's going to be well served going deep into the Colossus, and a phenomenal amount of runners over the many starting fields. 3,000 almost, whittled down to just 15. As you see, the first couple of hands, as Henry mentioned, slight issues with the graphics, but really happy to be here. Let's give some shout outs. We've got Ghost T, all good, same old, how is life in Rosvedov, nothing to do besides spa, casino, to be honest. The casino is lovely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really taking advantage of the lovely countryside as well. Really nice scenery. Our hotel is just a few miles down the road. Out for runs every day.
Yeah, you've been crushing it with the runs, mate.
Mate, I ran past
play.
like 200 cows today,
Yeah.
and they're all just looking at me like, what's he doing?
Did they blow up their cheeks and go put their arms out? Like?
I crossed the road, so I was running on their side, and I crossed the road just in case. That was me letting them know I respect you. Please don't rush me. Just stay where you are. They're just looking at me like. But I find that, you know, there's a wee town called Boar that I run through, and I find that every time I run through, like all the old ladies who are walking down the street, they just stop and look at me with their mouths wide open. Like, what is this guy doing? Why is
I think it's like discovering fire, isn't it? They're like, I didn't know people's legs could do that. What, run? Yeah. Like, I mean.
But it's like I'm offending them by running.
Yeah.
And I give the encouraging smile, and
you get nothing back.
Just looking at me.
Yeah. I can imagine that's quite the experience for you. I mean, I grew up in a very rural part of Spain, like a village.
Okay.
And so I'm kind of used to that. I'm kind of used to like the old ladies in the small town square. Like, we're talking a town of like 1,000 people, which is like the same as Ball. And then obviously I moved to Bulgaria, same thing. So like for me, when they look at me, I just give them evils back. I'm like, oh, right there, you. Right, step to me, old lady.
No.
But for you, I mean, you're from London. Everyone normally gives, you know, the nod, or you're used to seeing people running that. Whereas now you're just getting stared at.
Yeah.
I want to come with you. I want to come with you, mate. Yeah, we should. Getting a lot of shout-outs in the chat. Time to be angry saying I was there. Is this the funny story that Gazzy was about to say?
What does he say?
He's saying that I was there. Was he there for this story, or?
I don't know, man. It was the first time I ever played the main event. First hand of the main event. And so if you were there, buddy.
Okay. All right. Firstly, let's get the shout-outs out of the way. Apocalypse UK saying good afternoon, lads and lassie. Shout out to Apocalypse. Shout out to all of you guys. Disco Duck Fisker saying Disco Duck saying good luck, Czech guy. No, sorry. Let's start this again, chat. Let's start this again. Disco Duck saying good luck, Dutch guy, followed by the Fisker saying good luck, Czech guy. I mean, good luck to both of you.
Good luck to all of them.
Good luck to everyone. And at Time to Bang, so I was there with the Cash Game streams. You were indeed, mate.
Yes, you
very,
were,
very chatty. So, come on then, Gazzy, what's this story, mate?
The Jason Wheeler story.
Yeah. Was it a Jason Wheeler story?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'll save it for later in the day. I'll save it for when he busts.
What if he wins?
Then I'll just never tell it. Is it right there? Bears in the woods there. Careful, Gazzy. Mate, don't worry about me. A bear comes out and says about me. I'll just give him the old Gazzy 1-2, put him to sleep. Put him to early hibernation. He just come out to me blah, 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 on his backside.
Aren't you the guy that the other day you were like, I'm a lover, not a hater, never been in a fight in my life?
Yeah. But I could still beat up a bear if I wanted to.
Yeah? All right, mate. I'll give you odds on that.
Prop bet.
I'll give you as much as you want, mate.
Speaking of running, I always flirted with the idea of doing what I think would be a really fun prop bet. Going for like a 4-mile run in London, right? Strapping a body cam to my chest.
Okay.
And how many high fives do you think I could get from just people in the street?
Oh, infinite.
Do you think?
Oh, in London.
Do you think it would be good?
Oh,
I
infinite,
don't know, man.
100%.
People are snobby in London.
No, come on.
You don't think so?
No. We would say 4 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd wager over 100. I reckon you'd get infinite.
You get over 100, but I don't know. Chat, what's the line? 4-mile run in London. How many high fives could you get from random strangers? Set the line. Play on Poker says, how many players left? We start with 3,000. We're down to just 15. We've got the first couple of hands out of the way, whereby we had technical issues.
Yeah, we got the good technical issues up in the top right corner. You can see it says 82 out of 5,344. That is wrong. That is wrong. So we do apologize for that. We are down to the final 15, and that will be updated any minute now. Look, it wouldn't be a stream without technical difficulties. You guys know that. Gazzy B knows it. He's a Twitch streamer himself. I know that. I mean, when was the last time I fired up a stream and we didn't have internet issues at the start of, from Thailand or wherever we were with the Obex crew? So bear with us, guys. We'll get it sorted. Bracelet being won today. 6 figures being won today. 12 people winning tickets into the 10K main. Got a lot to play for. There's going to be plenty of action. And Gazzy B's got a couple of stories for us as well.
Couple of cracking stories to tell as we see Mr. Ukraine taking it down people with Ace King. The big blind opting not to defend the Ace 8 offsuit. Seems a little on the tight side, but these guys are playing for a lot of money. And as we all know, when we get down to this stage of the tournament, tight can often be right. Gazzy, tell the Jonathan Little story again. It's hilarious. I don't think I'm allowed to tell the Jonathan Little story. Maybe in the last day when
when you just don't care.
Yeah, when Henry and I would just give it up, motivation's low, I'll tell the Jonathan Little story then.
And motivation's going to be high last day, mate.
I know.
It's good. We're going to be absolutely buzzing, I tell you. You hit like a certain wall.
Right.
Kind of like today when you got in the car, you just like, right, mate, super pumped.
Yeah.
We had the day off. It's the 7th of November. But once you get to those final couple of days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, morale's always ripping through the roof.
Love to see
Especially for the main event as well.
Especially if you've got pocket jacks in the hijack. Lormel raising it on up here off of about 5.3 million. So quick math in my head tells me he's got about 33 big. So rough in the middle of the pack. Zedek looks down at an ace and says, please, 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 please. But although it is not another ace, it is a 6. King, Queen of Hearts for Bilan in the small. Interesting spot here. Is it 2 overs and the hearts working for him? He's going to raise to 325,000. These guys are deep enough that he doesn't have to go all in. Can actually play some poker. Can flat, can 3-bet. Not sure if he can jam with the massive ICM implication. I'll try that again.
Go ahead. Round
Not sure
two.
he can jam with the massive ICM implications. There we go. Comes with the call. Quite like the call with the suited variety. A little too strong to 3-bet and then get shoved off of your action. There's king queen off. Not too fussed if you get jammed off. Heads up to the flop now. Ace in the window. Neither player loves that. Jack's safe right now. Bilan with a swing and a miss. I wonder if we'll see Lormel fire at a c-bet here. Shout out to everyone tuning in. We have got 323 on Twitch, 261 on YouTube. Appreciate you guys very much.
Yeah, those numbers, one would assume, will slowly creep up as we get down to the final table. Shout out to all of you early birds out there.
Big shout outs, guys and girls. Appreciate you a lot.
970 in the middle. Lamel with the jack of spades to boot. So Bilan comes with complete width on this board.
I think we just see him let this one go. Clubs maybe peeling. Yeah, well played by both. Lormel happy not to be met with too much resistance there, given there is an overcard to his pocket jacks. But he'll take this one down. And Henry, we've both been here, you know, final day, final, you know, 2 tables, final table, etc. It's always nice to win a pot and just settle down the nerves.
Yeah, it really is, mate. You know, you bag for day 3, Instagram stories out, Facebook profile updated, hashtag blessed, made day 3. But when you do get back to your room and you kind of, you know, on your own, you start dreaming of what could happen the next day. Bracelet, 6 figures, start buying apartments in your head.
Been there. Lormel with his second playable hand in a row with the ace-king. Henry, let me ask you this. When we saw your Virals game, they were playing the hat-trick game. You win 3 pots in a row, you get a bounty. Are they doing this in the Colossus?
you get one chain of the bracelet if you win 3 in a row.
When are they playing the stand-up game?
Imagine for a bracelet, it's just like they're propping on the side.
That would be class.
Look at saying, do it after you get paid, Gazzy. That's GTO. Wait, you're getting paid for this?
I thought, well, you're not getting paid for this?
Oh wow, look at this. Zedek waking up with the aces, 1 seat over. And for
I think it's fair to say Zedek is smashing him in the face.
wow.
How did you not see that?
That is fantastic. That is so good. Still 5 to come. But let's see if Zedek is smashing Zedek in the face. See, they're starting this hand around about 40 effective. Around 35, I do apologise.
Apocalypse UK, we have some cash games coming up in a second. Let's get this insane hand out the way, and then we can talk a little bit about what's to come. As Lormel, about 35, 36 bigs. Let's see what he comes with here. If he's got about, you know, 26, 27, he probably just rips it. I wonder if he's going to find a 4-bet here.
Yeah, I think this just goes in for 35. I think we can start 4-betting ace-king suited. I think we want to just jam our ace-king O's.
I think you might be right. Just picking up that 1.6 million that we can see in the middle is absolutely huge.
Especially with ICM. I mean, what a rough start to the day. I'm going to be 5 cards away from elimination, let's face it. It's just as cold as it comes. As we already alluded to, you know, you bag for day 3, you start dreaming about what could potentially happen. Hand number 5 of the day, you're about to play a 70 big blind pot, and you've just got 4% going to the flop.
Raise 5 million.
The effective jam. Zedek got to take another peek at his cards, make sure that he has aces. All in announced, and good luck, gentlemen. He's just going to take a quick look at the clock, because don't forget, chat, there is a 10K ticket up for grabs, as well as a ladder in just 1 spot.
Henry, I hate this. I hate that we have allowed this to become a thing. I hate this.
What, even for a 2K ladder?
Yeah, it's you're bending the rules to favor yourself. It's an angle in my opinion. I hate that we've allowed this to become a thing. I legit call clock in the deck spot after about 15 seconds. I know I'm in the minority, and I know I come across as a bit of a bad guy for it, but he's never folding. Just, yeah, gotta call it off. To manipulate the rules so that you can ladder up is unfair in my opinion. Nasty cooler regardless for Lamel, and he's going to need a whole lot of help. Those percentages not looking favorable for him. I think I saw at least one king folded.
Wow. Ace high flop, and that leaves Lamel drawing dead. Zedek up to over 13 million. Dead on the flop, Gazzy. How rough is that?
0% equity.
14 players left.
Unbelievably tough start to the day for Zamel. Won a nice small pot with the jacks and then out the door just a couple of minutes later. And the hometown player, the home country player I should say, in pole position at 13 million chips, almost 100 big blinds.
Chip leader.
Although the blinds are about to go up. But what a start to the day for him. Is the bracelet going to be staying in the Czech Republic?
Who are you, Donkey? Saying hello, boys and girls. Here just to say hi, Gary. If you need help with pronouncing the Italian and Romanian names, give me a shout. Usually I do this with Finton and Rankin. Henry, my boy. What's up, guys? Welcome, welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. Down to the final 14 of bracelet event number 5 here. Gary Blackwood alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the commentary booth for this one. 170k for first, and we are going to be playing down to a winner today. A bracelet being awarded on stream today. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you the 25k high roller. And I'll just give you a little glimpse as to what we can expect this week. As mentioned, tomorrow the 25k high roller. That is bracelet event number 8. Then we will have some more Yo Virals cash game, WSOP Europe edition. That is on Wednesday and Thursday. Some rumors around, well, King's Resort owner Leon jumping in that one. Then on Friday, WSOP 50k. That is bracelet event number 11. Then we're going to take a day off. You guys know we are going to Prague on our day off next time. I don't care.
Is the Pope a Catholic? Yes, he is. And yes, we're going.
And then main event coverage starting on Monday the 14th. So just a week away.
I am so excited for this main event. It's going to be absolutely sick.
Yeah, I must say I'm pretty excited about it.
Bilan getting a little out of line here with the 10-6 suited in the cutoff. Falls round to Kalian in the big blind. He's going to make the call here. Pretty fair fight. Kalian with the best of it right now. Bilan with the 10-6 suited. Jack 8-5. No help to either player just yet. But the joy of being in Bilan's shoes, of course, is that he has the betting lead. And we might just see him c-bet here and take it down. 940k in the middle, not to be sniffed at. Especially when Kalian only has about 2.4 behind. Fully expect to see a c-bet here with Bilan's backdoors. 425,000 is the wager. Going for around about 40% pots, which I actually quite like. If the board is super disconnected like Jack 7 Deuce, I'd be more inclined to bet something like a quarter pot, but I really like this size. Putting pressure on Kalian if he's got a hand like pocket sixes, 5-3 suited, all those types of hands. Kalian just posturing a little here. No room for maneuver given his stack size, and he does slide his cards into the muck. A little bit of a loosey-goosey open there from Bilan, the man from Romania, but a c-bet gets the job done.
Romanian's got to be one of the top countries in Europe for poker quality. I mean, think of quite a few Romanians, both online and live, seem to always get it done. Everyone now guaranteed 10,711 euros for their efforts. We are one away from that 10k seat being guaranteed. 13 left, 12 players receiving 10.3k ticket. Dana in the chat saying, howdy fellas, howdy peeps. Share, share, share with your friends. Please do. Let your grandparents know. Bracelet up for grabs. Let your neighbor know. Even that annoying neighbor that you don't talk to. Always loud noises coming from their kitchen.
What?
You're not loud when you're cooking in the kitchen?
Apparently I was loud when I was watching the football yesterday.
Oh, you were, mate. It was actually hilarious. It was funny. I heard you a few times.
Scottish referees don't know what a shoulder challenge is.
I mean, a shoulder barge.
Yeah, shoulder challenge. It's a completely fair way to win the ball. I also punched the wall and my hand's really sore. I was saying to Henry yesterday, guys and girls, Motherwell, they just hurt me more than any women ever could. It's just constant torture. And I can always come slithering back from where, as we see an all-in here from Zedek in the big blind.
Yeah, I love this.
Colin with the ace.
10k bubble. Literally a 10k bubble. You just fold.
I think Colin maybe should have found the jam himself.
I agree. Yeah,
you've got to be brave
agree.
in this spot, because sure, you might run into a better hand, but more often than not, you're going to pick up the blinds and antes. You can get called by worse, and most importantly, if you do pick up those blinds and antes, they're worth absolute chunks when you've got a stack of about 2.2 milli. Dana, really glad to hear you're on my side. I played the mini main in Las Vegas over the summer, and I had a table full of fun players on day 2, and one of them raised to like $1 million, left himself like 4k behind. The big blind put them all in. He looks up at the what do you call it?
Tournament clock thing.
Tournament clock thing with all the payouts.
Yeah.
Turns back to the table, big grin on his face. Sorry guys, this could take a while. Guys, be clock. Whole table's like, what? No, you can't do that. I like clock. He's not folding. He's just told us he's stalling for the pay jumps. Clock. They all hated me. I got bad beat 2 hands later and slithered away from the table myself. And they were all like, thank God he's gone. But I completely agree. It is an angle, in my opinion. Boodle with the Jack 4 off. Not going to play it. Not a fan of Robbie Jade Luke.
Apocalypse updating all of the information over on Twitch. Do appreciate that, and it does look good to me, Apocalypse. You can see the schedule in the chat, exclamation mark. Schedule 25k tomorrow, 50k later on in the week, and then that main event kicking off on Monday the 14th.
Apocalypse UK. I think it might be my favorite mod. As we see the all-in from Kalian, laid down the ace-5 just a moment ago. Zedek with a very pretty queen 8 of diamonds, but not going to be able to call it off. Belog with a shorter stack than Kalian. This could be close, but I think with that bubble, that 10k ticket bubble, he might just be a little tighter here.
This is so grim.
Yeah, this is right on the line. King 9 he's probably in, King 8, King 7. Right on the line, King 6, King 5 probably folding. But King 9 plus, I think his chips would be in there by now. Little does he know, he is heavily dominated by the King 10 offsuit of Kalian. I think this is just a little bit of posturing. Does let it go. Good fold there, buddy. And I love this second bubble we've got, Henry. It creates a whole new dynamic for the players to have to deal with. And we can see the players responding to that, reacting to that. You know, King 7 might well have called it off if no 10k ticket off for grabs.
Yeah, expect to see the short stacks taking their spots a lot more liberally once that 10k bubble has burst.
Guys and girls, big shout out for those that are tuning in. We have 12 likes on YouTube. We are aiming for at least 100. So if you're enjoying the show, take a few seconds out of your day to just click that like button. We'd be very, very grateful. Let's see if we can get up to 100 by the end of the day. As we have Boodle with ace 8 suited. Very playable hand, even from under the gun. Coming in with the min raise, as is standard. Oh, he's gone for 425. Interesting. Hands here with queen 9 off. Gonna fold in the cutoff. Zidek here with king jack off. I'm really curious to see how he plays this on the button. Big chip stack for him after winning that huge aces v ace king very early in the day.
It's good appeal. In position,
And
obviously
this,
apply pressure against Bootaloo post flop.
this is a horrible spot for below. Just 5 big blinds now. I feel like he has to either jam or fold here.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I would just stick this in for 5 bigs. You're going to be ahead a reasonable enough amount of the time. There's going to be some dead money in there, which I think is really important. He does elect to let it go there.
Yeah, good fold in my opinion.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, it's grim, right? Like, we want to try and set ourselves up to actually win the tournament, not just win that ticket. But I think with ICM, got an under the gun open off a relatively short stack. I mean, the Frenchman opening off 20. Got to be somewhat scared of that opening range from under the gun. Button flat, gonna have some traps in there. Could also have some like 6s through 9s.
I think you're right. Bilan folding the ace-9 in the big blind, thinking he might just be a bit too dominated versus the open and the call, expecting one of these players to have an ace-jack or an ace-queen type hand. And he does not want to see the 9-high flop. Bootaloo checks on over to Zidek. Doesn't have a whole lot going for him here with just king high. Will he take a stab here? It would get the job done.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether there's 2 diamonds or 2 hearts on board, Gazio.
Okay.
I thought, okay, right, sorry, it is a 6-3 diamonds. I do apologize. I was about to start saying we could potentially set something up with the king of hearts, but still 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. I'd like to see the Frenchman, Bootaloo, take a little bit more time with his decision-making process. Playing for 6 figures here and a bracelet, just kind of like snap check flop, and then snap check calls a bet with ace-8.
Very ambitious check call. Snap called as well, as Henry says. And now Zidek, a little unsure of where he's at. Hands like 7s and 8s. Not going to be folding just yet. Can't expect too many ace-8 of spade type floats at this stage in the tournament. Does Zidek continue to barrel here?
I think we can go small, Gazzy, not going to lie. Again, that king of hearts now kind of coming into play here on the turn. We're blocking some of the natural floats like king, queen of hearts, king, jack of hearts, king, 10 of hearts, all those types of hands. And we just get to apply a ton of pressure on ace highs. It's funny because Bootaloo's picked up a gut shot on the turn, may stick around, and if he does stick around on the turn, I expect to see Zidek shut down unless like the 10 of hearts rolls off.
Or a 7 or an 8. Certainly bluffable cards. Putting pressure on the 1 pair of hands of Bootaloo that he would have in his range. Bootaloo check calls flop, decides to just let it go on the turn, and Zidek gets the job done. Really nice for Zidek not to have an ace in his hand, targeting hands like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. And as you say, Henry, having the king of hearts, really nice, blocking a lot of those continues. Really impressive start to the day for this young man.
Yeah, it really is. Patrick Zidek. Best live cash, 77,000. That came in a ring event, I believe. Took down the 200 no limit Kings Open on WSOP circuit back in August of 2021 for $77,000. Again, someone that's got a bit of experience in these large fields, and I must say, I'm excited to watch him here in this one, as he does seem to be very aware of the ICM dynamics at the table and just how to play a big stack as well. In the cut-off, 10-8 off. I think that's a bit tight. I don't want to be overly judgmental. 10-8-0, cut-off would cover everyone. Once below kind of folds the players in the blinds have to proceed extremely cautiously.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Henry. You want to be pushing that big stack around when you've got a 5 big blind stack on the button who's going to be heavily unable to do anything. As you see below, does pick up a playable hand, but had the cutoff opened here, I think this would be in the muck already. Below deciding that this is his time. 925,000. Going to do that thing where if he gets put all in, he just tanks for a while.
925, yeah? 925, yes.
Bilan with Jack 5 of diamonds, not going to call it off, and Boogaloo folds also. Below picking up some much needed chips there.
Yeah, that is a big pickup for the Hungarian.
He's 1.5x his stack, and he will be hungry to do that again.
Someone come and just shoot me. €550 buy-in, just shy of 3,000 runners, and we're down to the final 13. Gazzy B, 1, 2, 3. Myself, Henry Kilbane, here in the booth, live from King's Resort. We are on a 30-minute delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game. And we are on a bubble of sorts. 12 players will receive a 10K ticket into the WSOP Europe main event. That's starting on Saturday, question mark?
Below with 10-7 suited, it looks pretty, but I think he's going to have to just muck this one. With 7.5 bigs, I think we can wait for a better spot. Good man, good discipline. And indeed, Bilan wakes up with a very playable hand on the button here. Ace-Queen offsuit and 6.7 million.
So 3.5 bigs on the button.
Just having a little look at the stacks behind. He does have what would appear to be a crazy Frenchman in the small blind.
And he does cover both, I believe. I'd like to see him come with them in here and just really induce jams from the king queens of the world, queen jacks of the world, ace tens of the world that we just have absolutely crushed. This is going to work though. He's going to take it down. Pansier, Dutchman, unlikely to defend the 6-3-0. Hand number 11. 13 left. Bracelet up for grabs. Well played.
Just 40 minutes into our stream, we have lost 2 players, and as Henry and I were discussing before the stream started, completely understandable with this many runners that, you know, not massively deep stacks. You know, it could become a bit of a shove fest as we get to the final table. Although plenty of 30 big blind stacks to work with just now. We'll keep an eye on that. As we can see, the average stack actually pretty deep, 28 bigs. Not too bad for this stage of a tournament. As Zedek puts his big chip stack to work, raising to 400,000. Won the aces v ace king, won a very nice pot with king jack with no pair versus the Frenchman. Opening here to 400,000 with ace 6 off under the gun. Really impressive stuff from him, putting that chip stack to work.
Yeah, ideal start to the day for Zedek.
He'll be hoping that continues. 75 big blinds. Folds round to Kalian in the big blind. Saw him defend king 9 off a second ago. Ace 5 off. A little different. But certainly playable if he elects to do so. Although he is up against the chip leader. It is an under the gun open. He does have a short stack, and there is a bubble to contend with of sorts. Remember, guys and girls, the top 12 in this tournament will win a 10K ticket to the main event. Really important to factor that into your decision making here with just 13 left. Kalian, deep in thought, does make the call. He is slightly dominated, although we can see in the percentages this is very likely to be a chop pot if we see 5. And something tells me we're not going to see 5 here.
See all the outs in the top. 25 hours. Calm down, guys.
If Colleen could see those outs.
Wait, how does he? Hang on a minute.
Okay, we're going to see 5. Neither player with a diamond in their hand. And this hand going to be a chop unless a 5 or a 6 rolls off on the river. Are you a little surprised Zedek didn't fire at C-bet there?
Yeah, kind of am.
Samesies.
I guess just wants to try and realize this showdown with ace high, and is kind of concerned that this SPR, the Ukrainian in the big, is just gonna, stop and go. Basically any pair, any draw.
Not 100% sure his thought process there, but he is reaching for chips now. Gonna fire out a bet. 3 diamonds on board. 425,000 is a bet, and if you're Colleen, are you loving this or hating it now?
Kind of vomit spot, right?
Yeah.
When your opponent doesn't c-bet on a range bet board, one would assume.
Yeah.
Look, I haven't studied the spot myself, so I don't want to come in here and say that my opinion is coming from a place of authority, but against the big blind range from under the gun, feels like a spot that we should be c-betting. And when our opponent goes for the delayed c-bet on the ace of diamonds turn, all of a sudden our ace 5 kind of shrinks up, even though we do have top pair, 1.5 in the middle.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely different story on ace 8, 3, deuce, rainbow, for example. But ace, king, queen, 8 with 3 diamonds. I wouldn't be surprised to see Colleen just sigh and muck this, to be honest. I don't think you can, but I wouldn't begrudge him for just preserving his stack, because you call turn, did you check call and all in on the river? Does decide to just let it go, and it's easy for us guys and girls. We can see the cards, but if you're in Colleen's shoes there, and you see that board, and you see that action, and you see your chip stack, I'm not surprised to see a fold there. I'm not sure if it's correct, but I don't think it's horrendous. I don't think it's a complete torch. If it is a mistake, it is a small EV mistake. I don't think it's a complete torch when you factor in ICM. Oliver Krurican says, is Lormel out? Lormel unfortunately ran his ace-king into the aces of Mr. Zedek, and he taps the table just shy of the final table here. Really nasty cooler for him. Nothing he can do.
We just saw the graphic pop up with Zedek's note to fame, if you will. Took down the WSOP circuit main back here in August of last year. Biggest career cash for him, and he's looking to add some more jewelry to his jewelry cabinet. Picked up the gold ring there, looking to pick up a gold bracelet here. Kalyan jamming the jacks, and Zedek waking up with an ace in the big for 10 bigs.
Are you a little surprised to see Kalyan jam here? He just flatted the ace-5 a moment ago, and Zedek put him all in, forcing him to fold. Do you think he could have come with the limp here?
Yeah, I would have liked to see the limp here.
I think Zedek just shoves this hand. Obviously easy for us to say, we can see the cards, but Zedek's got a bit of a decision here. I really like this fold. Given you've just seen your opponent limp fold a second ago, it's also advantageous for you to have the shorter stacks at the table, so that you can continue to push people around on this 10K bubble. So yeah, really, I'm really impressed with Zedek so far. I think he's got the potential to go on and win this.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think there's any need to take these, marginal / close spots when we just have such a commanding lead over the table, and we can really leverage our position here with that 10K bubble, 10K seat bubble rather. And then obviously the final table bubble as well. You can see Zedek has almost 3 times tournament average. Why give anything up? And yeah, limping jacks makes much more sense against the chip leader.
Yeah. Otar Tishkishvili says, is anyone from the final 13 from Georgia? Unfortunately not. No Georgians remaining in the field. Although we do have a whole host of countries represented, as we see Zedek flying the flag of the Czech Republic. Plenty of Frenchmen, German, Dutch, Romanians,
Turkish, Ukrainian, Hungary, Austria, Italy,
Italiano.
Slovakia,
There we go.
all being represented here.
No shame folding.
I tell you what, Henry, I loved the cash games, but the constant French in my ear when I don't speak much French was a little tough to deal with as a commentator.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Guys and girls, big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. We've got around 1,000 viewers across 2 platforms. If you're watching on Twitch, please click that follow button. It costs nothing to follow the channel. And if you're watching on YouTube, you know what I'm going to say, guys and girls. Get that like button clicked. Aiming for at least 100 every day. We've got 20 right now. Dana Craven says, as a short stack, I wouldn't worry about that 10k main event entry bonus. You have to double up right now while everyone else is tightening up. I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's still 10k. It's an extra 10,000 euros-ish. I think it's 10,350 for the main event this year.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to be mindful of it. If you've got a close spot, you've got to take it into consideration. If you've got a spot that's not close, then obviously don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean the difference between like 13th receives 10,711 cash, 12th receives 10,711 cash, plus the 10,350 tickets. So I mean we're talking about 2 times more than 13th, plus the chance obviously cash the main or win money in the main, sell action in the main, all that good stuff. The Hungarian taking this spot with the Queen 8. Bilan's got a posture for 7 bigs with the Queen 9, but unfortunately can't really call here.
Bilan giving it a good old-fashioned think here with the Queen 9. I think you're right, Henry. Too many Ace-X, King-X, middling pairs. Even a hand like Queen-Jack offsuit has you in horrible shape.
Yeah, I think this is back-to-back jams, small blind v big blind. Maybe just making below sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Also, don't mind taking a little bit longer per hand on a feature table, just because the amount of hands you get in on a feature table compared to a regular table typically is around about 20–25% less.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how aware everyone is of that, but it's the only time where I honestly don't mind. Like obviously if we're down to the final table, then it doesn't make sense to waste time. But when you are down to the final 13, you're 6-handed, the other table's 7-handed, and you're on the feature table, I don't mind taking a little bit longer than I normally would, just due to the fact that, it takes longer.
Spoken like a man who's got experience in that regard. Seems to make a lot of sense. As Zedek picks up Queen 5 suited in the cutoff with a very healthy chip stack, he will be putting that to work in this hand. And we don't have any Belgians left in the field, but shout out to the lean, mean poker machine watching from home. Don't know why you're not here playing. I'm sure you'd be crushing these fields as Below picks up pocket 7s and 10 bigs. And I think, Henry, we're about to see an all-in here.
One would assume this will get through. It does have fold equity with the 10 big blinds, and it's got to pick up 45% of his stack, somewhat uncontested, unless the blinds wake up with something.
Also important to factor that 7s is a relatively strong hand. You can get called by pocket 6s, pocket 5s, those types of hands, and also be flipping. But as Henry says, if you do pick up just the dead money in there, it's absolutely huge. As again, we see this raised non-all-in line. I think it's fine raising not all-in, because if somebody called 4-bet jams and then that guy calls, you can like maybe fold your hand. But if you get put all in, guys and girls, just call it off.
And I like the snap fold from Zedek as well.
Yeah.
A lot of chip leaders, I don't want to tarnish everyone with the same brush, but some chip leaders, you see them kind of like posturing and mucking around with like decisions like that, where they know they're going to fold. it's okay to be caught with your hand in the cookie jar as the chip leader. Everyone knows that you're allowed to leverage your big stack and apply as much pressure pre-flop due to the heavy ICM implications. So when you do open and someone rejams on you, don't really feel like you gain much by trying to save face for 10 bigs.
Yeah, completely agree, buddy.
Another suited hand for Zedek.
Decides not to open this one.
Robbie Toro saying, but I'm balancing my timing.
Peter Van Loon says, I would not try and double when the table is tightening up. It means they only call with better. You may well be right. As we see the all in here from Boogaloo for around 12 bigs, Panzia just posturing for a few seconds. But if you think about, you know, if the table's tightening up, you get your jams through a lot and you get to chip up. Tight when the table is aggressive. Aggressive when the table is tight. Dana, preach it, sister. Completely agree. I said something very similar in the cash game streams just a few days ago. Lots of interesting strat talk in the chat. More than happy for you guys to discuss it, but let's make sure we keep it all nice and friendly. And that goes for everyone watching. We've seen some meanies in the chat over the past week or so. Let's all just get along. 170,000 euros for first place. Just 13 players remaining. These guys can taste that. And of course, the coveted gold bracelet. Not to mention the top 12 players winning a 10.3k WSOP Europe main event ticket for the main event that's starting very soon here in beautiful Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. Bilan in the cutoff with Jack 10 off. Going to bring it in for a raise. Playing off of about 33.5 bigs. Makes it 450 to go. Not your traditional min raise. I'm sure he's got his reasons for that. And it's going to get the job done here.
Great song.
I know. Should we karaoke it? Free falling.
Definitely a better singer than me, mate.
Nah, man.
Man, I sure said, what time is D-Legs in action today? He is out there in the 5k PLO. Fired 6 bullets. Would you believe?
Oh boy.
Managed to bag a very healthy stack in the end. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I watched his Instagram stories and he ran pretty bad those first few bullets. Got aces in against aces, lost. Got Queen Jack 10-9 in a 3-way pot, lost that. He lost with a couple of really sick hands, so glad to see him bagging that one. And a lot of big names coming to town. I saw Daniel Dvoris yesterday.
Ooh, very nice. Played with him in the main event one year.
Espen Jorstad, reigning world champion, arriving today.
Who?
Well, so tomorrow, that 25k. I think we're going to see some of the world's best showing up for that one.
Absolutely. We are really looking forward to that. I had something interesting to say there, but it's falling out of my head. Oh yes, Henry. I have a fun story for you about the time that I got my aces in versus aces, playing 5-5 in the Aria in Las Vegas. Would you like to hear it?
What, PLO?
Got Pot Limit Omaha, the great game.
You got aces, mate. I just want to put it out there. I'm up so much money lifetime aces against aces, but this week,
oh, okay.
Nah.
Not so much?
No, I reckon I'm down about 10k this week, aces against aces.
It's such a hard life, isn't it?
It is. It's a tough life, you know, but we wouldn't trade it for the absolute world, would we? So let's be honest, here we are.
The only life I trade it for is the commentator life, because I just love this. Just love sitting in the booth in Rozvadov, in a broom cupboard. Why
have you got to be like that? Huh?
I'm being serious. I love it here.
You know, you're being facetious.
That's a big word.
Well, hey.
So, in the Aria, fold round to me in the button. I've got ace, ace, 5-5. Probably Badoogie. I pot it. Small blind repots it. Small blind's an old man. I re-pot. We end up getting in for like 1,500 American dollars.
300 bigs with what? Ace?
5-5.
Okay.
And I'm like, once or twice, and he does the dreaded, slowly raises one finger, and I'm like, please, sir, can we run it twice? And he's like, nah, just once. I'm like, all right, okay, no worries. So he turns over his hand, he's got like ace, jack 10, and he like
best hand in PLO, what?
Yeah, he's absolute nizzles.
Double suited?
Something like that, yeah. Comes down
Wow.
like 9-8 deuce flush draw for him, and I'm just like, please, 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 please. Turn absolute brick. I'm just like, come on, hold. River, completely forgotten about it. Just drill a 5 for all the marbles.
Wow.
Going from being like, please hold, to, oh, little 5 of diamonds on the river. For that massive 3K pot. The guy was devastated. And as I was dragging in, I was like, you should have run it twice. Little needle.
Oh, man.
Love me a little needle. Shout out to Jimmy Bluffett. Welcome, my dude. Man of Straw says, Henry was in D-Neg's vlog. Must be the moment of his life. Yeah, it was the moment of D-Neg's life, having Henry in his vlog.
Thank you. I was literally about to say the same, but Kazi's got my back.
I got you, boo.
Robbie Torres saying 5-ball corner pocket. Man, do you know, I don't normally get frustrated by many things in poker. Like I can, take a huge bad beat for like 2,000 big blind pot. It doesn't bother me. But one thing that does really grind my gears, if you will, is I've noticed, especially in PLO, that there's an abundance of players that tend to run it once when they have like top set.
Okay.
But then they'll like run it. They'll be like, oh, twice when like they've like got some like trashy draw of sorts. I don't really know how to combat it. I feel like I should just let it go and just let them get on with it. But I'm getting close to the point where I think I'm just going to start running it once lifetime.
Really?
I'm getting very close. Yeah. Firstly, it slows down the game. Secondly, if players know that you are willing to run it twice against them, I feel like they're more keen to up the variance against you a little bit, get in a bit wider than they normally would. So I don't know if anyone in the chat has got any opinions on it, whether you're a run it once or run it twice type of person.
I'm curious to hear, chat. What do you think?
What about you, mate?
I'm always a run it twicer, but is it? It's one of those grey areas. Is it unethical to run it once when you've got a good hand and then run it twice when you've got not a great hand? I feel like it's right on the line. It's not quite an angle, but it's still a little dickish.
Yeah.
It's really close. Chat, what do we think? Is it an angle? Or is it out of line?
It's definitely not an angle, but I know.
Is it acceptable behavior, though, to run it once when you've got a really good hand and twice when you're drawing, should we say?
Racket said, if I know someone does that, it's always once against them.
Always run it once. It's destiny, bro. Love that. Now, the reason I like to run it twice is that my edge in this game doesn't come from flipping with ace-king versus queens and winning. If I have an edge in the game, it's because choosing correct bet sizes and overbetting and knowing my range that wants to bluff and playing well pre-flop. So I want to minimize variance wherever possible, which is why I like to run it twice. But on the other hand, just maybe just once like the good old days.
There's a lot of run it onces in the chat. A lot of run it onces in the chat.
I might just start running it once. This year, right, okay, I'm having a very good year, very grateful at Sarah, but see this year, running it twice, if I'd just gone once, I'd be up probably about $1 million more than I currently am.
Yeah?
Legit, honestly, I always win the first one and always lose the second one. Always. Bizarre. Tell you another thing, I downed a 2-liter bottle of water just before the stream starts and it's starting to catch up with me, so I'm going to step out for a second.
Go ahead, mate.
All right, boys and girls, be back in a bit.
So I don't say, it doesn't matter when you run it twice, if you're ahead or behind, it's the same thing, no? Quick look at these chip counts. Zedek still leading the way, huge chip lead at this table, 3 times tournament average. We are still on that 10K seat bubble, so likely to be here for a while as everyone's kind of tightened up due to the fact that we are one elimination away rather, from those 12 10K seats. Pam is saying run it twice because I'm not a pro. I probably get it in worse more than good, so I probably lose less if I run it more often. Robbie Torres saying running once forces people to rebuy, gets the game deeper. Fish also tilt after losing a big pot. I like that, Robbie, yeah. I like that. Jimmy saying if you're rolled correctly for the game stakes you play, you should run it once, Henry. JB saying very much with you, Henry. Bramsjan here. I'll let everyone understand. I'm a Rio guy.
2 millions? 2 millions?
Bramsjan, right? Not Bramsjan. JB saying was in the area a couple of weeks ago. I noticed the trend you described there. Look at this, Callahan taking the rejam spot over the open of Zedek. He makes the call, he can't like it. Going to be dominated a lot of the time, but he has found one of the few rejam spots that we've seen being taken that he's actually ahead of. Got to give credit to the Ukrainian here for actually finding it, clearly aware of just, you know, the fact that Zedek is going to be opening super wide. It's happened to run into an ace-high hand. Happened to run into an ace. Sorry, chat. I'm a bit all over the place today. I'm running low on fuel, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Queen, Queen 6. So far, so good for the chip leader. 5 of hearts on the turn. Increases Kalyan's outs from 6 to 12. Can now get there with a heart. Jack of spades on the river. That's going to do it. Kalyan doubles and everyone else was rooting for a brick as they were 1 card away from winning that ticket. So let me jump back into this. Anashul saying, Henry, what time is DNEG's event? We won't be covering the 5K, mate. We'll be covering this to the winner. And then tomorrow we have the 25K where I'm sure we'll see DNEG's if he's in that. He might miss it because of the 5K.
It was good for everybody, no?
GG Poker saying, I need a live shout out for AJT, please. It's his birthday. Yo, shout out AJT. Happy birthday. Sounds like a great starting PLO hand. I was just saying, anyone know where Isidore has been for last year? Does he play anymore? Last I saw Victor was at a bar in Dublin. We were having a few drinks during the Unibet Open of 2020. And that was literally, I'm not even exaggerating, I got COVID at the end of that festival. I was locked at in the Bonington Hotel during the Unibet Open there in Dublin, and I want to say 3 days later all of the mandates for lockdowns and everything just came in, and it was crazy. Like, this is how wild it feels now, you know, fast forward 2 years where we've gone through the whole lockdown experience. Everyone's more familiar with COVID, but I got COVID at a time where, you know, people were still unfamiliar with what COVID was. And I call up the doctors, and I swear to God, chat, it was like the start of a zombie apocalypse. The way these doctors were kind of like talking to me on the phone. It was pretty scary. It was pretty scary. Like, I had to, like, I was locked in my hotel room. They were like gonna send round people in hazmat suits to transfer me to a hospital, but they didn't want me to come to the hospital because they still didn't have anything set up. They didn't have anything in place for COVID. And they were like, no, you have to stay, you know, you have to stay at home. You have to stay at the hotel because we have, like, you know, hundreds of patients here. It was pretty scary. Anyways, enough talk about that as the blinds go up to 125k, 250k, hand number 26. Raquette saying, can't explain how many times I got berated by Fish and goddamn nits during a WSOP for not chopping the blinds. Oh man.
Just back in time to tell you guys that if you're playing in a rigged game, you should always chop the buttons, but whatever.
Manishal said, no way, Henry, if I knew Victor was there in 2020, I would have went. Only a bus right away. Yeah, he was there. GG Poke saying, yes, boom, thank you. Anytime, anytime. No worries, no worries.
Did I miss anything?
Nothing at all. Oh, mind you, you did actually, sorry. Yeah, Zedek open ace-6. Ukrainian in the big, re-jammed, king-jack for, I want to say 9? Zedek called it off with the ace-6 correctly. And jack on the river.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, so everyone was rooting for a brick, obviously, for that 10k seat ladder.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I am going to run out for a few minutes as well, mate, as the athletics green, the athletic green. Right, let's try again. It's been a rough start to. It's been a bit of verbal diarrhea from me.
You can't say your words good.
I can't, but yeah, the AG one has flown through me, so I'll let you take over, mate.
That is graphic. Right, enjoy yourself. I'll see you when I see you. Could someone bust this nasty Nightbot? What's wrong with Nightbot? What did Nightbot ever do to you? As we see the raise from Zedek into the ace-8 offsuit of Bilan. Certainly a playable hand. Might come with a 3-bet. We shall see. There's rumours of people being literally locked inside hotel rooms from the outside. First I heard of that. Sounds quite scary though. Rackets. In all seriousness, you do what you want, buddy. If you want to play, play. If you want to chop, chop. It's up to you. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And see if you don't want to tip. Don't do it. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Isildur and Jake Schindler are my top 10 players for sure. Nice, man. Bilan calls with the ace-8, and he is loving life on this flop. The man from Romania up against the commanding chip leader in Zedek. Don't tip. Nah, that's bad advice. I'm not saying don't tip. I'm saying if, I mean, I do tip, but I'm saying if you don't want to tip, then you don't have to. You know, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's a whole thing. It's a hot topic on Twitter right now. And it's reminiscent of that Seinfeld episode where Kramer doesn't want to wear the ribbon and everyone's like, you have to wear the ribbon. You have to wear the ribbon. And Kramer's like, can't I just do the AIDS walk and raise money for AIDS without wearing the ribbon? And everyone's like, you have to wear the ribbon. People are like, you have to tip. You have to tip. No, you don't. And if you don't want to, you don't have to tip. 8 of clubs on the turn. Zedek picks up the flush draw. Bilan with top 2 pair. 5-6 does get there, as well as all the clubs. Dana Craven says, vocal warm-up. Say, mama made me mash my M&Ms 10 times. I'm not going to do that on stream. But, you know, if you guys want to. Man of Straw says, Dan, I watch your streams in pools and hot tubs on Twitch. That be cool, Man of Straw. Don't step over the line, buddy. Someone asked me this weekend if it was okay to pay the massage girls the flat rate they charge. Thoughts? It's up to you. If you want to tip, you should tip. If you don't want to tip, you shouldn't tip. Alcaber says, always tip your dealers. I tend to agree, Alcaber, but I also respect the right to not tip. It's a whole thing. As we see Zedek check back, and Bilan has gone from top pair to top 2 pair to, oh no, why are there 4 clubs on this run out? He's going to check it on over to Zedek a little too quickly, if you ask me. Sort of giving up the strength of his hand. Mr. Max says, there is Yo Viral's game tonight. No, sir. The cash games are back. Let me check on my phone. I've got it here somewhere. 1 second. The cash games are back later in the week. When are they back? The 9th of November. Wednesday the 9th of November. Cash Kings High Stakes Edition. Zedek decides his hand is worthy of a value bet. He's going to bet 850,000, and Bilan in a world of hurt now. Zedek's got so much, like, you know, King 3 with a heart and a diamond and all that stuff that's going to have to take a stab here. putting the top pairs of Bilan in a world of hurt, but top 2 pair, is he going to get away from this? Really nasty spot for him. Let's have a little look and see. I'm surprised it's a hot topic. I find it super unusual not to tip the dealers, waitstaff, etc. Like I said, I think it's down to personal preference. I don't think society should force people into tipping if they don't want to. As Apocalypse UK shows us the schedule, Tuesday the 8th, we have the 25k high roller. Wednesday night, Thursday the 10th. Cash games are back. Guys and girls have been made to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but those cash games are going to be wild. As Bilan makes the call, sees the bad news. Really, really unfortunate run out for him with top 2 pair. Zedek, a combination of playing well and running well, equals probably going to win this entire tournament if it continues. Doing very well indeed. Worst hands, good stuff, buddy. In the Netherlands, tipping doesn't happen a lot, not just because we're Dutch, but also because wages are higher here. Right, I'm going to sneeze and then we're going to talk about this. Oh, that was good. Yeah, okay, so I think in America it's much more common to tip because in America, you know, it's legal to pay less than minimum wage. And the reason for that is that the government knows that people are going to get tipped and those tips will make up the difference, which is an abomination, you know, in its own right. But, you know, in the UK and in Europe and so on, that tends to not happen. You know, you're not allowed to pay less than minimum wage. So, therefore, tipping becomes less of a thing. So, when I'm in the UK, I'll tip less. But when I'm in America, and particularly if I know, you know, the situation. If I'm at a diner, for example, I know that that poor lady's getting paid like $3 an hour, and I'll tip till the cows come home. But if I'm playing poker in the UK and I know that, you know, we've got a solid minimum wage, I'll tend to tip a little less. So that's my, I know nobody asked, but that's my 2 cents on the tipping side of things. Racket, nail hit on the head, my friend. Pammy says in the Netherlands you pay taxes over tips. That sucks, man. That sucks. Nichols Icy says, did you see the 2 pair from the Romanian guy? I don't know if he showed it. I don't know if he showed his top 2. Thank you, Dana Craven, for the bless you. It was a pretty good sneeze. As we see the all-in from Bilan here for 5.8 million, which is not 5.8 million, of course. It is for about 10 big blinds. A little loosey-goosey, but it gets the job done. Baudeleu, I should say. With the Jack 4 off, the Robbie J. Lou can't make the call. You even pay taxes over the taxes. Been to the Netherlands a couple of times. A lot of fun there. Used to go to a football tournament as a child, as a teenager, in Holland, in Maastricht. Went to the Dana Cup in Denmark a few times as well. Absolutely class. Played against a Chilean team which had links to Real Sociedad. And I'm a pretty good footballer on my day, but one thing I don't have is pace. And I don't know if you've ever played against a Chilean youth football team, but they have pace in abundance. I was chasing shadows. It's good times. You've been to Maastricht. Did you meet Andre Rieu? I don't know who that is, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to say I'm not sure. Somebody asking for payouts. Yep. Exclamation mark. Payouts will give you the information you need. 170,000 euros for first. And for those that don't know, guys and girls, there is a bubble of sorts because 12 players will earn a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, which is worth 10,350 euros. And player number 13 will not get that. Bricks Nation says, does the dealer tip you when I lose on a bad beat or a cooler? That tends to be the argument for not tipping, you know. It does tend to be the argument, if you like. I always find it interesting, particularly in a place like the Commerce in Los Angeles where they rake pre-flop, you know. So somebody will raise and they'll take down the blinds. Should be 15 in there. They win 13 and, you know, they tip $1, which is their right. It's just it's a little crazy that, you know, you're only winning $12 there instead of 15. You know, given the pre-flop rake and the tip, and that of course adds up over time. Different tipping cultures for different countries, but many Americans haven't been outside their box. That's another bubble. Yeah, I think you're right. And Osiris in terms of, different cultures having different tipping rules and regulations, if you like. As the man himself is joining us in the booth, probably the biggest tipper in all the land. We'll get his thoughts in just a moment. As we see the ace-10 from Zidek, Bilan with king-10 off in the cut-off. He will make the fold. Panzer with 10 deuce. Not being able to get much going has Panzer Kali, and of course just hitting that double up. How was it?
Are you causing drama again? I'm hearing talks of tipping culture, is it?
Yeah, I'm having a very healthy discussion about it.
You love it, don't you?
Having a very healthy, open-minded discussion about it.
Go on. What's been discussed?
What's being discussed is just, tipping in general. Different cultures, tend to tip a little more in America because they obviously they get paid less than minimum wage. But in the UK, Europe, Denmark, etc., perhaps not tipping as often. And I'm making what I feel to be a very important point, and that point is that if you don't want to tip, that's okay. And tippers shouldn't be shaming non-tippers. Just like non-tippers, can you take your finger out of my iPad, please?
Well, I mean, that's only possible because I'm somehow able... How is this thing still working, mate? Chat, we'll upload a picture to my Instagram as we dive back into this of Gazzy's destroyed iPad.
I stood on it. It was an accident. It was charging on the floor and I stood on it.
Bilan with the ladies. Ladies have been hot this week, although we see both queens folded behind.
Coming with a limp in the hijack. Very interesting one. Kalian going to complete in the small with king 4 off, and Zidek with a very pretty looking 8-7 of diamonds. I'll be astounded if he raises this, however. Alarm bells should be ringing that Bilan has just limped in the hijack. And if you're isolating from the big blind, you want to have a hand that is worthy of isolation. 8-7 of diamonds might look pretty and it might play well post-flop, but there's no real sense in isolating anyone here. And like ace-10, absolutely. King-queen, absolutely. 8-7 of diamonds, just knuckle and see a flop. Ace, ace, deuce. Queen's way out in front here. Both other players swinging and missing. Bilan going to check it back. Killian with the king working for him. Can't pick up any of his outs. Zidek drawing stone dead here. Killian's hand a little too strong to be bluffing here. As well as that, with the king 4, you block the hands you're trying to make fold. Like the king 7 of Zidek, the king 9 of Bilan. So really happy to see him not bluff a hand like king 4. You're much better off bluffing a hand like 7-6 offsuit, which of course has less equity. You've also got hands like 5-3 suited, 5-4 suited, etc.
And stabbing on the 10 of diamonds turn. I say stabbing. I was going to go with delayed C-bet, but he didn't open. So, really struggling to come up with the right terminology for that one.
He's put you in a tough spot there, so he has.
He has indeed. But he did eventually fire out a bet and took down the million in chips.
Dana Craven saying she's from Florida. I've played in Tampa and Fort Lauderdale. Which part of Florida are you from?
Honestly, I know a lot of Americans hate on Florida. I love Florida personally. Yeah. Big fan. Bit scared of like the gators and the crocodiles. They seem a bit unnecessary. But yeah, big fan of Florida.
Good man, good man.
Love me a bit of Miami.
Love me some Florida too, but outside of December, January, I can't handle the heat. In January, I was out for like walks every day in Florida. Just January passed, I was out for walks every day in my shorts and t-shirt. Unbelievably warm, and there's like locals in like a sweater looking at me as if I've got two heads.
Yeah.
As we see the battle of the pocket pairs here. Bilan with the 6s, Panzer with the 8s. Panzer got about 17 biggie smalls to start a hand. Panzer folds the 8s, Henry. A little surprised to see that.
That is...
He wants to play the main.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. He wants to play the main. Feels incredibly tight.
And we see 2 8s folded, so good fold. Henry, I wonder how many times both of us in this life have peeled a 3-bet with a hand like pocket 8s. Hoping to flop a set and just both 8s are dead. Must have happened very, very often. Without us realizing, obviously. So you open pocket 8, someone's 3 bets, you call, and someone's folded 8 deuce and 8-4.
Yeah. Oh, you've played more Hold'em than me, so yeah, yours is...
I guess more so on PLO, actually.
I know how many times I've pilled like Queen, Jack, 10, 9, 8 double suited, and it's just come Ace, 4, 3, and I'm just like, how is this the flop?
Biggie 2018, I see what you did there. Well played. Because I said Biggie Smalls. Nicely done. I'm north of Tampa. Very nice. Good state, good people. A guy threw a stick at me in Tampa once, but it's not a fun story, so I'm not going to tell it. It was like a log from across the road. And the road was very, very busy. And he was trying to get across the road to talk to me, shall we say. And I ran away. Ran around the corner. Wow. Good times. He was a big, scary dude. If he can throw a log over the road, then...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just out of there.
Boogaloo coming with a raise. I don't know why adding the extra 25k is a thing, you know. I think just min opening is by far the most optimal option. As Bilan has ace-4 suited in the big blind. Having a little look to see. Let's see what he decides to do. Two very pretty hands about to see a flop here, potentially. Much love from West Palm Beach, Florida. Very nice.
What Bilan comes with, he is facing an under the gun open off of 9 bigs. Maybe somewhat concerned that he's up against a hand that has him crushed, but even up against ace-king, ace-queen, even against kings, queens, big pocket pairs of the like,
still got
30% he would have.
Decent equity. All in a call here, boys and girls.
Wow.
Bilan's going to be hating that snap call, but loving life when he sees the Jack-10 suited. Boogaloo said, you know what, I'm going with it. Calls it off.
Just heard a couple of big sighs at the table. I think I heard Zedek say, Jesus. 20 bigs in the middle. Boogaloo,
if Bilan can hold.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Boogaloo's going to be somewhat frustrated looking back at today. 33 hands in.
I
feel like he's...
Maybe he was watching the Frenchies play the cash game and decided to...
The old 9-bet in juice with the Jack-10.
Jack on the flop for Boogaloo. Jacks are hot today. The Ukrainian doubling up with a Jack on the river. It's never easy, Henry.
Goes from 3 outs to 4 outs. King needed at King's Resort for Bilan to score the KO. No dice.
Oh, he hits the ace, but it's not enough.
Oh, well, well. Frenchman gets the double. The old 9 big blind in juice. Robbie Toro paying off. Raquette saying, did you have pace then, Gazzy, when the guy was throwing a log at you from across?
Yes, when I was running around after the Chileans, I was telling a story while you were in the bathroom about me playing out against a South American football team when I was 16 and struggling for pace.
Right.
Because I could be a professional footballer right now if I just had pace. But that day, I was like Usain Bolt round that corner, just absolute speed runner.
I've had one similar scary-ish encounter in America where, yeah, it was very fearful.
Okay, Anfala, we're going to hear Henry's story in just a second, but Antalfa says, hello from Athens. Guys and girls, what city in the world are we all tuning in from? Tell us the city, don't tell us the country, and if it's obscure, Henry and I will try and guess where you're from.
Athens is in India, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Just on the border to Spain. So where are we all tuning in from, guys and girls? Get your cities, your hometowns in the mix.
Great numbers across the board on YouTube and Twitch for this bracelet event. Best jungler Antarctica saying The Hague.
The Hague.
You know where that is?
The Netherlands.
Yeah, it's Holland.
Play a lot of Civilization 3, so I know where The Hague is. A lot of Dutchies in the chat.
Makes sense.
YouTube, you're a little quiet, guys and girls. Get your answers in. Where are we tuning in from? As we see the raise from Zidek with ace 7 offsuit, trying to push his other stacks around. Johannesburg, Henry. It's a little geography test for us here.
Wait, what? Sorry, mate. I was focused on the Twitch chat. What were we looking at?
Johannesburg.
Right.
Where? Do you know what city? Do you know what country that is?
Yeah, South Africa.
South Africa.
Okay. Challenge me, Gazzy.
I was just checking.
Okay, all right.
Just give me an easy one.
Budapest, Bangalore, Harlem, Mönchengladbach. Okay, a lot of...
I am from Appalshire. Never heard of that. Appalshire.
Rosvadov, Kappa.
Kappa, indeed. Nicely done.
Cap.
Dutch are my people, I think. Lol. Aarhus, Denmark. Yeah, I've heard of Aarhus before. Of course.
Anyone from, like, Madagascar tuning in or somewhere like...
Or Sao Paulo. Or Aberdeen. Any Aberdonians in the chat?
Budva.
That's a beer, is it not?
Big up Budva.
Where's Budva?
Montenegro.
Oh, very nice. Kent Hadlock says, Asaka with a name like that. I think you're bluffing us there, Kent. Come on, mate. Play the game, son.
Wait, who's this?
Kent Hadlock says he's from Osaka.
Maybe. Valencia, one of my favorite cities in the world. Absolutely love Valencia. I would honestly, if I could live anywhere and taxes and languages and residencies weren't an issue, Valencia would be in my top 3 list.
Yeah? Really?
I absolutely love Valencia. What a beautiful city.
Were you close to that when you were in Spain as a kid?
About 4 hours drive? No.
Look
3
at
hours
this.
drive.
What a flop for Panzer here. Not only has he got a straight draw and a flush draw, but his opponent, Familia TV, says Sao Paulo. Yeah, mate, me too. Me too. Should we wait for a drink in Sao Paulo tonight?
Oh, man. GG Poker saying Manchester. So we jump back into this.
What a flop.
Big blind defend.
Any other?
I was just saying, you want to rent my spare bedroom in Valencia? I'll pass.
Unless you're a 27-year-old Valencia lady, I think we're going to pass. As we see the bet from Zidek. He elected to check back one of the king high boards earlier. Panzer going to look back at his cards and just confirm that he does have 40%, 80% I should say, of a straight flush.
We with 12.5 effective post flop. 1.8 in the middle. We do have fold equity. Yeah, he's going to take a quick look at the clock. He says run it. And this is going to get through up to 20 bigs. Huge pickup.
Yeah, really nice pickup. In all seriousness, he's got a lot of outs, but he does have just jack high. Lots of hands that can call him. Vincenzo Alvino says, Amsterdam, very nice, my friend.
Adesh Merko saying, I love you, anchors. You're doing awesome anchoring. Both anchors are very funny.
Who's Ron Burgundy and who's the blonde lassie? I can't remember.
Oh,
Is
wow.
it Veronica Corningstone? Is that her? Have you seen Anchorman?
I've seen parts of it. It's like my brother's favorite movie, and I think out of spite, I just deliberately didn't.
I actually can't stand it. I love Will Ferrell.
So do I.
Can't stand Anchorman.
I love Step Brothers. I love Blades of Glory.
Blades of Glory.
Great
Puppet.
movie.
There we go.
Yeah. Throw me some chicken, you know, like it's just so good. Will Ferrell was just an absolute comedic genius.
Overview 1 says Leipzig, Germany. Did you like that Champions League draw today, buddy? Are you a Leipzig fan? GG Klopp's using his first time chat to tell us he's from Gdansk. Henry, where is Gdansk?
Oh, let's try and figure this out.
I know it, but it slipped out my head.
Gdansk. I'm gonna say.
I think it's Poland, isn't it?
You go with Poland?
I'm going with Poland. Do you know why I'm going with Poland?
Go on.
Because he's just said Poland.
Oh, okay. Fair.
As we see the all-in and the call, the Jack-10 suited from Panzier, picking up that nice pot a second ago, running into the ace-10 of Kilian. Kilian found a miracle jack on the river to double up earlier, and he could be about to turn his stack into 5.5 million. 22 big blinds, absolutely huge if he can just find the hold.
Yeah, chat, this 10K bubble.
Oh, baby.
Oh, wow.
Jacks are hot today.
They are indeed.
Queens were hot. Panzier needing to fade a queen or an ace. 6 of spades on the turn. No help to the... Sorry, Kalian needing to fade the queen or the ace. 6 on the river. Kalian is going to bow out gracefully here in 13th place. Really unfortunate for him. He's not going to get that main event ticket. Got it in good. Did not win. Such is tournament poker. The variance is unbelievable. But boys and girls, we are down to 12, Henry.
We are indeed. Everyone guaranteed 10,700 euros cash and a 10,350 euro seat into the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Got it in good. Had his opponent dominated blind v blind, but the poker gods put a jack out on the flop, and well,
Jacks are hot.
jacks are hot. Are indeed. Right, chat, we've got a lot of different things going on, trying to keep you guys company as well as call the action. Appreciate all of you getting involved in the chat. Obviously makes our lives a lot easier in the commentary booth, being so engaged with you lot.
Shout out to No Risk, No Fun saying Z-Deck go. Very nice, my friend. Overview 1 says, of course it's great. Pep and Erling, what do you want more? I was actually there the day that Erling Haaland scored his first goal for Man City. I went to West Ham v Man City and saw the first ever goal.
When was that?
When did you ask? Get out of my life, all right? Get out of my life, Henry. How many viewers we got over on Twitch there?
Oh, we're smashing it, mate. 667 on the Kings channel, and then 145 on WSOP, 500 on Poker Room Kings, Germany. And we're cooking over here, we're cooking. 1,500 people.
48 likes over on YouTube. We've got 787 watching. Guys and girls, all 787 of you right now, stop what you're doing, click that like button. We'd for sure be grateful.
Would appreciate it, as we're going to take a quick 2-minute break as we're looking to rebalance the tables. We have 7 on the other table, 5 on this. So a couple of minutes whilst we get a player from the outer table. As Gazzy said, please do go ahead and hit that like button if you're watching over on YouTube. Really allows me and Gary to kind of flex in the meetings. We'll be like, look at the numbers, look at the amount of people that are engaging in the chat, look how many likes we got. Also allows us to reach a much wider audience, and obviously, as most of you are probably aware of already, would love to help contribute to growing the great game. The more eyes to be on these bracelet events from Europe. A little bit different than what you guys over in America are used to. I hope you are enjoying the coverage wherever you are in the world. Henry Kilbane alongside Gary Blackwood for the entire series. And whilst we have you here, you can see in the chat as well, we're running a special promo just for stream viewers. You can use code STREAM10 to get 10% off your orders at kings.shop. And you may have seen in Daniel Negreanu's vlog some custom WSOP merchandise that he received. Break is just 2 minutes, chat. Cards will be back up in the air momentarily.
I believe it's a redraw.
It's not a redraw, they're just bringing over a player.
Oh, there he is, Mr. Wheeler.
It is indeed. New player, seat 1. Wheeler nursing a stack of around about 18 bigs. He's the last American left in the field.
How cool would it be to have an American come across the pond and just take a bracelet? Pretty sick.
Would be. I'd love to see it. Worstan saying, do the people on YouTube also see the ads that we do on Twitch? Do you know? No ads on YouTube as far as I'm aware, other than the YouTube ads. But if you have an ad blocker, super easy to install. I personally use, what's my ad blocker called?
All that money and you don't have YouTube Premium?
No, because I have Spotify Premium. I use uBlock, chat. Free to use and super effective.
Watch your language, Z-Deck. Dropping F-bombs on my stream, I don't think so.
Apparently I shouldn't be promoting ad blockers. Am I not allowed to promote ad blocks? I don't know. It feels like if anything a good friend would do, be like, hey mate, can you help me out? Yeah, use this.
Absolutely.
Like,
Guys, if Gazzy B is in the booth solo tomorrow, you'll know why. Right, cards are back in the air. Whilst we're waiting for some dramatic stuff to happen, we've asked you guys where you're from. Now I want to know, what football team do you support? Get your weird and wonderful answers in, please. No Man United fans. No Hamilton Accies fans. Who's your team, guys? Let us know. And maybe Henry and I can guess where in the world you're from. Isexa says Chelsea. Very nice. Ajax, love it. Glory Hunters, the first two. Any fellow Motherwell fans?
And a good hand, though. I did too.
Henry is top.
Better, I guess.
PSV, of course, Ajax, Valencia, Viborg, FF,
Viborg, Swedish team.
Porto. Man, I need to go to Portugal.
Porto v Inter Milan in the Champions League. Are you happy with that draw? Apocalypse says Nottingham Forest. I hate Nottingham Forest. I hope they go down.
Wait,
sorry, buddy.
Why do you hate Nottingham Forest?
Because they've come up. They've signed 25 players. They've signed Jesse Lingard, who's the worst person on this planet. That's me getting banned again. QPR, Juve, Manchester United. Well, Manchester, that could be either of the two. Mighty Aston Villa. Boulder says U-Block, very nice. Familia TV says Corinthians. Maybe you are from Sao Paulo after all.
You're banned.
Berry FC, love it. Red Star Belgrade, Serbian team, very nice. Richmond, non-league English team. Anyone else, guys, want to tell us what team you support? Rafael Leo is one of the best Portuguese now. What do you think of Ronaldo? Love him or hate him? Benji Law says Super Crew Alexandra. Signed a guy called Chris Long, came from Crew Alexandra to play for Motherwell. Good player, but very, very moody player.
Chat, if anyone wants to send in formal complaints about Gary Blackwood's strong opinions, feel free to send them over to henry@kingsresort.com. I'll forward your emails on to the right people. And yeah, maybe Gary will get a disciplinary strike in the next board meeting. You never know.
Just so I can quit. Right, to the flop, 10-6 versus 9-4. Queen 3 deuce. Wheeler in the mixer already. We haven't seen too many small blind limps so far, Henry. It's been a lot of action, a lot of raises before it gets to the small blind. Denver Broncos. I said football, not hand egg. There's always one. Paolo says Legia Warsaw. Very nice, my friend.
Good table, right?
As Wheeler takes it down with the best hand.
Actually, that table was insane.
Rickett saying, will this strike be before or after your ad block advertisement comes up for discussion? I don't know what's wrong with, like, are you not allowed to promote ad blocks or like?
I don't know. I don't know. I
I
do not know. Guys and girls, in all seriousness, thank you very much for tuning in, keeping it light, keeping it friendly in the booth. 700 on YouTube, 600 on Twitch, and there's a couple of other channels where this is being streamed as well.
Yeah, I must admit, I've really enjoyed the engagement so far today. It's been a ton of fun.
Hasn't it just?
Worth mentioning that we're 2 hours in, and I was about to say we've only lost 3 players. I just saw the field number drop down to 11, so we have lost a player on the outer table. Head over to kingsresort.com to check out the live blog for those of you looking to sweat that outer table. 11 left. Everyone now guaranteed 12,000 and change. Sorry, 13,437 for their efforts.
Not to mention the 10K ticket as well. Very nice payday for everyone that's made it this far. 3,000 runners. We're down to the final 11. Zedek has ripped in the small blind, and below says, do you know what? Run it. I want to see 5. See at the river. Zedek with the best of it right now. Below with 34% equity. Do not forget, chat, that the equity you see on your screen, that takes into account all the folded cards. Mikael Glant says, come on, boys, hit that like button. Boys and girls. Plenty of ladies watching as well.
You look You look stronger.
I'm gonna
39 hands in.
Zidek looking to hold here and knock the field down to 10. King 9-3. What about this for a flop? Top pair for below. But Henry, it's never easy, is it?
Never easy. Indeed. I don't know why it's got below's outs to hold in the top, but they've got them up there. Deuce of diamonds on the turn changes nothing. Zidek needs an ace, 9 or a spade.
Okay, 9 of clubs.
How does he miss? He's got just the right amount of outs.
Red 6.
Red 6 called, red 6 delivered. I tell you what, Zidek hasn't really ran well in these all-in spots other than the aces against ace-king. He's got it in good a couple of times. Below, winner of the 2021 Polish Poker Cup in Bratislava, won just shy of 50,000 euros for his efforts there.
Bratislava, of course, in Slovakia.
Luca Marchetti fell short in 12th place. The Italian ran his Queen 8 into the ace queen of Lubas Lasko over on the outer table. He bowed out in 12th, so 11 left. Shortest stack was Andres below before that hand. It is now Victor Anatu playing just 3.2 million. Pretty tight in the middle of the pack. I mean, Gary, we are down to the final 11 and we have 6 players with less than 20 big blinds.
Yeah, it's that kind of tournament, you know, with so many runners, and it's not exactly a slow structure, because of course if it was a slow structure we'd be here until 2023 trying to get the job done. As we see below, pick up the ladies. Mamacitas in the small blind for him. Is he going to limp? Is he going to shove? Let's see what he decides to do. All right, 17 bigs, taking his sweet time before he decides. And he's going to rip it. And unfortunately for him, Bilan got nada.
Yeah, seeing some pretty straightforward / honest poker being played, which I can understand. I would like to see players, you know, getting a bit creative with some of their bigger hands. We've seen the jacks just rip it in blind v blind. Now the queens for 13.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, anyone in the chat with ICM, do we want to be getting overly creative? I feel like blind v blind off of 13, a hand like queens really wants to limp jam, or limp call obviously, against the jam. So we just fold out all of the bottom of range when our opponents could easily just 3x trashy hands like 8-3 and whatnot.
I think you're absolutely right, Henry. I think we want to be limping in there sometimes. Obviously, it is nice to just go ahead and rip and see what happens, let the cards fall where they may. But getting trappy is never a bad thing, particularly a hand like queens, which doesn't need too much protection from overcards. As we see, Panzier raising to 500,000 under the gun, comes with them in open, and Mr. Wheeler all the way from Chicago.
Doesn't have the worst hand in the world to 3-bet fold.
We're going to see a re-raise after he takes this time, but elects to just let it go. Oh, Mr. Wheeler.
Missing a 22 big blind stack. See the payouts in the chat there for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to hear my Jason Wheeler story?
It's your story, mate. Yeah.
I feel like I've built it up to something it's not.
Oh no! Is it another
what?
Disappointing Gary Blackwood story?
Yes, it is.
Kind of like your jokes, your dad jokes.
Oi, you take that back. Right. So I think the year is 2018. I'm playing my first ever World Series of Poker main event.
Oh no!
think I'm a
Oh.
It's okay, you know? I let like this and fold.
Wow.
So
So
Bulan has
just set
completed.
fire to 125k. Didn't realize that it had been opened.
Matthew will play 25k. Matthew will play 25k. And you? Yeah. You also, Lucifer?
Wow.
You also?
Well, that's a pretty brutal live misclick.
Yeah.
Really need to stay dialed in these spots, chat. Pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on. Would have flopped an open ender. What a weird spot.
What will you play after WSOP?
Below with 3.5.
Where will you go after WSOP?
Behind 1.4 in the middle.
Yeah, and then EPD Prague. And time off. And then time off. Thinking of going to Amsterdam. Not like big, but it's going to be fun. 6
Gets checked through. 5 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board.
Bulu immediately reaching. Henry spoke about this earlier. He tends to act hella quickly. Comes out with a very quick stab here for 350,000 chippies.
Yeah, big fan of this turn probe for quarter pot.
Around 350.
Also same stuff.
Not going to get the job done though. Panzier correctly deciphering that his ace king is going to be good a lot of the time here.
I'm trying to figure
Makes a
it
call. Bulu looking for a 7, an 8,
out. Can you
or a
beat the
9 to take the lead. Panzier staring him down. 6 of hearts on the river. Bit of a disaster card if you're Boogaloo, because now the ace-x type hands a little more likely to call.
Not this WSOP, but the one that they threw in October.
Not going to slow him down, Gary. As he goes B25 on the turn, B50 thereabouts on the river.
Straight draws miss, flush draws miss. Panzier with just ace high. One of the better ace highs to call with though. Your opponent shouldn't be bluffing much ace-x or king-x. So you unblock those bluffs. Don't block too much value, mind you. You don't block ace-6 suited. You do block king-6 suited. You don't block king-5 suited.
I was like, oh, this just happens all the time.
These guys really focused. Every pot extremely important. Makes the call.
Nice call, sir. Take a bow, not easy. Obviously easy for us in the booth and at home, but out there, bright lights, cameras.
Don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah, 2 players away from a WSOP bracelet event final table. Stays dialed in and finds the correct call, up to 10 million in chips down. The Frenchman, Crumbs. Crumbs remain. Gary, please do tell us this story before the final table, mate.
Right. I feel like I've built it up into something that's not. It's kind of a sad story, to be honest.
Did he bust first hand? Of the
No. So I sat down. I did my tradition. For those that know me, I like to have a wee joke when I sit down at the main event. I went up to the table and said, is this
5-5?
Is this 2-5 no limit? Okay, I got a wee laugh at that day. It was my first ever main event, right? I swear to God that's true. It's my first ever main event. First hand, get dealt aces, win like this 10 big blind pot, turn it over and say, this is my first ever main event, this is my first ever hand, this is so cool, right? Like, just having a bit of light-hearted banter with the table. A lot of them were like, oh, wow, okay, cool, that's pretty sweet. Mr. Wheeler was also at the table. 6-7 hands later, I play this pot version where I arrive at the river with jack high, try and bet. He snaps me off a second pair. And I'm like, yeah, you win, jack high. And just out of nowhere, he's just dragging in this pot being like, yeah, that's what I effing thought. These effing Euros coming in and with their cute lines telling us it's their first ever main event, like we're going to believe this BS. Yeah, he thinks that we believe this. And I'm just sitting there like, mate, whoa, it's my first ever main event. Would you calm down, please?
Wow.
And he's like, yeah, cute line telling us it's your first main event, like we're going to believe it. I was like, right, mate, take the 4 big blinds in level 2. Jesus. That's my Jason Wheeler story.
No.
He just blew up out of nowhere.
Just they like sending the Europeans a message, man.
I was just sitting there like my mum had just yelled at me. I was like, okay, sorry.
Wheeler has opened the ace-9 from under the gun.
814 watching on YouTube. Let's check the like count. Panzier with the jacks. Going to move all in. Mr. Wheeler unable to continue, of course. 72 likes on YouTube. Looks like we are set to smash our target of 100. Henry, I think we should lift that target. 150?
Let's go 200, mate.
Oh, ho, ho. Don't tease me.
Let's go 200.
200 likes on YouTube. Let's make it happen. Let's go, yeah, let's go 200. Let's see if we can do it. See if we can get across that line. As we have 857 on Twitch, 829 on YouTube. Big shout out to everyone that's watching as we are crowning the winner of the Colossus today. Started with almost 3,000 players. We are down to the final 11. 170,000 euros plus the bracelet up top.
10 left? Or do you go hand for hand at 10 left or no? No? Don't believe.
No hand for hand confirmed, which I think I like. I think I prefer no hand for hand, but the players have got to be vigilant with regards to the other players at the table who might be tanking a little bit. JMake07 says, gotta love poker. I certainly do, my friend. Bootaloo folding the ace-4 off on the button with just 10 big blinds. Henry, a little surprised to see that, folding ace-4 off on the button off of 10 bigs.
Let's get it done.
Ace-4 off on the button with 10 bigs. Lets it go. Very tight fold. Panzier going to call the small blind. Wheeler in the big blind with just shy of 15 bigs.
Yeah, blinds have gone up to 150, 300k. One would assume that these chips are going to find their way into the middle.
A very fast structure.
2-1.
All in from Wheeler. Gets the job done. King Leon is the way approved, the purest of quality. Don't know what you're talking about there, Ernesto, but please do clarify. Mi amigo. Time to be angry says, good fold, ace-4 on the button. Yeah, hindsight is a wonderful thing. He would have been snapped off. And with 1-4 dead, very likely he would be out the tournament. King 10 suited for below under the gun, off of about 13 bigs. I think this might be his spot 6-handed. Because again, 13 bigs, you could get it in good, you could get it in with reasonable equity, but you could also take down the 750,000 pre-flop, which is mega every time you do it.
Yeah, King 10 feels like a nice hand to raise fold off of 13.
Does come with the raise as opposed to the all-in.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this.
I would have just stuck it in.
Off of 13?
Yeah.
I think that's a bit of a punt.
I'm a bit of a punter myself. Wheeler.
You and me both, pal.
Small blind. Gonna let it go. Zdeck with the suited ace in the big. Is he gonna find the 3-bet shove here? He seems very in tune. Strikes me as someone who knows their ranges. Certainly not gonna fold. But not a terrible hand to just go ahead and shove. He's got a look in his eye that he wants to just rip this in here.
Gary Blackwood just wants an early night.
Not at all. Does come with the call. I tell you, Henry, I'm absolutely loving this. Really enjoyed the cash streams for the past few days, but really nice to get back into the swing of things with lots of great tournament streams coming your guys' way. Heads up to the flop now. 3 of clubs in the window.
Ooh, what a sweat from the dealer. Zdeck must be fuming.
I know, right?
That flop. 3 of clubs in the window, followed by a 4 and a king. Top pair for the Hungarian. Gut shot, backdoor clubs. Four's the deck. Feels like a range bet, small, somewhere in the realm of 20% to 33%. Comes slightly bigger. Yeah, Zdeck just going to get out of there. due to that larger sizing.
Interesting decision to use that larger sizing. And as you mentioned, it forces the deck out.
Down to the final 11 players here. Bracelet event number 5, €550 buy-in Colossus. Just shy of 3,000 runners. Aces for the Dutchman, who
I thought he was folding them for a second there.
played incredibly well so far today. With that great call earlier on with ace high. Jammed on Wheeler with the jacks. I mean, running hot, playing well, lethal combination.
C-deck with the Queen Dewey. Shout out is really wrong. Gonna let it go. King 7 for below. Somewhat defendable hand in the big blind here. King 6, King 5, maybe not so much. King 8, King 9, of course. King 7, perhaps right on the line. Curious to see if he does elect to defend here. If he does, he's going to need a lot of help. Decides to just let it go, though. I think that's fine. You know, King 8 right on the line. King 7 probably just going to be a fold.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, especially with this structure and especially with the way that the stacks are currently spread out.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Carlos says, why do they take so long to open? It's just the way it goes at this stage of the tournament, buddy. Every few seconds that you can spare, somebody busts on the other table, then you win more money. Your EV goes up. So you just want to take a few seconds without taking too long. Although, might feel like a little too long to some of you watching at home. Pocket 10s now for Panzier. Going for the hat trick. Opening it on up once again. Comes in the min open. Wheeler with 5-3 suited in the cutoff. Gonna just let this go. Of course. C-deck with that fold also. 11 players remain. We will be down to the final table when we get to 9. Below in the small blind, not able to play 9-5. And Bilan picking up another blackjack hand in the big blind. 8-3 and now 8 deuce. I like folding the 8 deuce face up and asking the dealer if I can double down.
Oh my word.
Never done that before?
Take the button, please.
So it's hard when you've got 7 cards in front of you like you do.
Panzer is getting slapped in the face from Z-deck. 10s, jacks, aces, ace king, all within the last couple of orbits. Great time to start picking up hands.
Chat pros know their tunes, especially the OGs. Ah, okay. Okay. Gotcha. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in, guys and girls. Really appreciate the love from all of y'all so far. 1,500 viewers watching as we play down to a winner today. 170,000 euros. Wheeler now with the pocket 3s. Going to come in for a raise off of about 17 bigs.
One raise, 675.
That is a pretty interesting raise size. See, a lot of these players using min raises, but Wheeler coming with about 2.3x.
Yeah, I think this larger sizing is designed to really de-incentivize the big blind defend.
Yeah.
See the range of hands that we can defend versus this size. It's a lot narrower than via min, and with the ICM, that makes a lot of sense to just try and take it down pre-flop, especially with a hand that's vulnerable as 3s.
Also, if your opponents are not adjusting to your larger raise size and are calling the same range. Hold that thought. As Bilan says, it's time. Let's dance. All in for 12 bigs. Wheeler with a bit of a decision to make. Doesn't look like he wants to make the call, though. Player of his quality and experience doesn't want to be flipping here. lets it go. Pocket threes into the muck. Bilan with a very nice pickup there. 3-bet shove getting through.
Seeing some updates in the chat about that PLO 5K bracelet event number 6. Apocalypse and Martin Cabral out in 51st in the PLO before the money. Let's take a look over there. We got Daniel Dvoris currently in 6th. Sean Deeb in 4th, looking for his 6th bracelet. It is Finland's, sorry, I do apologize, Iceland's Eran Dov Kami, currently the chip leader out in there. Roland Israel Ashfali currently in 10th. Recognize that name. Laszlo Boytash, Omaha for rolls, still in the mix. Absolute crusher.
Omaha for holes in the mix.
Michael Magalashvili also out there. Recognizable name from Israel. Danny Negreanu, one of the shortest stacks, still in. Felipe Ramos also in. Martin Dam as well. I don't recognize any of my boys there. All my boys out. Damn.
Couple of playable hands for two players now. Zedek with a raise to 600k. Bilan on the button with ace-jack offsuit. He knows that Zedek has been raising really wide. Does he want to just take this spot for 16 bigs? Maybe he can 3-bet fold. Says it's time. Says dealer, let's dance. Zedek with a bit of a decision to make here. For 16.3 bigs.
This hijack v button. Late position v late position.
Oh, I thought he was going to put the chips in there, but he does have a genuine decision to make. We see some of these guys tanking a little bit to deter their opponents from shoving on them lights.
Takes a look over at the clock. Has to call 15 bigs. I feel like
is he looking over the
for
other
chips, this is a call. I think sevens is probably ace is probably like a slam dunk, but I don't know how slam dunkish it actually is with ICM.
Yeah.
With this structure, and as I already mentioned, with the way the stacks are currently laid out. Bit of frustrating few orbits for Zedek, losing a couple of small all-ins, was getting close to being in that kind of cruise control position. Could have very well had 20, 22 million had he held in a couple of spots. Instead finds himself playing 12 million and...
The rest of the field have dragged him back down.
Yep.
Bit of a tough spot for him here. I wonder if he's going to make the call. Decides to just let it go. Do you think he calls if he can see the cards?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure in that spot. Quick pitching from the dealer as silence falls on this feature table. Players have quietened down over there. It's kind of all laughs and smiles at the start of the day. This prolonged ticket bubble, 50 hands in. It's getting pretty tense out there now that it's really tightened up. I mean, chip leader with 40 big blinds, I believe.
Boogaloo, 1.3 million, just 4.5 big blinds. Gonna say all in, obviously completely standard. Panzer gonna let it go, and Wheeler kind of tempting to call here, but I don't think he will make it.
Be kind to everyone saying late game tournament strategy is a science within itself. It truly is. It's a great way of explaining it.
It's like quantum physics squared.
1.32.
Wheeler, really close spot for him, given the price that he is being laid. But on the other hand, it is about 20% of his stack. More than that, sorry.
I mean, he's getting 2 to 1 on a call, has 37% equity, only needs 33, so would be a profitable call if he were to make it. Again, there's a lot more to factor in than just direct odds. 11 left in a 3K runner field. So he has made the call. It took me a while to see that. Does flick in the call. 3.1 million chip pot. Bootaloo, the player at risk, but with the best of it, Wheeler will be less or down to 9 bigs. Flops a pair, however, and now a more than 2 to 1 favorite to win this hand and eliminate the Frenchman in 11th. King on the turn.
Oh.
Swingy hand. Can Bootaloo find the hold here to get back up to over 10 bigs? Does indeed. Wheeler now on fumes. Down to just 9 big blinds. Chat, I am very surprised that we are not down to the final table yet. The amount of all-ins that we've had today. A lot of swings. Overall tournament chip leader playing just 43 big blinds with 11 left. Expect the action to continue to be thick and fast.
Be really nitty to fold there, I think.
Wow, it's the deck.
Handing out needles again.
Love that.
So that gives no Fs. As Henry is absolutely right. 11 left. We've only had 4 bust outs today. Considering the nature of the tournament, the structure, and all the all-ins we've had, as we see Bilan pick up the King 7. Let's see if he decides to come in for a raise here.
Yeah, and also, can we just applaud these guys on the pace of play? We're 2 hours in, 50 hands. That's 25 hands an hour in a, you know, this tournament environment with a ton of pressure and a lot of money up for grabs. Love this from Bilan, by the way. Finding the open from the hijack with the King 7 suited. I feel like there are a couple of spots that our chip leader could have taken. He kind of passed up on.
The only downside to raising this is you're raising into the chip leader in the big blind. So, you know, you could, if you're really unfortunate, end up busting. But I agree with Henry. I like this raise. I think it's good to see these players take these spots because, as you mentioned, you know, these you just pick it up, and it's absolutely massive. You just pick up the blinds and antes. Never a bad thing.
And with the 5s, 23 bigs. Yeah, I like it. I tell you what, I've seen Bilan take a couple of rejam spots now, opening the King 7 suited from the hijack and folding the 5s. This guy seems to be pretty dialed in and very aware of what's at stake here and how to navigate it.
Yeah.
I feel like if he gets a double, maybe a true contender to take this one down.
Yeah, I like the King 7 suited open. I would have opened the 5s as well. Deuces, 3s, 4s, not so much 5s. Although, right on the line, the EV is going to be very, very neutral in that spot. Sorry, not very. It's going to be very, very close in that spot. It can't be very, very neutral. It's going to be very, very close. As we see, Zdeck with the 10-9 in the small round makes a call. Below in the big blind with Queen 6 offsuit. 22 bigs. It is. And we see Zdeck is actually a favourite to win this hand, given the folded cards. Always really important to remember that the equities take into consideration all the folded cards. Jack 7-3. Not a bad flop for the 10-9 of Z deck. He's got the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Also 2 overcards to a lot of the 7x and 3x combos that Below is going to have. I think we'll see a bet here of about 350,000. Comes with min. Below with just queen high, no backdoor flush draw working for him either. Lets it go. Z-Deck with a nice pick up there with the second best hands.
See Apocalypse UK in the chat saying Negrano is out of the PLO 5K in 27th, finding a cash for 10,000 euros. Pam saying, wow, mint cash with 6 bullets. Damn, yeah, that is rough. 20K in the grand scheme of things for Dean Eggs.
Tough start to the series for him, but nice to get his first cash out of the way, I'm sure. Panzier coming in for the raise. One of our technical members, Zach, coming into the booth there. Absolute legend of the production crew.
Yeah, he is.
Got wonderful hair, just luscious.
Instagram end boss as well.
Yeah.
Certainly worth following. Just puts out some amazing content.
And that hair, as I mentioned, guys and girls, if only you could see it. We need a webcam in the booth for the next time Zach comes in.
Some big names left in that 5K. Laszlo Wojtas, Dvorak, Sean Deeb and Felipe Ramos. Keep you guys updated, but for those of you that want to sweat that hand for hand over there, head over to the King's Resort live blog update.
King 4 deuce. Bilan not able to connect. He does have the best hand, but I feel like if Panzier bets this, it will get the job done, as Bilan does not have a club in his hand. Panzier shipping up very nicely indeed here. Up to 10 million now. And as Henry said, you combine the quality of play with a little bit of run good, and this is what you get. Reaching for chips. Going to come with about 525 by the looks of things. Little less 425. King high board's really good for the pre-flop raiser.
I like music.
Yeah, interesting sizing. Going small is going to keep a wider range in from the big blind defense. Not sure how I feel like, or how I feel about the king, the queen jack rather. I guess blocking king queen, king jack offsuit, maybe not the worst hand to kind of start setting something up on the flop and barreling turn with. Just gets the snap fold from the ace 10. Panzier now tied with the chip lead, I believe. Currently have over 2,000 of you across the board tuned in. Those of you watching over on the King's Resort YouTube channel, if we get up to 150 likes, I will go and find Daniel Negrano and invite him into the commentary booth with Gazzy B.
Yeah, I'll hang out with Daniel for a little bit.
Bit of commentary before he jumps into the 25K. So go ahead, smash that like button. Costs you nothing. It helps us bring this coverage to a much wider audience, as Wheeler likely to be all in here for his final 8.5 bigs. A mile in. I love the American accent.
High stakes poker, the theme song.
Yeah, I love that.
That's what I thought as well when I heard it. Below, gonna rejam the 7-3. No, lets it go. Playing tight. Henry just gave me a look, just like.
Hang on a minute, man.
Stop.
What is going on?
Bootaloo with a spot now in the big blind with pocket fours. These two with very, very similar chip stacks.
Bootaloo just doubled courtesy of Wheeler. Does he want to return the favor?
We've seen a 7 folded.
Hand number 53, would you believe, chat? Just 2 hours into the stream. Fast-paced action here. Final 2 tables. Discipline laydown from Bootaloo.
Hop Holland, yes indeed. Shout out to Elridge. Jika says Negranu lost. Negranu unfortunately was not able to win the PLO 5K. As Wargosk wastes his first time chat to post some emojis. Welcome to the stream. Guys and girls, as Henry says, plenty watching out there in the world. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. And as mentioned, 150 likes on YouTube, and y'all might get a special treat. Wheeler with ace-6 suited, 11 big blinds under the gun. Really close spot for him here. Does he want to take it? And he says yes.
Good man. Wheeler's here to win. He'll take these spots all day.
All in with ace-6 suited. Really close spot for him, but he does decide to go with it. And if he can pick up back-to-back pots pre-flop, he'll add 1.5 million total to his stack over the last 2 hands.
3.3.
3.3.
Correct.
You are the correct player. Okay. You are correct.
8-5 for the Frenchman.
Get King Leon in the booth. Yes, please.
Kings of Leon? No, they're on tour, guys. Come on.
Oh.
Come on, they're on tour. They're busy.
But it's nice that we're keeping score. I like it. In a friendly way, too, you know?
The next one is mine. Next 2 are mine. Just don't go all in, because then it's too much. I don't feel like it doesn't seem fair.
If one of these players wants to tilt Jason Wheeler, just tell him it's the first time you're playing the Colossus. See him blow up at you for no
Big
reason.
blind here, big blind there. You can have the big one.
Okay. Deal. I also want to break, so.
11 players remaining. It's a miracle we've only had 4 bust outs after 55 hands.
I've only been here 35
That means 110 hands total over the 2 tables, roughly. And only 4 bust outs. Considering the pace of the structure and some of the stack sizes, I think we'll see a lot more all-ins, a lot more calls. Really enjoying the commentary here this afternoon from sunny Rozvadov in the Czech Republic, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. Bilan with ace-5 of diamonds in the cutoff.
Odds on you on break going out to Wheeler and saying, first time playing the Colossus, mate.
I tweeted at him a couple of months ago and told him what he did, and he was just like, lol. I was alright, cool. But yeah, I'll go ahead and tell him. I'll be like, hey, do you remember me? You yelled at me in front of 8 of my peers for just telling you all that I played the main event for the first time. I told you, man, I can hold a grudge.
Yeah, I was going to say, you struggle with letting stuff go.
1K viewers on YouTube. How many likes have we got? A whopping 106. 44 to go, guys and girls. Appreciate the love from y'all so far.
Worst Hand saying +1 for enjoying the commentary. Some of the live poker commentary on other channels has been ... Do not leave us hanging, Worst Hands. Come on, no cliffhangers.
Yeah, come on.
In the chat.
Who do you love? Who do you not love?
That should be a rule.
Grudges are good for the soul. Mate, don't even. I can hold a grudge like anything.
Wow.
Got family members I haven't spoken to in years over the silliest of things, and I'm not even a little bit making that up.
I know you're not, so I'm kind of laughing, but also kind of pained by that at the same time.
Thank you.
Maybe I let things go too easily.
Not me.
Oh, no, 13.
Wheeler with 7 deuce in the small. A little frustrating for him to look down at that. Shows it. C-deck shows the queen deuce.
So we are coming up to a break at the end of this level, which is somewhat surprising. I kind of felt like we'd be down to the final table by this level, but we are not.
I thought we'd be back in the hotel by now, mate.
Still 11 left. It's going to be an incredibly shallow final table. You can see average stack, it's just 22 big blinds. See what Pansia comes with in the cutoff. Queen 9 suited. And the chip lead. We're going to get out of there, as will Zedek.
Those two very even in terms of their chip stacks. Would love to just see them just like aces v kings.
Why?
Just, I think it would be incredible.
Why, mate? We're playing for a bracelet and 6 figures, and you just want the coldest of decks to seal the deal.
They could just chop it. I just want to see it.
Aces v kings, deuce 3, 4, 5, 6, run out. Hungarian below, gonna defend 2.5 behind, 1.7 in the middle. That's how shallow these stacks are. And he's flopped trip 7s.
Ay, ay, ay. Below made a couple of disciplined folds out of the big blind, decided 10-7 was his time, and talk about timing. The best part of this is that the SPR is extremely low, which means that he is going to pick up some much needed chips. Panzer, with just 4%, he's running hearts, or running nines, or running queens. Gonna bet here for 325. I think we'll see below come with just a call.
Deep in the tank. Weighing up his options. Does come with call. Must say, I do like this. Fold out all of the auto folds, the hands that Panzer is just stabbing with, like the Queen 9.
Yeah.
When we come with the check raise, and likely to be getting the money in against aces, ace, king, king, queen across 3. See if Panzer comes small, or just waves the white flag on this one. Probably feels like most ace highs are going in pre, so it's less likely to be getting floated by ace x backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those, you know, ace-8 offsuit type hands are probably just going to have to let it go on the flop. So Panzer, I think you'd much rather just barrel with equity, a hand like 8-6 suited. You know, turn club draws, and what a river that is. Below makes a full house, but he can't be loving life on the king river. Not too many bluffs in his range either here. Let's see what he decides to do. He decides to check it on over to Panzer, who does have a smidgen of showdown now. He can beat hands like 2s, 3s, 4s, 6s. All those types of hands. Does elect to check it back. Below going to pick up some much needed chips. Well played hand by Panzer, acknowledging that he doesn't want to barrel this hand on the turn. Decides not to bluff the river. Really tough to make your opponent fold on that run out. Double paired runouts are just really hard to make people fold on. So a nicely played hand by both, in my humble opinion. Last hand before the break. 11 players remaining. Wheeler in the cutoff. Gonna have to let the king 7 go. Zedek on the button with plenty of chips. Now the chip leader after Panzer lost that last hand.
Yeah, and the break EV, the break fold EV.
Somebody really needs to pee. Does decide to let it go though, and talk about a good fold. As below picks up pocket jacks in the small. Seeing a lot of all-ins in the small line with strong hands. Are we going to see a change in that now? Perhaps a limp, or maybe even a raise. I feel like you just never see the small line raise anymore. It's either a limp or a fold or a shove. Comes with the call. Below with Queen 7. Not strong enough to raise for value. Not weak enough to raise as a bluff. I think we see this go check extremely often. Although he hasn't checked yet. Does decide to check. Really good check from him. We want to be raising hands like 7-3 before a hand like this. This hand has reasonable playability post-flop, but not on that flop. How about 3 jacks, Henry?
How about top set? You did say it, mate. Jacks are hot today.
Didn't even think of that.
They really have been. 11 left in a bracelet event with just shy of 3K runners. Blind v blind, you flop top set. You slide it on over to your opponent, who takes the bait, fires out. Bet of 300,000.
Below is hashtag loving life here. Almost certainly going to just call. No sense juicing the pot when you block so many top pairs. 6 of hearts on the turn, and if you're in Below's shoes, you're going to think that your opponent has connected with that turn at a relatively decent frequency. Not likely they have a jack. Decent amount of 6x wants to stab on the flop for value / protection. So Below could be very, very excited here. We can see that Bilan just has queen high. No full house for him, but that's not stopping him. Going to take another stab here by the looks of things. Counting out chips.
Yeah, queen high, queen of hearts, unblocking some of the ace high, king high floats. Also some of the gutters of the world, which I guess we're ahead of, so.
The overcard, of course, very important. I just wonder, though, he's got plenty of 5-4, 5-3, 4-3 turned heart combos. Does he need to go as wide as queen 7? You're absolutely right. Unblocking those ace highs and king highs working very well for him. The overcard working very well for him. Below makes the call. Curious to see what's going to happen on the river here. 4 of spades, absolute brickament. Some of those gut shots do get there though. So not the brick I perhaps initially thought I should say.
3 million in the middle. Hungarian with 3.2 behind. It's always tempting to kind of check call, you know, kind of panic with top boat. But I do think we should just extend as much rope as possible. We're getting the money in against the 6. Absolutely. We're getting a lot of money in against the jack. We want to keep the bluffs of Bilan's range in there, and a snap fold from Bilan on the river as Below does come with the check called lead river. Up to 6.1 million, quite a start to today for the Hungarian as we're going on our first 10-minute break of the final day, 2022 WSOP Europe Colossus. Zadek still leading the pack with 12 million. What could have been for him, could have easily ran away with it up to 20 mil. Catch you guys in 10, don't go anywhere. A very warm welcome back to King's Resort here in Rozvadov, the Czech Republic, WSOP Europe. Colossus final day as we see Tony G's car parked out front. 50 hands, or 58 hands in, I should say. About to the final 11.
But I think racing is better for me.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's no audio on break. I do apologize for that.
I not look.
No, I didn't look either. Friend told me.
What you have?
Small pair.
Small pair. Yeah.
Let's take a quick look at the likes over on YouTube. 119, don't forget, get up to 150. I'm going to go out to the main tournament floor, find Mr. Daniel Negreanu, and ask him if he wants to come and join me in the commentary booth for some commentary. So go ahead, like that video, free of charge. Helps us reach a much wider audience. Spreads the word.
Yeah, I don't love it, but I just can't. I ran the numbers and I try to make the numbers pretend to be something else, but no, the numbers are the numbers. I tried to imagine
Cards will be in, shortly.
Unicorn is unicorn.
As Gazzy B, Mr. Gary Blackwood, returns to the booth.
Henry, I've just fist bumped someone, right?
Oh, on your bad hand.
Yeah, my bad hands. So there's, I don't know if you've, it's not like a head of the bed, but it's like on the side of the wall, and I thought it was padded.
I know what you mean, yeah.
And the referee gave a decision against us, and I just tried to throw a wee punch out at it because I thought it was padded, and it's effing not. My hand's in bits, and I've just fist bumped Cold Smile. Shout out Cold Smile. I think it might be broken.
Yeah. Really?
No, it's probably not broken. I'm just being a bit dramatic, but it's really sore. Kevin Clancy, the referee yesterday, I blame him.
I'll have a look at it later. I've broken my hands many times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King, Queen, all suit for Ballo. Won that very nice pot just before the break with the full house.
Did indeed. Blinds have gone up to 200k, 400k. Ballo opening off of a 15 big blind stack. And
all in from Boodeloo with 5 bigs. Pretty standard if you ask me.
In it goes, Gary Blackwood, hand number 59, 11 players left, everyone guaranteed 13,437 euros for their efforts, plus that 10k seat into the main. Currently on a 4k ladder or thereabouts, 3.5k ladder between 11th, 10th and 9th.
Big hand here. If we lose Boodeloo, we're down to 10, final table bubble. But if he can find a double, he's up to over 10 bigs. Paint in the window, more paint behind it. Queens have been hot this week. Boodeloo needs a lot of help. Can he find the ace? 5 of hearts changes nothing on the turn. No extra outs for him. Below still with the best of it with King Queen. Boodeloo needs an ace and an ace only. Jack of diamonds on the river. We will be losing the Frenchman who has played valiantly today in 11th place. And Henry, then number 10.
Then there were 10. Did I just hear someone say, I think you get 9th place? Hang on a minute. Wait, what?
Wow.
That would mean there would have had to have been a 3-way all-in.
But I think 11th and 10th were the same. No. 11th and 10th. Oh, yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay, 11th and 10th are the same. So we had an elimination on the outer table, which means, chat, as soon as we've returned from break, we're going on a 22-minute break for the final table redraw. It took us a while to get here, just shy of 3 hours, but we have finally done it. The players are going to join, or sorry, the players from the outer table are going to join these 5 players on the main stage as the final table will be set. And chat, when we come back, we're playing for a bracelet and 170,000 euros, so don't go too far. 21 minutes from now, cards will be back in the air for bracelet number 5. See you guys shortly. ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages tuning in from all around the globe. A warm welcome back to King's Resort. We are down to the final table of bracelet event number 5. Henry Kilbane joined alongside Gary Blackwood, aka Gazzy B123, Twitch streamer, YouTube vlogger, as well as professional poker player and coach for Upswing Poker. In the booth to call the action on this one, Gary. Let's take a look at these chips, mate. What are you seeing straight off the bat?
Oh, the first thing I see is the lack of a significant chip leader. 32 big blinds as the chip leader. Rather shallow. Unfortunately, my main man, Jason Wheeler, down at the bottom with 8 bigs. One of, if not the most experienced player left in the pool. Also a bracelet winner. He'll be hoping for an early double up so he can spin it on up. But yeah, Henry, really shallow final table. And no significant chip leader. Lots of players kind of bunched together there. Going to be really interesting to see how they approach this as we see Laska, our chip leader, and next to him Patrick Zidek with the Czech Republic flag next to his name. Next to them, Andres Baloch played a very good game so far, originally from Hungary.
Yeah, came in one of the shortest today, and he's done well to ninja his way to this final table.
New face here, Dehan Kim in seat 4. Seat 5, Nino Junior Pansier played very well, repping the Dutch flag. Really curious to see if he can continue his hot streak, picking up pots. There in seat 6, another new face, Demetrio Caminita, loving the tats. That's how I think I look. Repping the Italian flag. Over in seat 7, taking his seat, a man that we're all familiar with, Florin Adrian Bilan from Romania.
Yeah, been very impressed by Bilan so far.
Yeah, done well, hasn't he? Ismet Oral from Turkey in seat 8. Familiar face. I think I have crossed paths with him in the past. And rounding out our final table, Jason Dwayne Wheeler. Total live earnings, 4.5 million euros. So very, very experienced. Unfortunately for him, he is in last place right now. 8 big blinds, looking for a spin up. Good luck to him and all the final table contestants as we battle it out for first place and the bracelet.
Wheeler looking to get the wheels warmed up and spinning. Coming in 9 of 9. But if anyone is going to be able to turn things around, it's going to be that man in seat 9. Just heaps of live experience, live final table experience under his belt. Won his first bracelet less than a year ago across the pond in Vegas, looking to add one to his resume here on European soil. So cards are in the air. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final table, bracelet event number 5. 170,568 euros for first, plus all of these final 9 players guaranteed a seat into WSOP Europe main event. Everyone currently guaranteed 17,000 euros cash money.
9 different nationalities. Can I try that one again?
Try it again, mate. See if we can get it out this time.
9 different nationalities represented at the final table. Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, South Korea, Netherlands, Italy, Romania, Turkey, and the US of America.
The US of America.
Wheeler with 5 deuce on the button. Not what he was hoping for in a great steal position. Laska not going to play the 7 deuce. And the first pot of the final table going the way of Zedek. He's donned some sunglasses now.
Be kind to everyone, saying UN final table. I'm saying Paige and D next to the booth. Let me refresh the stream. Are we up to 150 likes? We're not. Chat, we're not. Not there yet. We're getting there.
$715 now watching on YouTube. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. Henry, I don't know if you know this, but I'm also a YouTuber myself.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Please do tell Gary. I did know that, but what I want to know
I think this right here.
is more about this prop bet. You know, just before you tell your story, this is a true story. Last night, someone came up to me and they were like, Henry, the guy that you're doing commentary with, he was just playing at my table. He's like, it's Gary Blackwood, right? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, he's the guy who's had that crazy YouTube bet. We'll jump back into that discussion after this hand as Oral has jammed from the hijack with the ace-jack code. See if he picks up any customers. Asker, the Slovakian chip leader at this final table. Thinking things through. Let's it go, as will Zedek in the small.
Ooh. Close, but I mean, it's nine bigs, although 9 bigs is a lot in this tournament.
It's huge, massive.
Yeah. In any other tournament, this might be close, but I think below wants to just protect his stack. Only 20 bigs himself. Lets it go. Well played. Back to you, Henry.
Back to me, yeah. So last night, it was like, that guy has the crazy bet, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, do you remember what the bet was? I was like, well, I think he got 50 to 1 on getting to 1 million subs on YouTube before, is it Andrew Nemi or Brad Owen?
Brad Owen.
Before Brad Owen, who currently has over 600,000.
Correct.
And I asked him for his opinion, and he gave me 2 things. He said, firstly, I would have asked for 100 to 1. Because in his words, and I quote, this bet is batshit crazy. And secondly, he wasn't sure whether you have to stick to just poker content, because he thinks that you could definitely do it if you branched outside of poker.
Yeah, I
So
think
do
that's
tell.
absolutely right. Yeah, so the for those that don't know, the bet is I've got to reach 1 million subs on YouTube before Brad Owen. Brad Owen has 630,000 subs. I have 3,000 subs. I have been offered 50 to 1, and if Brad Owen never makes it, or if I never make it, then the bet is a push. But if Brad Owen hits 1 million subs, or if hell freezes over and I hit 1 million subs first, one of us is going to win. It's against my good friend JP from New Jersey. But yeah, been a lot of fun. I've only been doing it for about 4 or 5 months now. I've made some really awesome vlogs. Put one out just a few days ago. You guys can check it out at GazzyB123. Spent a lot of time in America recently. There's the vlog before last, I was playing 1020, won 18K, one of my biggest ever winning days. And the most recent vlog, I slow rolled a guy because he nit rolled me. Proper 90-second slow roll. A little out of line, but you know, you've got to be out of line with these Americans. Got to, you know, keep them in check with their nit rolls. But yeah, really enjoying the YouTube grind. You guys can check it out at GazzyB123. If you do enjoy the show, give me a little sub. Help me beat the devil that is Brad Owen. But yeah, I really enjoy it. And in all seriousness, you know, I've enjoyed the process of, you know, recording at the table and editing and, you know, finding out what works for me, etc. Got lots and lots of content from LA backed up. Going to be releasing them 2 every week very soon. And yeah, I'm going to win, Henry. I'm going to win.
I would love to see you go all in on it for a year and see what you can do. But I've been there. You know, when you get the creative block or you're low on morale, it's tough, especially if you're like downswinging as well as a professional poker player, to find the motivation to keep doing it. So yeah, good luck to you, man. And thanks for coming here, obviously, to commentate with us during the World Series of Poker Europe as well. And do drop him a follow, check, see the details in the chat. For those of you that aren't already familiar, youtube.com/GazzyB 1, 2, 3.
Do you know, I will say one thing. I wish I had not chosen such a ridiculous name. Because when I was in America, people were like, oh, are you vlogging? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, what's your channel? And I was like, Gazzy B. And they were all like, Hassie B. You have to spell that out for me. And then they just lose interest.
Yeah. Yeah. Change it to Blackwood.
Yeah.
Or something. You can still change it.
Top man. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, top
That's
man
taken.
Gaza.
Yeah. Clothing store, innit?
Top GB.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far, and I will continue to do my best. And I want to quickly say one thing, and this is really important. A lot of people think that I made this bet because, like, I think I'm better than Brad Owen or whatever. I have nothing but respect. He is the OG, the top boy, the end boss of poker YouTube content. So yeah, it's not a case of I think he's better than him. It's just a motivational thing for me. As we get back to the poker here, we see Panzier getting after it with the King 8 offsuit. Kim with a limp. Panzier says price of poker going up 1.3, comes with 3.3x. 2.3 bigs, I should say. Gonna get the job done. Kim making the fold. Thoughts on that one, Henry?
Yeah, I'd rather see Kim fold or 3x himself with the Jack 6.
Yeah.
I wonder if his plan is to just strictly implement a limping strategy with range, small blinds. So he's just setting that up early, straight off the bat. We'll see in an orbit or two whether we get the opportunity to see those two play a blind v blind.
There are, of course, a lot of players that do play the limp-only strategy.
Yep.
But of course, we need a mega sample size here in the booth to determine whether or not
for sure
are doing that. 9-handed here out of a field of 2,982. We are down to the final 9, playing for 170k plus the bracelet. All these players also guaranteed a ticket to the WSOP Europe main event, which is starting in just a few days. What else we got coming up this week, Henry? Got the 25k tomorrow?
Hang on a minute. We do indeed. We have the 25k. But for now, we have Wheeler looking to spin the wheel with the King Jack. 8 bigs from UTG 7.
Oh
boy. I mean, Panzier has been running hot so far today. Aces, kings, ace, king, jacks, tens. Now just gets to click call and have Wheeler in a rough shape.
Panzer, of course, in the small blind. Big blind still to act as well. Just getting an account.
5k ladder between 9th and 8th.
Just looking back to see, he does in fact have pocket Kardashians.
Django's, Cowboys.
K-Boys. Pocket Kilbanes. Think that works?
Hey.
This is excessive.
Feels like it's taken a while. Does make the call in the Italian in the big. Could have peeked down at the ace-6 and one would assume swiftly mark. Cards on their backs.
That's excessive.
Jason Wheeler at risk with the King Jack O. Says it's his turn to suck out. Apparently, I found out from one of the live reporters that last night, down to the final 2 tables, Jason Wheeler lost a huge pot. Aces against kings.
Oh, wow.
King on the river. And I guess that's what he's referencing.
It's never easy, is it? Dana saying jacks are hot. Yes, they are, Dana. Wheeler needing help. 9% equity. The case king has been folded, which helps Wheeler, of course. Can he find a miracle board? And that's not the worst, Henry. Middle pair and some backdoors.
Has found middle pair. We know one of the jacks have already been folded, but still more life than he had pre.
6 of diamonds on the turn. No help to Wheeler, no backdoor draws. He's going to need a jack and a jack only. Only one left in the deck. The jack of diamonds.
Case Jack to stay alive, no dice, 7 of diamonds on the river, and we have our first elimination of bracelet event number 5's final table. Is Jason Wheeler on the other, from the other side of the pond, rather, out here representing the US. Final table for him comes up short, but still great start to the series for Jason. 16,975 euros plus that 10k seat into the main event. Be seeing more of him. Got to give him credit, he did go for it. He did indeed.
Yes, he did. David says, whereas Zedek, he is in seat 2.
It's in the dealer's left hand.
That is tremendous.
I'm surprised he didn't go for that.
No, I'm not as witty as you. That's what he gets for being mean to Gazzy. Well, Dana, I can't hold a grudge, so I don't disagree with you there, my dear. 1,600 viewers across the 2 platforms. Big shout out to everyone that's tuning in. We have got a lot more poker coming your way. 25k tomorrow. And then later this week, Yo Viral and his boys will be back in town for another cash marathon. Stick around for that. Chat, click the follow button on Twitch, click the like button on YouTube. Both are completely free, cost nothing to support the stream. But yeah, really looking forward to that cash game action later in the week. No confirmation of what the game is yet, but you guys might want to stick around and check it out. We hear it could be mega. Kurt TY says, GG mate. Yeah, in all seriousness, Jason Wheeler, the most experienced player at the final table. 4.5 million in cashes. Bracelet winner as well. He is gone from the field. Down to the final 8. Bit of a pay jump for the boys. And Panze on the button. Going to rip it in. Caminita with 20 bigs. Unable to call with the king 4 diamonds. Little does he know it was the best hand.
Love this from Panzia, just really leaning into.
Yeah, Bilan with the ace. I don't think he'll be able to call this off at the final table for 10 bigs. He lets it go. Must be really frustrating, Henry, to look down at an ace and then see the deuce behind
Hopefully he just peeked the deuce first, mate, and he wasn't teased by the deck. Worst Hands saying, shout out to the commentary team and my first 600 channel points. Worst Hands, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. Shout out to all of you that have kept myself and Gary company over the last... How long have we been here for now?
84 years. It's like that chick off the Titanic. It's been 84 years, Henry.
Oh, man.
I don't know why she's from Yorkshire all of a sudden, but
Listen, I'll never live that down, okay? There was enough room. There was enough room for Jack. All right?
Tell me about it.
Selfish.
Sexist as well, you know. Why does she get the plank of wood, you know?
Is it sexist, Gary?
Yes,
is it? I don't think it is, mate.
Sexist against
I think it's
men.
Jack just being a gentleman.
That's so Jack, to be honest. You and I, we'd have been like, right, Rose, off you go. Into the water you go, Hen.
Jesus.
That was a bit of a weird tangent.
Was, but here we are. We got through it. We survived it. Hand number 66.
Aslan Deacon doing the Lord's work on YouTube. Thank you very much to you.
Panzia again with the Queen 9. I mean,
Yeah.
Panzia just realized that he's gotten to a point where he can open rip due to the fact that there are several short stacks that have already folded and the noose around the necks of the other players is at its tightest with 8 left.
This one's a little loose, the Queen 9. If the button has got like 10, then yeah. But I think with the button having 20 big blinds, this is a little loose. This is just too much risk, if you like. You know, potentially risking 8 million to pick up 1 million, you know, if the button wakes up with a playable hand. So I like the button shuffle Queen 10 suited, but Queen 9 off. I think I'd come for a raise there instead. But hey, that's probably why I'm sitting here and he's sitting there.
I'll tell you what, chat. It took us a while to get to this FT, but if Panzia plays this role as table captain the way I think he's going to play it based off the next couple of hands and just runs well, this could be over in very quick fashion.
It's a very interesting table dynamic. You've got seat 1 and seat 2, the biggest stacks. You've got Balok in seat 3 with 7.7. Kim with 10. Panzier's got the best seat in the house because he's got 3 very short stacks to his left, which means when it folds to him, he gets to just go nuts, particularly in late position. Don't think we'll see him play the Jack 3. And now Caminita gets to do what Panzier has been doing in the last few hands and put the short stacks in a world of hurt. But these 2 short stacks really interesting because the 8 millions, the 9 millions, the 10 millions, kind of handicapped. They're waiting for those 2 players to bust before they start to make their moves, and that means Panzier has probably got the best seat in the house, to be honest. As we see Caminita thinking about what to do. Going to come for a mint, 800,000 euros. Nope, chips. Bilan has to get out the way. As we see, Bilan with the 10 big blind stack, Oral with the approximately 10 big blind stack. Laska with King 8 of hearts in the big blind. Very playable hand. Let's see what he decides to do here. Comes with the call. And it is a battle of the suited King X. Caminita just in front right now. Queen 5-4. No help to either player. Laska with the backdoor straight and flush draws. Caminita with the backdoor straight draw. You feel a c-bet would get it done here. Laska more inclined to continue with a hand like King 6 of hearts, which can turn a lot more straight draws and flush draws. Now we've seen a variety of different sizes, Henry, on these, you know, these Broadway boards. Let's see what Caminita comes with. I would personally be going something like 600,000.
The 1 Broadway, 2 low cards.
Is it 6 or 9?
Neither.
Neither.
800k.
800k is the bet from Caminita.
Just north of half pot. Yeah, Lasko, like you already alluded to, King 6 may stick around, wrapped around that 5-4, but just going to let go of the King 8.
Such is the beauty of the slightly larger bet. You know, the King 6 probably can't even continue versus the larger bet, unless, you know, comes for a raise, which is certainly not bad. Unblocks ace high, 1 overcard to the board, turns a lot of equity. So a hand like King 6 there would be really nice for Laska to find the check raise with, to go along with those 7-6s that he is, of course, has in his range.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some very honest poker being played at these stack depths. Not much wiggle room to kind of get creative and float with some of these backdoors, as you mentioned, when, you know, the average stack is just over 20 big blinds. The preservation of the stack could be worth a lot more in the long run than getting a bit too fruity, as I say sometimes. Typically get a bit too out of line when it comes to seeing potential backdoors myself.
Samesies. Caminita with Pock 10.
Oh my word. It's pocket 10s, Jack, by the way.
Just set that to trigger you. Worked.
For those of you that are struggling to find it on Google Translate.
Oy.
Round to the blinds. Potential back-to-back hands for Caminita.
Dana Craven says 8 more likes and Henry invites D-Negs to the booth. That's how it is then, chat. You want me to be replaced with Daniel Negreanu?
Well, when you're calling them pot 10s, I don't blame chat, to be honest with you.
What's Daniel ever done in this game that I haven't?
Caminita just picks up the blinds and the big blind ante. Nice little 1 mil pickup.
Shout out to all the mods that we've got across the 2 parts. Can I try that one again?
Listen, mate.
That's the 3rd one today.
You do you.
I'll take it a little slower. Shout out to all the moderators we have across the 2 platforms. I feel like Dana Craven is in line for YouTube mod. What do you think?
I think so.
Dana, do you want the job? It pays 100 euros an hour.
Does it? It's more than I get paid.
Are you getting paid for this?
Wait, you're not getting paid for this?
Can't we have all 3 of you Never replace it. If Daniel steps in, I'm stepping out. So that Henry can have a little chat with him. As we see the ace-8 suited of Panzier. Dana says 3 more. Dana, do you want the promotion? Do you want to be a YouTube mod? I can make that happen for you. 146 likes on YouTube, guys and girls. Super grateful to everyone that's tuned in across the 2 platforms. I feel like Twitch needs a like button. They need to implement that.
Twitch?
Yeah.
No, I saw some discussions that maybe they're going to remove the retweet button on Twitter.
Elon. Zdeck now in the small blind. Really curious to see what he decides to do here with the ace-queen offsuit. 11 million, approximately 28 big blinds, which is not a lot, but is one of the biggest stacks in this tournament, given the structure. Very playable hand, of course.
It's so disgusting because Zdeck has like the highest risk premium, currently 2nd in chips.
Yeah.
Facing an open from +1 from the chip leader, and it's of course going to just come with flat.
He also has to factor in, it's a disaster to bust an 11 million chip stack.
Oh, 100%.
With the 2 3.5 million stacks behind. So I really like the call here from Zdeck. Wouldn't mind a 3-bet fold, but calling, of course, completely fine. And below is going to be able to come along if he wants to in the big blind with Jack 10 off. He might feel he is a little dominated, given Zdeck's going to have plenty of hands that do dominate him in his flatting range, as will Pansier. And he doesn't do too much dominating himself, but alas, very good price. He will come along. Give us some blood dealer. Pretty good flop for everyone catching a piece here. Pansier with bottom pair, below with the best of it right now, and Zdeck needing a 10 to take the lead. Pansier outflops Zdeck, so an ace is no good for the Czech. The Czech checks, the Hungarian checks. Well, let's see what Pansier decides to do. Double Broadway board, but it is very connected. Small blind's range connects very well with this board. I think he'd do well to take a free card here.
Yeah, 2-tone, no backup in the form of backdoor flush. Does knuckle it on over 3 ways to the 4 of hearts turn. Oh, interesting hand developing for Zdeck, blocking ace jack of diamonds, king queen of clubs, queen jack of clubs, and as Gary already alluded to, that flatting range out the small, gonna smash this board a lot, but decides to knuckle it on over to the big blind below.
Now.
Really interesting spot for below.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of checks here. Hand just not quite strong enough to bet into 2. You know, maintaining that chip stack, of course, very, very important. Pansier can certainly be ahead here. Hand too strong to bluff, too weak to value bet. I think we'll see a river here.
Mate? Okay, does knuckle it on over.
Betting doesn't really accomplish much. Nobody folds better. And nobody really calls with worse. And the deuce rolls off on the river. Zdeck with ace high. Below with 2nd pair. Pansier with 3rd pair. Zdeck. Is he low enough in his range to bluff here?
I feel like he is. I mean, it's checked through twice. I want to try and fold out some 8s. There's going to be some 4x and deuce x of the big blind. Also blocking some of the 2 street checks like queens.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace jack.
Yeah.
Below now. Can he find a thin value bet? 2.8 million in there. Perhaps something in the region of 650 to 700,000. Gonna go a little bigger than that. Looks to be 900 on the nose. No, it's 1.2 million. A very large bet indeed in relation to the size of the pot.
Yeah, just south of 50% on the river.
Generally with your 2nd pairs, your 3rd pairs, your weak top pairs, you find the B27s of this life. Pansier going to get out of the way, and Zdeck quickly folding as well. Below dragging in a very nice pot. 3 ways to the flop. He outflops his opponent, finds the hold, and just like that, he is in the mix. One of the bigger stacks now in the tournament.
poll in the chat saying World Cup winner, England, France, Argentina, Brazil, or other. Those of you that want to get involved.
Who's making the polls?
I have no idea, but those aren't the 4 teams that I would have chosen for...
England. That's somebody who doesn't really watch. Actually, never mind.
Can't not have Belgium in there.
Yeah, I know.
France favourites, Belgium.
I think
England,
Brazil are favourites, actually. Yeah.
I would have Brazil, France, England, and Belgium.
England are 7-1 right now. I was reading that online. England haven't won in the last like 5 or 6 games.
We have a bet with you, right? Argentina against Brazil. You said Argentina last longer.
Yeah, I forgot about the last longer.
I need to write that down, mate.
How much is it for?
I think it's 50.
6 bucks.
Might have been 100, but I have to go back. I think it's fairly sure it's 50.
50 euros in the bin for one of us.
7 bucks.
Well, well, well. Shout out to Melissa Chloe coming back. Learning how to play tournaments, I'm sure, watching this fabulous stream with these fabulous commentators. Shout out to MCP.
Pansia coming with a incredibly out of line open from UTG. I feel like this is overly ambitious. I understand that everyone's playing tight, but opening into 7 ranges.
Yeah, completely agree.
2.5 million.
2.5 million is the 3-bet from Laska. Panzier shoved the queen 9 a second ago, and it was unbelievably loose. This is even looser, though. Laska coming with 2.5. Kim with a very pretty 10-9 of spades. Obviously not going to get to play that. And Panzier is just going to posture a little bit before making the fold. And Laska is going to propel himself into either first or very close to it. Unless Panzier does something crazy here, which I don't ever think we'll see. Got to study before WCOOP. What you firing, Melissa? Wasn't it yesterday? Wasn't it a few months ago?
They moved all the big Sunday tournaments to this weekend.
Yeah, stars
this week.
They crashed and burned. 8 left here, ladies and gents, at the World Series of Poker Europe in Rozvadov, sunny Czech Republic. Spoke about this every day, Henry, but the countryside is beautiful out here, isn't it? Very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're staying where we're staying. Gives us that little trip in every day.
Yeah.
It's a nice place as well. I don't know if, I mean, I know you've been out running, but every morning I go out for a little walk around.
Did you go today? I know you had a late one last night.
I didn't go today, no, I'll be honest with you, I didn't.
No worries. No worries at all.
21,600 euros locked up for these final 8 players, as well as a 10k seat into the main. WSOP Europe main, that is.
Not bad for a 550 euro buy-in. 180k the first. As Henry and I have said several times, a little surprised to see the lack of bust-outs, if you like, given the structure, given the stack depth. These guys all doing their best to cling on for dear life. Most of them the closest they've ever been. Some of them will never be this close again to winning a coveted gold bracelet, so completely understandable that people are taking the lower variance route and trying to dig it out. We've seen a couple of the shorter stacks get a little lucky to stay in the game.
Yeah, everyone adjusting to the fact that people are playing tight today. Hence the average stack being 20 bigs with 8 left. We're 72 hands into today's stream. From 15 to 8.
Oral with the 7 deuce suited. Can't get anything going at this final table just yet. Laska with the Jack 9 offsuit in the low jack. Gonna let it go. C-deck hovering around the 10 to 12 million mark. He's had a pretty solid day so far. Getting his aces in versus the Frenchman's ace king early in the day propelled him up to one of the larger stacks, and he has held firm for most of the day so far, as Kim with king 9 off on the button. 9 million. He's in there too. Flying quietly so far, but certainly in the mix. Big stack to his left here, opening into that big stack in the small blind.
All raise. 1 million.
Comes with 2.5. Pansy 8 going to get out of the way. 2.5 is a chunky button open size, even at this stage in the tournament. I think these guys will do better to open for min. Just given the stack sizes, stack preservation is key. If you're going to get jammed on, or you're going to lose the pot post flop, losing the minimum is very much helpful. Caminita with a very playable hand. Jack 10 offsuit in the big blind. He does cover his opponent. Going to make the call here.
6 go.
And we're going to see a flop. King 9 versus Jack 10. Kim with the best of it right now.
He's up to the flop.
2.6 million in the middle already.
10
in the window.
I love this dramatic peel from the dealers. It's absolutely
Do you think it's
beautiful.
intentional?
Yeah, of course. They're told to do it like that. And you know what? It's amazing.
6 check.
Caminita checks it on over to Kim. Very deceptive board this with the 10-6-3. A lot of people think it's pretty disconnected, but look at the amount of open-ended straight draws and gut shots there are. 9-8, 9-7, 8-7, 7-5, 7-4, 4-5, 4 deuce, 5 deuce. All those hands.
Call bet. 1.5.
They're going to be continuing. So you don't want to be betting 1/3 in this spot. Kim bets 1.5 million. That is a big old bet. 151 likes on YouTube. Guys and girls, thank you very much. 49 to go till we hit 200s.
Let me just check that with my calculator. 200 minus 1. Yep, 49 to go.
That's solid banter. Caminita makes the call, decides against raising or shoving. Kim needs a bit of help here. Looking for a king to take the lead right now. 5 of spades on the turn. It changes nothing for either player. So Kim with just king high. Caminita with top pair. And again, Kim, lots of hands here that can continue to barrel. King 4, king 7, 7-8, 7-9, 8-9. Turn spades. King 9 maybe just not enough equity. As Caminita decides to lead. Love this. Check, call, flop, lead turn for small. 5.6 million in there.
6 bet.
Very interesting. 1.3 million is the wager. Really, really small lead here from Caminita.
What on earth is going on?
Yeah, generally I want to be leading paired cards. I don't see the benefit of leading the 5 here. It could absolutely be a thing, but I mean, does the 5 connect with you better? You tend to want to lead small on cards that are more favorable to you. So for example, let's say the flop is king 7 deuce. You know, and you check call the flop. You don't want to lead on a 7 or a deuce because the button is going to just c-bet their entire range. But on a board like 10-6-3 where the button doesn't c-bet their entire range and doesn't have all of the 6x and 3x in their betting range, you would lead a 3 or a 6 because you tend to have more of those, you know, turn trips in your range. But the 5, do you have more, you know, 2 pairs and straights in your range? I'm not 100% sure about the lead there. But then again, I've said it many a time this week. That's maybe why he's sitting there and I am sitting here.
And number 73, only 1 elimination on this final table so far. Jason Wheeler from Chicago, Illinois. Open jammed his king jack O for 8 bigs, ran into the kings of our chip leader, Pansier. Rare fold from him on the button. Caminata in the small. Likely see him just open jam into the sub 10 big blind stack of the Romanian Bilan, who wakes up with ace king. 7.5 bigs. Gets to just click call, and he's going to be a 4-1 favorite to find the clean double here. Rough spot for Caminata. I mean, not often going to be dominated.
Yeah, really unfortunate one for him after picking up that nice pot in the last hand. I'm gonna let you call this run out. Make it real dramatic, okay?
Yeah, we'll see if the dealer makes it dramatic. If he just pings off the ace-ace.
Ace.
Yeah, ace-ace-ace board. 7.5 million chip pot. Would be a disaster for Pads here if Caminata manages to win this. We have said jacks have been hot so far today. See if that trend continues. No dice on the 9-7 trade. 2 hearts, 1 spade. Neither player with running hearts, although Caminata can go run a straight. 7 of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. 2 outs once for the Italian. And we did point out Bilan earlier on. Seems to be a very competent player as he fist bumps on the 6 of hearts river. I feel like he's going to be a force to be reckoned with should he gain the chip lead. Seems very comfortable both pre and post flop.
3, 5, 25. 2, 3, 5, 25.
Gets the clean run out and the full double. Romanian up to 19 bigs. Pretty brutal. The blinds have gone up to 250k, 500k. Average stack sub 20. Chip leader with just 30 big blinds, would you believe? We're playing for 170,000 and a bracelet. Would not surprise me if by the end of this level we're down to 5 or 6 players. Glasgow with the king jack of hearts, 26 bigs, UTG. Really appreciated his table presence thus far at the feature table. Very quiet, very aware of what's going on, seems to be incredibly dialed in. As you can see him scanning around the table at the other stacks. Gonna bump things up here. UTG 8, 1.1 to go. Price of poker has gone up, ladies and gentlemen. Folds round to the button. The Italian with a 6 of clubs. Facing an under the gun open. See what he comes with. Feel like ace 6 is a pure fold. Ace 5 gets interesting.
Suited ace on the button though, Henry. Just too tempting for some, but not for this man. Makes the fold, and Bilan in the small blind. 14 bigs. It is the under the gun opener, but Laska, I should say. One of the biggest stacks at the table.
One.
We saw the ace queen flatted from the small blind earlier on, and not surprised to see the flat here from the Romanian due to the short stacks that I mean, look, Oral down to just 5 bigs now after folding his big blind. Heads up to a flop. 3.2 out there. Bilan, the effective stack, playing 6.4 million. Super Omega Fish saying why flat so short? Due to the fact that ICM exists in tournament poker. And Bilan is kind of comfortably, I say comfortably, kind of got a bit of a noose around his neck at the moment, handcuffed due to the short stacks at the table. Perry Hit saying, yeah, it's definitely a shove, much less flatting in ICM. Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to run it in ICM ISO, I would be surprised if Ace Queen O is a shove for 15 against UTG 8 with these stack depths.
800, 7 pass.
But happy to be proven wrong, obviously. C-bet from the Slovakian takes it down.
I wonder if the Slovakian would have called it off there versus the Jam. I'm going to lean towards no.
Yeah, I'd say no.
King Queen off for Caminata, playing 19 bigs. Let's get a wee look at the chat. King's Resort on YouTube in there. Melissa in for 5 bullets. That's my girl. Well done, you.
So 1 million.
Double A says that is beautiful music. Yes, very nice. Did Lupu win one session this week? Yeah, he won. I think he won a couple of sessions actually. I think he was down overall. As Oral picks up ace-8 off in the small blind, this could be his time to go with it versus a cutoff open. He says, let's roll. Laska gonna get out of the way from the big blind. And Caminita with another 1.5 to call. Gonna make the call. Doesn't love it. But when he sees the cards, he's not gonna be too disappointed. A lot of bad hands for him to run into there. Hands like ace-queen and ace-king. But has about 30% equity here. As the dealer positions the cards, King Queen versus Ace-8. Oral's tournament life on the line here. Can he find a double up to propel himself up to 12 big blinds? I think he's played well. He's nursed the short stack. He's been relatively card dead. And he needs to find the hold here. 3 of diamonds in the window. And oh my days, queens are hot this week. Oral with backdoor diamonds needs a bit of help on the turn. 5 of spades will do it, and Oral is going to be eliminated here in 8th place. Got it in good, couldn't hold. Such is life in this type of format. And Henry, then there were 7.
Then there was 7, Gary Blackwood. 27,600 locked up for the final 7. GG's in the chat for our man. Oral bowing out in 8th, going to receive 21,600 cash money for his efforts, plus that 10K seat into the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So far, Jason Wheeler, who came in 9 of 9, out in 9th. Ismet Oral, who came in 8 of 9, out in 8th. Seems fair. Down to the final 7. Chip leader is Dutchman Nino Panzia, playing 30 big blinds. Easy now, Ernesto, easy. Hold'em Lewis saying, Gary, congrats on the EPT win. I was on the FT with you in London. Oh my word, how much did you pay this guy? How much did you pay this guy to come in and say that?
Thank you very much, Lewis. Were you the gentleman from Bristol?
Big up Bristol.
Kindly out yourself, that would be great. You weren't that 7-foot Greek guy, were you? I gave him a hug at the end and told him I thought he played very well. And he was like, thanks very much.
Was that sincere?
Yeah, he played
Wow.
unbelievably well. He was legit 7-foot as well.
Wow.
He made me feel like you do in my presence.
Oh, look at Bilan, mate. Just takes the spot. Takes the rejam spot for 30. Love this.
Yeah, slightly less ICM implications now that Oral has just busted.
And this is going to get through. Gets the Queen Jack, the threes, and now going to get the Ace 8 to fold. I tell you what, mate. If Bilan gets up to, say, 14, 15 million chips, I got a funny feeling we've got a true contender here.
Absolutely.
For this bracelet. Just seems to be incredibly dialed in, very ICM aware, and happy to take rejam spots. So when you've already said it this week, but do you find someone that's fearless like him, who just knows his ranges and isn't scared to pull the trigger? Tough to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. He seems to be a lot more aggressive with, without being spewy. He's got controlled aggression. We saw him blast off with a Queen 7 with no equity earlier. Takes that spot there, knows that it's going to get through more often than not. And if he gets called, he's got a relatively playable hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's flipping against Ace King and
Jack 10 suited is beautiful, right?
reasonable equity against almost every hand.
Caminita folding the Jack deuce. Bilan picking up a playable hand again off of about 17 bigs.
Yeah,
Opening this in the cutoff.
raise fold.
Oldham Lewis says, no, I was from London, busted 5th with pocket deuces blind versus blind. I can't remember. I was extremely tired and extremely hungover towards the end of the day, trying to remember who you were. Tennis File says a great 3-bet. Absolutely. Did we chat any, Lewis? I don't remember.
7 raise, 1 million.
It's not me big timing you. I was just extremely tired and hungover, like I say, and nervous and excited. As Laska taking his time with the 10-9 off, does eventually let it go. Zdeck with the ace in the small blind, slipping a little bit. That big blind and the ante coming around quickly now. As we see Balok one more time, as we see Balok picking up the Jack 6 suited in the big blind. Very playable, but on the other hand, he's only got 16 bigs. Stack preservation might be more important to him here.
Yeah, what could have been for Zdeck was just one card away, really, from running away with it.
Yeah.
He was close to being up to 19 million with 11 left, and now finds himself middle of the pack. Final 7.
Shout out to Dana Craven doing the Lord's work for us on YouTube. Guys and girls, click that like button. Over on Twitch, click that follow button. Really happy to see Balok defend this as the diamond in the window tickles him a little bit. 7-8-5, open-ended straight drop, backdoor flush draw, and the overcard. Those equities running pretty close now. Balok 6, of course, is live. As we wait to see what these guys do. Very, very even stacks here. Bilani with 7.6, Balok with 7.6 as well. Check, check. 7 of hearts on the turn. Bilan's still with the best of it, but Balok might be able to take this one away from him with a bet here.
Would love to see a turn probe from the Hungarian, just really lean into those ace highs, king highs of the world that are going to struggle to cool down. And we have plenty of equity against the continuing range of the Romanian. Even if we're up against overpairs, still have some clean outs.
2.8 million in the middle. I feel like a bet of 800 to 1 million would get the job done. Bilan really going to struggle to continue here versus this bet. 1.5. 1.5 is the probe size. And Bilan just posturing somewhat before he lets this one go. It is a big, big bet from Balok here. Forcing Bilan to continue with strong parts of his range only. Can't float hands like ace high and king high.
Yeah, I think the broadways that we'd want to continue with, like King, Queen, Ace, King, unblocking the Jack 9s, Jack 10s of the world.
Yeah.
King, Jack. So go in the mark as it does.
Bit of a confusing bet there from below, from the point of view of Bilan. Why so much? He must have been wondering. But then again, if Bilan is checking back over pairs on that flop, then that 1.5 million size, pretty good if you do have trips, targeting, you know, those overpairs, those turn flush draws, trying to win the maximum.
Quick dealer change, which means a double board PLO bomb pot. So we take a look at the chip counts. I mean, chat, have a look at this. It's saying that Nino has 38 bigs, which just isn't true. Not sure why the graphics are so off. The big blind is 500k.
30 bigs is the big stack right now, not too huge at all. $1,100 watching over on YouTube. 862 on Twitch. Man of Straw says, hi Henry, is D-Nex still in the 5k? Is he, Henry?
He is not. He did make the money, cashed for just over 10k, did fire 6 bullets. You can follow all of his updates over on Instagram.
All in from Balok. 10 million is his stack size. That's not the effect of jam, as Kim only has 5.6, which is of course 11 big blinds. He decides to let it go. Balok with another nice pickup, but again, I think I'd like to see some more limping from the small blind with these nutted hands. Tends to be, you know, just a case of jamming and hoping to get called by worse. You want to limp sometimes and force your opponent to jam a hand that is not going to call the all-in. Something like King Deuce suited, Ace 3 offsuit, pocket twos, those types of hands.
It's okay.
Great numbers across the board, Gary, I must say.
Absolutely.
Have over 3,000 viewers on Poker Room Kings English channel, German channel, WSOP, Twitch channel, as well as the YouTube as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all 3,000 of you.
It looks like no main event will reach the guarantee on PokerStars, better being here in Rozvadov. Absolutely, much better being here in Rozvadov for the World Series of Poker Europe, hosted in the wonderful Kings Casino. Kim in the small blind here. 11 bigs. Queen 10 suited. This is only going to go one way, you think?
Yeah, really rough start to the final table for Kim. Came in as one of the chip leaders, and
Panzer's going to ask for a count here. He's got a good hand, not a great hand, but he does have a pretty chunky chip stack. So might think this is worth a call. Feels really close at this stage of the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if he just lets it go. For something like 3.7 to 4.2 million, yeah, sure. But it is 11 big blinds. And if you call and lose, you're back down in the middle of the pack there with about 9 million. We, of course, can see the cards. If he could see the cards, he would have called by now. This is right on the line. Let's listen in and see what he decides to do.
I personally don't even think this is close.
No? Snapping?
No. Snap folding.
Yeah.
Does eventually let it go.
Yeah, I think if you've got like 50 bigs and you're like slightly above average, then yeah, go ahead and call there. But when the stacks are so shallow, stack preservation is key, guys and girls. You want to be the one doing the jamming as opposed to calling it off somewhat light.
Very rare over on YouTube asking, is this live? It is indeed. We are on a 30-minute delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game. But we are down to the final 7 players here. Bracelet event number 5, live from King's Resort in the Czech Republic. 15 bracelets up for grabs during this series. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you coverage from the 25k Platinum High Roller. And a couple of high-stakes cash games there in the week, followed by the 50k High Roller final table.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that one. Henry, we've been going for 4 hours. It doesn't feel like 4 hours to me, buddy.
Today has flown by.
Yeah. Time
It really
flies.
has. It's been a lot of fun. And we're getting to a stage of the tournament now where it really wouldn't surprise me if we go from 7 to 4 in the space of an hour or so.
Very quick levels indeed. Kim here with Ace-Jack offsuit on the button, 6.6 million, just 13 bigs. Let's see if he comes with the min or the shove. Comes with the all-in. Panzer in the small, not going to be able to call it off with Queen-Jack offsuit. Kamanita getting out the way as well. Kim picking up some much-needed chips. 2 hands in a row, propelling himself up to 7.8 million. I think momentum is very important at this stage of the tournament. In a field and a structure like this, if you can win a few pots in a row, you propel yourself away from the bottom and closer to the chip lead.
You do love momentum, don't you, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, you look at a player like Zidek, who has played very well today, hasn't been able to win a hand. I think he's won 1 hand at this final table. Lacking in momentum through no fault of his own, you know, playing well with that shorter stack. But if he could just get some momentum and win some chips, he could be right back in the mix. As we see Laska hovering around 14 million. Played well at this final table so far. Lets it go. As we see Zidek now down to 8.8 million.
The voice of Gary Blackwood, upswing coach. For those of you that are maybe on the fence when it comes to investing into poker content / coaching, Gary has arranged a 10% discount for everyone at home over at Upswing Poker. Truly some of the best coaches in the world. You can use the code at checkout, WSOPE, if you have been on the fence about investing in some content.
Another very, sorry to cut you out there, Henry, another very wide open for 22 big blinds from Panzier. Yes, he does have the deeper stack, but he's got to be mindful of the small blind. Waking up with an ace-queen, a pocket nines type hand, once in a while. So a very big jam here for 22 big blinds. But as we've mentioned, Panzier has been very aggressive so far. Coming back to what Henry was saying, yes, absolutely. Really happy to be part of the team over at Upswing Poker. If you guys are interested in taking your game to the next level, getting some educational material from players like myself, Ryan Risk, Doug Polk, Dan Murr, Jason Mack, David Yan, aka Miss Oracle, and all the other wonderful coaches we have over at Upswing Poker. Head on over there now. Use the code WSOPE at checkout and start taking your game to the next level. Seven deuce into the muck. 7 deuce into the muck. If only we were at Yo Viral's home game, there would be 3 bets and 4 bets galore. They'd all be standing up right now as well.
Ivan said, "What's up, Kick Chat Mods? How's everyone?" What's up, Ivan? Bringing the energy into the chat. How's it going? Champ saying, "Does Gary do 1-to-1 coaching?" I hope not.
Why not? Why
Oh, sorry, I forgot you were here. Sorry, guys. Do apologize. As PLO King comes in and gives 10 tier 1 subs to the Poker Room Kings community. PLO King, you absolute legend. Appreciate that. 10 gifted subs. How about that?
Absolutely fantastic. Shout out to everyone getting the sub. The answer is yes, but not right now. Been a bit lazy with it. Message me on Instagram in like 2 months' time, and I might have changed my ways. But right now, just a little too lazy.
You've also been incredibly busy as well these past couple of months.
Been a busy old year. Fun year, but a busy old year.
PLO King saying, Well, dropping the 10 subs, I want to know the real name behind the moniker PLO King. Talking to Kings. Kim waking up with the Kings.
Kim and Chloe. The Kardashians, as we like to call them. Coming in with the raise. And again, not the min raise. Coming for 1,075,000. Gonna get out of the way here. A very strong looking raise from Kim here. Raised quickly. Raised to bigger than 2x and was looking all around him after raising. Laska not going to be able to play the Jack Deuce. Z-Deck with a playable hand in the big blind. Jack 10 offsuit. Although if he could see the cards, he probably wouldn't.
Playing 7 millions.
I'd expect to see a defend here from Z-Deck. He's going to need some help from the deck in order to win this hand. So he does count out calling chips and flicks in a call. 2.9 in the middle. Kim the effective stack. SPR just north of 2. See what the flop brings. A jack high flop would be a disaster for the local checkman.
Z-Deck in his mind is thinking, why can't I just make top pair one time here?
Yeah, that's it, right?
This is a very nice check back from Kim. Really, really love it. You want to be checking back some of your overpairs sometimes on certain boards. 5-5-3 flush draw feels like one of them. Tend to favor checking back aces and kings a little more because they need less protection. A hand like jacks or tens. Kind of want to deny equity from a hand like queen 4 suited, for example.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Gary. Kind of let your opponent catch up and turn top pair.
Yeah.
That we obviously just have crushed. Comes with the delayed C-bet, and unfortunately for him, Z-Deck with just jack high. Adrian Hill saying, brilliant, Gary's in the booth. He is indeed, and he's not only here today for Bracelet event number 5. He is here for the entire WSOP Europe. Going to be covering the 25K with Gary tomorrow, 50K on Friday. Their main event coverage starting on the 14th of November. So if you haven't already, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop us a follow.
I just want to quickly touch upon that, Henry. I mean, I think for poker players who are, not necessarily novices, but are looking to improve their game and are looking to, increase their EV in certain spots, one of the biggest leaks that you can plug is c-betting way too wide on boards that you shouldn't be, and sort of recognizing the situations where you don't want to c-bet as wide. So a board like Jack 5-5 Rainbow is significantly different to a board like 5-5-3 Flush Draw. A board like 10-6-3 Flush Draw is significantly different to a board like King 6 Deuce. There are a lot of boards where you want to c-bet extremely wide, but a board that is paired middling, your opponent's got a lot more 5x than you do, you want to have those check backs. So if anyone out there is thinking, how can I increase my EV in a way that I'm not perhaps familiar with, that is absolutely one of the spots you can. Recognizing situations where you shouldn't be c-betting really wide. There are certain situations where you should be, just checking your entire range, even as the pre-flop aggressor. For example, in 6-max online cash, if you open under the gun and the big blind calls, a board like 5-4 deuce, 5-4-3, you're supposed to check back your entire range. Even though you've got flop straights, you've got flop sets, you've got overpairs, you're supposed to check back your entire range. So if anyone out there is looking to increase their EV a little bit, my advice would be to look into single raise pots and recognize situations where you don't want to c-bet your entire range and start to find those check backs and look at the range that wants to check back compared to the range that wants to bet. That was a bit of a rant there, wasn't it? Henry's falling asleep. Let me just wake him up.
I appreciate the insights, mate. It makes a lot of sense. A lot of the viewers here are certainly interested in learning more about the game.
One last little golden nugget of information, but the button versus big blind single raise pot scenarios People see bet way too wide on ace-high boards. People think they just bet their entire range on all the ace-high boards.
Wait, you don't bet your entire range on ace-high boards?
On a board like ace-7-6 flush draw, you're supposed to check about 35 to 40% of the time.
Button v big blind.
Yeah. A board like king-6-5 flush draw, you're supposed to check about 30% of the time.
What's that bet?
100 bigs effective. Small blind versus big blind, people see bet way too wide. On a board like king-5-4 flush draw, you're supposed to see bet like 30% of the time. Small blind versus big blind.
I'm just all in.
How are you all in? It's Pot Limit Omaha that you're playing. Aslan Ding says, good advice, that's what I'm here for. You're very welcome, my dude. As we see the payouts on our screen on Twitch, 7 left out of this field of 2,982. And we mentioned it earlier, Henry, but 170k plus a ticket plus bracelet up top for a €550 event. That's not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, a little 300 plus buy-ins up top. And the chance to tangle with some of the best. Milan taking the jam spot for 13. This is
right on the line, isn't it?
I mean, this is...
Might be a tiny bit over the line.
I think this is a bit punty. Not gonna lie. But, having said that, given how cagey everyone is playing...
Yeah, and if Milan is the shortest stack, maybe he wants to try and take that spot. I think he might actually now be the shortest stack.
Yeah. That's the lowest risk premium, as Jeff Gross likes to say.
Everyone around 13 to 30 big blinds effective.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, much needed pickup for him.
Crazy that it's anyone's game. I'll tell you what, mate, that finger will get bit off. You mistime it.
Yeah.
Very quiet out there, very tense.
Not quiet in the chat though. Absolutely loving you guys hanging out with us. What can we ask the chat? We've asked them where they're from. Their football team. What else can we ask them?
Their favourite to win this tournament?
Oh, that's a good one. I like it.
Yeah, get your guesses in chat.
Chat, who we liking for this tournament? I want at least 75 answers or I'm going home. Who do we think is going to go on and win? My money is on Zedek. He's going to turn it around. He's going to spin it up.
Chat, let's get 74 answers in there. Get Gary packing and get the chat popping.
Somebody says Nino. Who's Nino? Who is Nino? Bloch. Yeah, reasonable shout for Bloch. He seems to have played very well indeed.
He's also Hungarian.
Yeah.
And we all know Hungarians, some of the best poker players in the world. Certainly one of the most feared flags in poker.
Absolutely. I like Zedek. Good choice, Dana, my dear. Jimmy Bluffett says Caminiti. Mambu says Bloch.
See Poker's head, Alan Kessler.
Shout out to the first time chatters. Straz says Kim. Yeah, Kim seems to be playing reasonably well. As Bloch has raised the button here to 1 million. Kim in the small blind with King Queen off. That's a very tight fold from Kim with the King Queen off.
Thank you very much.
Interesting decision. Not too many, super short stacks. There are no super short stacks. I think we have a rejam spot there with the King Queen off. Bloch doesn't.
Wait. Sorry, what happened?
Bloch opened the button, and Kim folded King Queen off of about 17 bigs.
Oh, wow.
Tight as...
Oh, wow.
Something that's very tight. Really not taking the spot there. I think he might regret that one looking back. You got to think about it, chat. The 1 million open, the 1 point.
And the money gets just pick up the dead money, 2 million in the middle.
That's mega at this stage of the tournament, but alas, decides against it. Hi from New Zealand. Welcome. G'day, mate. 1.1k watching over on Twitch. Let's refresh our stream. 171 likes, Henry. New record. Do you reckon we'll hit like 1k in the main event?
Yeah. Sick. So let's go for 5, and then we'll build on top of that. John Keats saying, "How you dreaming, Henry?" I assume you're talking about the saying that Hungarians are strong. All right, mate, pipe down. Just because a Norwegian won the main doesn't mean you can suddenly pipe up all of a sudden.
All in announced from Panzier. Going to get the job done. Again, a pretty chunky all in here for 20 big blinds. Panzier is a man on a mission to punt his stack off to someone. Caminita not able to be that person with the queen 5 off. But Panzier really loose, really aggressive. We've seen him shove about 20 bigs effective in a few different spots. Tight as the inside of a mouse's ear. Is it tight in there? I've never looked.
John Keith is saying, of course, I'm always loud. Just. Popstar saying, but good day, mate, is Aussie.
I know.
But good day.
That's why I said that was the joke. Hopefully I haven't offended you. If I have, just go throw another shrimp on the barbie.
It's all right, chat. Just like whenever Gazzy talks, just type in the chat that he sounds like he's from Newcastle or something and getting proper riled up. Champ saying, oh no, we're not getting into GTO strat with the, no, come on chat. Let's keep it PG.
I want to read it. What's he saying? But all these GTO plays assume the opponent is responding with GTO and they're not, so then we should see that wider right. No, you shouldn't. You should not. You should look to play it unexploitably and watch the EV come your way. I guarantee you that finding checks with King Deuce suited on King 6-5 is far higher EV than just betting really, really wide. Sorry, let me repeat. It is higher EV because the EV is minimal because the pot's so small.
Rose saying, is it joke time already? Maybe. Let's warm up the final table first.
Should we get some jokes in the chat?
Guys, he sounds like he's from Antarctica. He does. That's because he is from Antarctica.
Hey, thank you. As we see the raise coming in from Laska to 1 million. Bilan with a somewhat playable hand after the call in the small blind from Caminita.
3 million out there. Has fold equity with 13 bigs behind and a pretty decent rejam candidate.
Caminita set mining here with the sixes. Calling out the small.
Go on, Bilan.
He's taken his spots already today.
He just...
The question is with 2, are you ever getting it through? I think we'll see just a call here. He does come with call. And we're 3 ways to the flop. 3.5 million in there.
I guess he's maybe concerned that Caminata's like flatting ace-jack out of the small.
Yeah.
I don't think he has many traps though.
Just not enough fold equity to get it through. And that's what you're kind of hoping for when you shove the ace-9 suited. You don't really want called. And it's very unlikely both your opponents fold. Caminita with the best of it right now. Bilan with ace-9. Laska with ace-10. Seven-3 deuce flush draw. Laska with the best diamond. He's going to check it back though. I really like this check from Laska. And that is an interesting turn. Bilan, complete wiffle ball for him. Laska with the best diamond draw. Caminita with the best hand right now. I think we'll see a stab here from Caminita. Just wants to kind of protect against an 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king, ace. Or 5 on the river. Caminita reaching. John Kite says set mining with 13 bigs. Yeah, a little. Oh, no, not quite 13 bigs. He's got 8.8 million, so start the hand with about 19 bigs. Bet here at 1.2 million. Bilan not going to be able to continue with the ace-9 suited. Champ. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of those hands. And some of those hands are, not great to see bet. On King 5-4, if you've got a hand like, Jack Deuce with no backdoor flush draw, you're probably better off just giving up and delay c-betting. But yeah, some of those hands are the EV that we generate from checking. I think a lot of people, not saying this is you, but I think a lot of people try and exploit the player pool without, really knowing how to play optimally, if that makes sense. I'm not for a minute saying that's you, but I think, a deeper understanding of how the game should be played, if you like. Will absolutely help. Pocket sixes taking it down. Shout out to everyone that's tuning in. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. You can find me on Instagram at GazzyB123. You can also find me on YouTube at GazzyB123, where I will be releasing a ton of content from my recent trip to America. Next video is going to be me playing 25, 50, 100 with the one and only Doug Polk, where somebody 6-bet on me as a bluff, and unfortunately for me, I had 5-bet as a bluff and lit 5,500 American dollars on fire. So give me a sub on YouTube at GazzyB123. For those that don't know, I have a pretty wicked prop bet. I've got to try and get 1 million subs before Brad Owen does. Brad Owen's got 630,000 right now. I have got 3,000. So if you guys could help me out, that would be wonderful. Melissa Chloe says, stop giving free coaching, Gaz. I'm actually lying about everything. It's all, you know, just not true, just to try and make everyone a little weaker. Just kidding, of course. As we see Kim come with a raise. Kim does not min raise, guys and girls. He always likes to stick a little extra on. And I'm sure he's got his reasons for that. Bland makes the fold. Laska with a very defendable 8-5 suited in the big blind. Little does he know he's rather dominated right now. Hi from Tibet. Welcome. Welcome to you. Laska makes the fold. Deciding not to defend the 8-5 suited. Perhaps recognizing that Kim has been a little on the tight side at this table. Or maybe it's just not a defend. One of the two. Laska's played very well at this final table so far this evening. We are here in the King's Casino in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, right on the border between Czech Republic and Germany. Really nice place, wonderful casino, beautiful countryside. And we're down to the final 7 of the Colossus. 550 € buy-in. These players fighting it out for 170,000 euros. Plus the 10k ticket. They're all guaranteed a ticket into the main event. And the gold bracelet up top. Panzier folding. Caminita with a very playable pocket 8s in the cutoff. Chinese aces, as some like to call them. Now his open size will depend on the stacks behind. If he's got lots of bigger stacks, he's more inclined to just min open. But if he's got lots of short stacks, he's more inclined to rip it in. Does decide to rip it in. Bilan with just 6 million to his left. Laska with about 12 million as well. Really shallow final table overall, completely standard with the structure. And Zedek, who's put money in the pot, you know, once or twice in this final table, really tough run of cards for him. He came in with about 12 or 13 million. He's now down to just under 10 bigs. But like we say, this is the way it goes in tournament poker, particularly with a structure like this. I believe it's 30-minute levels. And as Henry has said a few times, really surprised that we haven't seen a lot of bust outs so far. But I'm sure they will come thick and fast. There's no rush for them though, having a lot of fun in the booth this evening. And a big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. 2,000 viewers across Twitch and YouTube. Blinds are up 300, 600, 600. Hand number 91 of our coverage. Caminita and Bilan going to get out of the way. Action's going to fold round to the button. Laska with 12 million. A very pretty hand, but not the best, deceptively good hand at this stack depth. Might come in for the raise, but you generally favor your high cards. Hand like King 9 offsuit, much more preferred than a hand like 6-5 suited. just to do with the shallowness of stacks. 100 big blinds, this is like aces to me. But at 20, 25 big blinds, not so much. You also block a lot of folds. You block a lot of 6-4 offsuit, 5-7 offsuit type hands. Whereas a hand like King 9 has better blockers. He does decide to rip it in though. And Zdeck picks up the suited ace in the small blind. Really close spot for him. Really close spot indeed. Does decide to let it go. I certainly don't hate that fold. And block with ace deuce of hearts. Not going to be able to call here, I don't think, with his stack size. A little wry smile from him. Does decide to let it go. And Laska happy to take that one down pre. Like I say, bit of a dicey hand there, the 6-5 suited, but he does decide to let it go. Would have been interesting if Laska had, you know, folded his button there. The ace-4 and the ace-deuce would have surely gotten it in for just 10 big blinds. Zdeck again unable to get anything going. He is now the shortest stack at the table with 9 big blinds. Biggest stack, Nino Pansier, with just 27 big blinds. Everyone else sandwiched in between. As we've mentioned to you guys and girls, a very interesting dynamic at this final table with no clear chip leader and no, you know, real short stack. As we see Isma Oral in 8th place and Jason Wheeler bowing out in 9th place, coming all this way across the pond as Henry comes back. How's your pee?
It's great, thanks.
Good, excellent.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting pretty peckish. However,
yeah,
I'm not sure.
Do you want to head to the buffet?
We may have to do some shifts. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, are you hungry?
No, I ate earlier. I'm all good. You go stuff your face if you want to.
Yeah, I might do. I'll see what happens. See how this plays out over the next 20 minutes or so.
Tennis File says, do you prefer a min raise there? I'm really not sure what I prefer. I don't love the jam. You know, like I say, I don't love the jam, but folding seems kind of icky. So I think maybe min raise is the best option. Maybe just folding 6-5 suited on the button there. I could be talking absolute craziness there. But like I say, 20 big blinds, a hand like 6-5 suited can get you into a lot of trouble. You'd much rather have a hand like King 9 offsuit, for example. High card value, extremely important at this stack depth.
Double A saying, go stuff your face. Bro, I'll tell you what, chat. I will.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Can you like live stream it to us?
Yeah, sure. We'll do, mate.
That'll be all right.
I'll FaceTime you.
You've just gone and gotten a seat at a PLO table and you're away to the quote-unquote buffet. Are you going to go sit and grind, aren't you?
Is that, did you say pot dealer? How much is pot? All right. Catch you guys in 15.
Henry Cobain coming back in to say hello and then heading to the buffet. You guys are stuck with me now for the next 15 to 20 minutes. Can you put some extra gravy on your mashed potatoes? Double ace, that sounds delicious. Try to sabotage my diet with that carbohydrates talk, double ace. Come on, man. Tennis File says, thanks, man. Interesting one. Yeah, I'd love to get the advice of a tournament expert, and I might ask. I'm gonna message Pads right now. See if Pads will respond to me. Yo, I'm in the booth right now. Commentating.
Take the button. Thank you.
Right, I've sent a message to Patrick Leonard, aka Pads1161, absolute legend of the game. He's probably going to ignore it. Said, yo, I'm in the booth right now commentating on WSOP E, and we had a weird spot. Button has like 15 big blinds. Shortest stack is 9 big blinds. Biggest stack is like 25 big blinds. 7 left, 170k to first. Button has 6-5 suited. Small blind has 9 big blinds, and big blind has 15 big blinds as well. What's the play? Hopefully he will chime in with some knowledge. If it is later on today, then I will let y'all know. Screen had the 10k ticket included. Yeah, slight discrepancy with the payouts, but I think it was because the tickets were included. As the action falls around to Mr. Kim here in the small blind.
All in.
All in announced from Mr. Kim. Pansier with 5-4 offsuits. 25 bigs. Gonna have to just let that one go.
Next time. Should have just got the first time.
I don't think about this garbage when 2 short stacks.
Sorry?
There are 2 short stacks on the table. I do this with a good hand.
Nice mirror glasses, bro. I know, right? We'll probably be able to see his cards. You're absolutely right there, Kretz. Kretsu93. Dropping the truth bombs. 7 left in the Colossus. Everyone guaranteed 27.6k. Pretty chunky bubble, pretty chunky pay jumps now. 9k, 8k I should say, between 7th and 6th. And then 11k between 6th and 5th. So not to be sniffed at here, guys and girls. Every decision is important. Who won the 5k PLO? I believe it is still going on. No winner yet. I'll get Henry to double check that when he is back. Block with Jack 10 off in the cutoff. About 16 or 17 bigs.
Free raise. 1.3.
1.3 comes with the raise, not a min raise, not an all-in. Comes to slightly above min. All these players have got their own preferences. My preference at final table is to just go with min. Unless I'm on the button, I'll juice it up just a little tiny bit. But most players coming with min raise. Some of them going a little bigger. Caminita in the big blind with Queen 6 offsuits. Gonna have to just let it go. Block picking up some chips, and as mentioned, guys, all these pots extremely important given how tight the stacks are. You know, 20 big blinds, 15, 20 bigs. If you're picking up the big blind, the ante, and the small blind, it's pretty huge. So every pot is a prisoner. Ace Jack for Alaska. 1.2. I love this from Alaska. He announces his raises. I think that's really good. Speeds up the game. All that great stuff. I am well aware that I'm in the minority with that, but I love it. Not so much at final table, but level 3 of a tournament. Just if you're raising to 1400, just say that. Speeds up the entire game. Man of Straw says how many left? Thomas Masterson answers with 7. Falls round to Panzer on the button.
11 and 600 behind.
Thank you.
Panzer with a very pretty Queen 10 of hearts.
All in.
5 raise all in.
Decides to just rip it in. He's going to get the 8s of Caminita out of the way. Don't think he'll be able to call it off here. Right on the line. Like 10s go in. 7s and 6s clear fold. 8s and 9s really gross spot. Completely different story if, somebody raises and he picks up the 8s. He can do a lot of 3 betting, but cold 4 betting them, or, calling it off. Really not appealable. How many people are watching at work? Good question. Wherever you guys are in the world, if you're working, you know, if your nephew's bar mitzvah, if you're just chilling at home, if you're in the club, if you're playing poker, big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. We got really good numbers tonight, 2,000 viewers over YouTube and Twitch. Plenty of other smaller channels like WSOP, Twitch, etc. that we're not keeping an eye on. If you guys want anything read out, head on over to twitch.tv/pokerroomkings or find us on YouTube. Put it in the chat and I will be able to respond to you. Like I say, we're not really keeping an eye on those other channels. Lord have mercy. Not really keeping an eye on those other channels. But happy to chat to you guys. Let's take a little look and see how many likes we've got over on YouTube. 1,200 viewers. We're up to 190. Big push to see if we can get over 200. If you guys are enjoying the show, click that like button on YouTube. Click that follow button on Twitch. It costs nothing to do either. And both really help the stream reach a wider audience. 96th hand of the stream. It's gone in very, very quickly considering we've been here for nearly 5 hours.
Raise.
1.2 is the raise from Panzia. He has been extremely aggressive at this final table. Opening the King 5 of Hearts. Looks good to me. What was the buy-in? It was 550 euros. It was a rebuy. We got 3,000 runners, 2,982 runners. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
Thank you.
Lots of excellent content coming your way, guys and girls. Tomorrow we have the final table of the 25k high roller. The Platinum event. Going to be absolutely wild. Looking forward to that one. And then we have 2 days of high stakes cash action. Coming back on Wednesday the 9th of November, Thursday the 10th of November. Starting at 6:30 p.m. local time. Really looking forward to that. We had an excellent couple of days of high stakes cash. And then on Saturday, sorry no, on Friday, we've got the 50k Diamond High Roller final day. Really looking forward to that. Going to be a star-studded field as you would expect. Back to cash on the 12th. And then day off on Sunday the 13th. Before Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Main event coverage. Going to be insane. Bunch of folds. Laska picks up ace 4 in the small. Probably a jam spot given he's got the really short stack of Zedek next to him. Zedek's had a tough time at this final table. Hasn't been able to pick up any playable hands. I don't even know if he's won a pot at this final table. Such is the frustration for him. All in. Gonna get the job done. Zedek bleeding down. There's nothing you can do about it, Zedek. I hope your morale is not dipping. It's not like you're playing badly. You just can't pick up a hand. And there's no shame in that. Sometimes that's the way it goes. So Zedek, I hope you feel okay.
Thank you.
If I get TV table of the main event, will you bring me the beer? Bro, I'll bring you anything you want, all right? I will be your personal waiter. As long as you're buying. Ace 10 off for Bilan in the cutoff. 4.4 million. Also a short stack as well. 2 short stacks now at this final table, which changes things drastically for the other players. As Bilan, as expected, is going to move all in here. Gonna get through some much needed chips for Bilan.
Crazy.
ICM is so important to know in these spots. Michael, you're absolutely right, my friend. Particularly when there are 2 very short stacks. Really important that you don't punt it off or take light spots, because you want the shorter stacks to bust and you want to ladder up. So you're absolutely right, ICM extremely important. However, when you are the shortest stack, ICM doesn't apply to you, and you just want to play as well as possible.
6 pass. 7 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass.
Action folds round to block in the small blind. He's going to pick up the Queen 5 offsuit. It looks like he wants to shove it. I would be shoving this if I were him. Mr. Kim has played really tight. Folded King Queen offsuit in the small blind versus a button open. So I would like to see him come with the all-in, depending on the stack size, of course, from his opponent. Looks to have about 6 million though. Comes with a raise. Jack 10 off for Kim with about 8 million. Certainly able to defend this, but just lets it go. Kim is waiting patiently. As I'm Yours by Jason Mraz comes on in the background. Big tune. Follow guys. Jimmy Buffett, you're a star. Thank you very much. Appreciate you more than you could ever know. Yeah, guys, give my YouTube a sub at GazzyB123. That is GAZZYB123. Shout out to Who Are You Donkey? Welcome, my dude. Missed you today. Big blind now 600,000. It's about to go up relatively soon. As we see the all-in from Z-Deck, finally able to put chips in the pot with 4 million. King 4 suited in the cutoff, going to get the job done. Gets through the button. Kim was King 6 suited, going to have to let it go. Panzer with the blackjack hand, and Z-Deck picks up a much needed pot, his first in a very long time. And the man from the Czech Republic trying to keep the bracelet on home soil. Saw Jason Mraz in concert. Cool show. Wow. Very nice. DK Tab says Gaz is jamming now. You mean jamming to the song? Yeah, I love this song. That was a banger. But you said Apocalypse UK is your favorite mod. Nah, it's you. Don't tell anyone, but it's you. Ace-6 under the gun for Bilan. He has played pretty loose and aggressive. Not loose enough for him, though, the Ace-6 off. Gonna let it go. Guys and girls, it is astounding that we haven't had a bust out in a while, given the shallowness of the stacks, etc. Certainly not complaining about it, you know, not willing people to bust. I'm absolutely loving this today. A really, really enjoyable tournament to call the action on. As Zdeck picks up Queen 8 off in the hijack, decides to let it go. Blocking the cutoff, he's got a tight player to his left. So he might just kind of treat this like his button. Decides to let the Queen 3 suited go. And Kim with pocket deuces on the button. Again, not even thinking about it. Panzer with ace queen in the small of the offsuit variety. 30 big blinds. Got the Italian to his left. Going to come with the call. We finally see a limp in the small blind from a strong hand. And Caminita might be tempted to rip this in for 19 bigs here, you know. Suited king. He's going to get absolutely snapped off if he does. I don't think he's checking, guys. Oh, he checks. Okay, the way he leaned back in his chair, I didn't think he was going to check there, but he does elect to check. Two very playable hands going to a flop here. Caminita looking for help. And boy, does he find it. He is still behind in terms of hand strength, but he does have more equity than his opponent now. Panzier with just ace high, Caminita with just king high, but the king high flopping the flush draw. 600,000 is a bet from Panzier. Caminita with a decision to make. Does he want to raise here? Does he want to play for it all? Does he want to just call? He is reaching. Does decide to call. Ten of hearts on the turn. No help to Caminita just yet. Panzier picks up a gut shot to go with his ace high. Caminita still with just king high as we welcome back Henry Cobain.
Thank you for the warm welcome back into the booth, Gazzy, as I jump in halfway through hand 101. Still 7 left. What's been going on?
I don't know, mate. They just won't bust.
Wow. Blinds have gone up to 300, 600 as well. Means average stack is like 15 bigs.
Absolutely, yes. These players doing their best to stay in the game. Every pot a prisoner. Panzier going to bet again here.
Fun turn spot for sure. 3 mil in the middle.
It's a limp pot from the small blind. Big blind checks. Flop. Bet from Panzier. Call from Caminita. Panzier continuing to barrel. Picks up the equity. Puts a lot of pressure on a hand like 9-5 offsuit. You know, Queen 3. 7-4 gets to deny equity from that.
Yeah, even against top pair, I really like this turn barrel. We should very rarely get jammed on.
Yeah, shout out to Floyd on the moon.
Big up, Floyd. Been with us the entire festival so far.
Dana Craven says, I need a remote gig. I bet 2 will bust out in the next 15 minutes. Double bust out. I don't know. I don't know. It's close. As we are over 200 likes, guys and girls, you're all legends. Thank you very much to those that have tuned in. Big, big bet here. 2.3 million from Panzier. And Caminita with the overcard that he really doesn't want to hit. And the flush draw. Tough spot for him. Little does he know, a jam would actually get it through.
2.3 into 5.3. I don't think he can fold, and he seems to agree with me as he makes the call. 7.5 in the middle. One of the biggest pots brewing here going to the river, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge, huge river coming. Panzier double checks his whole cards.
And he bricks him out. See what happens if it goes check, check.
Yeah.
Or goes check from Panzier.
King of clubs.
Here's a brick. 5 of diamonds on the river. See if Panzier knuckles this over to the Italian.
Panzier with just ace high. Caminita with just king high.
Why are you getting the chat riled up?
That was the joke, guys.
I know. It was, I was aware of it. But
Sorry, my bad. I thought that was obvious. My bad, guys.
I thought it was obvious as well. Maybe they don't know you well enough yet.
Yeah.
I thought it was very, very well played on your part.
Check from Panzier. Caminita. He doesn't want to, but he might have to. Oh, he checks back.
Ace queen gonna be good.
And Panzier picks up a pot he didn't expect to win.
23 million in chips. And Gary, is he getting to a point now where he's kind of the runaway chip leader?
Yeah, absolutely. He's played well. He's run well. He's value bet ace high twice there correctly. And you're absolutely right. He is in a spot where seldom few have been at this final table. Just sort of slowly pulling away from the pack.
Classic YouTube song on in the background.
Yeah, we had a bit of Jason Mraz there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Somewhat concerned about copyright.
This is true. This is true. This is true. I'm going to take a little walk to the bathroom. You think you'll be able to manage that?
Please go ahead, mate. I must thank you again for that food break. It timed it to perfection. The first time I've ever seen the buffet completely empty. Like, we're talking just maybe 4 or 5 people in there. Managed to grab my food, and then as I grabbed my food, then players went on break from a tournament. But I'd already got my table, just boom.
Good timing. I'm going to stick around for the ace-king suited of Beloch.
Beloch has done an incredible job chipping up so far at not just this final table, but throughout the day. Came in as, I want to say, the shortest stack.
Who are you, Donkey? That's a little harsh. Yeah, that that timeout was a little harsh. I don't think John Kite Poker said anything out of line. If you could un-time him out, that would be delightful. Thank you kindly.
Ace king for the Hungarian. Milan in the big with king queen for 8 big blinds.
Who are you, Donkey? You do a great job. Don't worry, I'm not mad or upset or anything like that. We absolutely love you, my friend. Milan with the spot here. Henry, what do you think?
Yeah, certainly a rejam spot. Late position open from one of the chip leaders. King queen O. Still has fold equity due to just the insane ICM.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does need to take a spot sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be surprised to see him stick this in.
And he's going to need to find a mamacita in order to stick around if he does take the rejam spot. Hasn't shied away from them, which leads me to believe that he will take it. 2.8 million in the middle.
All in.
It does announce all in, and he's going to get snapped.
Doesn't love that. You can see it in his face. And Bilan, who has played so well, Henry, at risk. Beloch with a chance to propel himself up to 18.6 million.
Wow, wow, wow.
Big, big run out coming. Do you want to call this one?
Well, well, well. And 102. I mean, what is there to call, Gary? Plays itself. Yeah. 8 bigs. Bilan taking the rejam spot. It's played so well today to get here. It's now 5 cards away from elimination. Gonna need some help from the deck in the form of spades, hearts, or some lady love. 10 of hearts in the window.
Oh!
Followed by a mamacita.
Queens are hot. But jacks have been pretty hot as well.
They have indeed.
Needs a jack or an ace.
Logo from a huge favorite pre to now a 9-1 dog going to the river. 7 outs once for the Hungarian to knock out Bilan. No dice as he calls for the Barry.
Yes.
It wasn't Barry Greenstein, it was Barry White, which is rhyming slang for something. Right, I'm off to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Man has survived a couple of all-ins.
Nothing to do, I think. I don't know it.
A couple of times. He's had the worst of it, but that is tournament poker, ladies and gentlemen. Floyd saying, wow, queens have been hot all week. They have indeed.
Thank you.
So the Romanian stays alive.
Yes. Yeah. Very good.
Quick look at the chip counts. I mean, Pansia, runaway chip leader with 37 bigs, and just look how tight it is down there at the bottom. 4 players with sub 15 bigs, second in chips with 19. So if the deck was to double through Lasker or Bilan, they would effectively trade places. That's how tight it is here. We're playing for 170,000 euros and a bracelet. Insane spot for all 7 players.
Noi nu ieșim de 100 de ori așa, când avea aia spopă și are popă damă sau...
See if Below can just stay composed and continue playing great poker that he's been playing so far today. Always feels pretty rough to lose that one. Instead of being 6-handed and comfortably in second, you find yourself close to the bottom of the pack.
1.2.
Apocalypse dropping some info on that 5K PLO. Let's have a look at that, actually. Appreciate the updates. Event number 6, PLO. Sean Deep, currently second in chips. Playing 2.4 million. Played a chip lead pot as well that he lost, but still crushing it out there. Couple of big names out there. I'll keep you guys updated on that.
Tennis File says, I lost ace-king to a 3-bet shove versus king-queen. With 100 left in the closer this year, rough beats. That is nasty, my friend. That's why we love it, though. Sometimes we're the ace-king, sometimes we're the king-queen. As we see Pansier ripping it in with pocket sixes.
King-queen.
See deck, ace, deuce. Thinking why?
Today.
Why does that deuce have to be a deuce? Why couldn't it be a king or a queen? Or another ace? Or the 10 of hearts? Might decide to just call it off here, although I think a player of his quality is going to get away from this. Pansier all in for 24 million. Up to 40 big blinds, which is absolutely huge in this
Just cruising.
structure.
Absolutely cruising. He has more than double what second in chips has, and everyone is in a cage. I mean, just for reference, chat, difference between busting now in 7th and coming second is 75,000 euros. And the fact is, even if the deck doubles through second in chips, they would literally switch positions, so he would move up to 3rd or 2nd. So really cagey here until there's been a couple more eliminations, or until our chip leader loses some back to the table, if that even happens.
Yeah. Or until, you know, the short stacks bust. Zdeck now by far the shortest stack. Kim played very tight today. Not a playable hand for him under the gun. King 5 suited. Panzea, I expect to just really put his foot on the pedal and open extremely wide. It's a beautiful spot for Panzea, as mentioned. You know, you've got the really short stack of Zdeck in there, which just puts everyone else in a cage. If Zdeck, you know, triples up, then Panzea has to go back into his box a little bit. But Panzea going to be unbelievably loose now. He's just going to pick up pot after pot. Decides not to play the Queen 3. Caminita with Ace-9 offsuit in the hijack and 13 bigs. Could be tempted to rip this in, but remember, he's got to be very mindful of the short stack of Zdeck. It really does change everything when you've got a really short stack like we do right now. Zdeck with about 6 or 7 bigs at best. Caminita decides that he's going to go with this though. Going to take his spots. Right on the line as ever.
Comes with the min. Off of 13. That Queen 3 of clubs was really close.
Yeah, it feels like he wants to just open every pot. I am a little surprised to see him fold it as Zdeck picks up the playable pocket 7s. He can't love the min raise from Caminita, but this is going to go in.
And he also can't be feeling great after being 1 of 11 to now being 7 of 7.
I was saying to the chat while you were on break, Henry, I mean, he just hasn't had any hands. You know, it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, he had a couple of players that are still in the tournament on the ropes.
And Zdeck has let this one go.
Wow, huge pickup.
Sorry, Caminita has let this one go. Henry is absolutely right. Huge pickup.
Uncontested.
Zdeck here. Massive.
Up to 11 big blinds. If he doubles, he's second in chips.
And Pienza can't be loving that. He wants his shorty to stay short, so he can just hoover up chips from the rest of the players, so that when they get down to the 3 or 4 left, he's in a wonderful spot. Daniel DeVores and Sean Deeb still in the PLO.
DD.
Pansier.
I swear, if you open the Queen 9, okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to have a little word on break.
You're going to go chat to him?
We're going to have a little chat with him.
Little chatski. Love to see it. Couple of queens folded. Bilan, of course. Going to get out of the way here. Laska struggling to get anything going himself over the past 30 to 40 minutes.
It looks like some of the players are standing up, which would lead me to believe that maybe, just maybe, we're heading on to break.
Not before Kim folds these jacks in the big blinds. He's been very tight today, but in all seriousness, this would be a bit too tight.
$11.5 bigs effective. Chip leaders opened.
He does have to be mindful of the fact that Zdeck is no longer a micro stack. Zdeck has got chips to play with now, around about 10 bigs, so
yeah, same stack as Kim.
Yeah, less ICM implications as a result. I thought for a second he was going to fold it there. He's gone all in. Pansy going to have to just let this go.
Good hand again.
Good hand again. Yeah, me too.
So Kim picks up the last hand before break up to 9 million. But when we come back, blinds will be going up to 400,000, 800,000, which means that we're going to have 3 sub-10 big blind stacks, and our chip leader is going to be Pansier with just 30 big blinds when we return. A lengthy break as the players are going to be going for some food, some fresh air. But when they come back in 27 minutes' time, we'll be playing for 170,000 and a gold World Series bracelet. We'll see you guys in just under 30 minutes. Peace.
Henry has taken the over. It's a beautiful jacket, but
I'm taking the over all day. Like Louis Vuitton jackets are like 6K, and that's not even leather.
I'm gonna take my vitamins. Don't worry, I'm a hat-trick police.
Let's have a little look and see how many likes we're at on YouTube. 54. How much?
$6,800.
Is that the same jacket? I'm just checking, is it the same jacket?
What's going on?
Hang on. Might have to concede this one.
Yeah, chat's saying 7K.
Yeah. Alright, 19.
19 euros. I don't think you knew it was Louis Vuitton, did you?
No, I didn't. I just saw it was a leather jacket. I'm not a fashion kind of guy.
Fashionista.
8-3 deuce on the flop. Espen flopping top pair. Ivan with second pair. As Henry's going to step out for just a few seconds. He's going to go spend his 10 euros he's just won.
How much is that?
32. Always 32.
Small enough to deter any aggression.
8-3 deuce with 2 diamonds. Of course, rocking the gut shot as well does not come in, but the jack of diamonds does roll off on the turn. Espen has made 2 pair. Ivan has also made 2 pair. And Goj is the man stepping out here. 4,400 in there. He's going to rep that turned flush. That's 3.3k. Could buy 60% of that jacket. It's called LV Chic Leather Blouson. Sounds awesome. Sounds a little too expensive for me, as Espen, of course, makes the call.
2.3.
Whereas Malika, probably spending her winnings from last night. She was a big winner last night. She will hopefully be joining a little later on. Oh my days! Oh no! Ivan makes a boat, Espen makes a boat. There is no way this doesn't go in. Running case jacks. And Goj is in there with 6 high. 10k is the bet, boys and girls. Espen with the stone cold nuts. Ivan with the second nuts. I can't believe this has run out the way it has. Espen Classic Beef is dreaming of Vegas and the beeping mirage right now.
8-3 don't play.
How plays?
No, I'm just trying to explain. Like,
Mr. Cobain coming back into the booth. What timing, Henry? We've got boat over 6 high. Goj in there firing for 10k with 6 high. And it's come running jacks, Henry. What do you think about that?
Disgusting run out.
There's the all-in, Espen. Ivan snap rejams.
No, I told you to fold. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey Jack.
Nuts against second nuts.
That's insane.
Wow.
And I'm bluffing with 5-6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Truly incredible.
What is going on
Is Elkie still standing?
in these games? Come on.
As we are playing 100, 200, 400, 800 to finish the night. Last few hands. One unbelievable stream it's been. Tons of action, tons of bluffing, tons of fun. Goj, more suited to work. Doesn't look like the 800 is on this hand, Henry.
It is. Oh, sorry.
Maybe, yeah, yeah.
She's on the rush.
Malika with the re-raise to 7,500.
Oh.
Hello.
To stack our chips. Just to
Wow.
put them back already on the table.
Elkie gonna 4-bet rip this, I'm sure. No other size to go with.
In 2 minutes.
Elkie.
That's not
Elkie.
cool.
If he was a little deeper, you'd find a
Do it.
better size. Announces he's all in.
Pass.
For 30,000 euros on the nose, apparently.
How much?
24-1.
Huh?
Twice? Twice.
I'm not in, but show.
She's not on in, she's not on in.
Put
Okay, let's do it now because...
yeah, because I was gonna.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, they got all in eventually. They're gonna run it twice. Kings for the king of French poker.
Ace king for the queen of
Yeah, but do
this table. What are you thinking? Chop it up? You know what? I'm going to say she wins twice.
Really?
I'm going to say she wins twice. Elke's had a tough night. He's played well, just can't get anything going.
You just believe in momentum, don't you? Wow, Gazzy B.
I had 6-4 of hearts.
Ace high flop.
No.
First board.
One out, and one out only for Elke, king of spades.
Not a good news for Elke.
Gazzy B's called the Malika double on both boards. Last hand of the night.
Although that 10 of clubs, pretty key card if she is to win this twice.
Yes, you should go for...
Just show the old ace of clubs in the next one.
I still think
I did say the ace of clubs. Ace of diamonds rolled off on the river.
roll right on those tail clubs. Oh my word!
You called it.
You backed it up. Dream team in the booth making things happen.
Wow.
Elke needs the king of spades.
Instant service.
5 of hearts on the turn. Elke looks sick to his stomach.
I mean, Malika found the one outer. Can Elke find the one outer?
If this
Mate,
happens,
tonight has been absolutely insane.
if this comes, I'll French kiss you. Oh! Henry looks disappointed.
What a stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Kings and there's 2 aces.
What a stream.
No, there's 2 aces on the first flop. Good game.
Oh, Malika going to give him a hug.
Up over 100k now.
Gonna crack skulls.
Teresa, what time is the next break?
I reckon we take bricks to the revolving door.
I reckon if they make me work every day, I'd still absolutely love it. And oh my days, this is the reason why.
Mamacitas for the Mamacita.
Ace, king. And there's a raise. That is a 5k chip, ladies and gentlemen. And Elke is inquiring. What you got there, Bertrand?
Hasn't
Nothing.
even looked.
Gregski with a sub. You absolute legend.
Does move all in.
Oh, cool.
Malika said, do you have ace king? I call. Firstly, with the sick read.
Yeah, I thought ace king. I have queens. I read it twice.
What one do you want? Ace, king, or queens?
Ooh.
I said ace king before.
I'll take the ladies.
Top board only?
Ladies for the lady. Yeah. 69,000 in the middle.
Yeah, chop it.
Nice.
So you got the queens?
Take the ladies.
Oh, baby.
I don't know. How are you getting excited on that board? 2 hearts
Do you not see the
and a
king?
gut shot.
Do you not see how well Goja's run tonight?
You see in the 10 of hearts on the turn.
It's just over, mate. It's just GG.
I mean, just 10 of hearts on the turn.
No, that's the 9 of diamonds.
Oh, sorry, I meant the 10 of hearts on the river.
Shout out Benababe.
Hey, better not be.
Good time.
Oh, he said 1 time. It'd be sick if a 10 rolls off.
Oh! Here we go. Lady in the window. Couple of diamonds behind it, though.
10 of hearts.
Little JD Sports on the turn here. Little jack of diamonds.
A straight draw too.
Oh, yeah, a straight draw too.
A wrap.
Yes, a straight draw.
Jack of diamonds for the sweat here, dealer. Jack 10 or a diamond to stay alive. Otherwise, these two will be chopping this one up.
Why? You said the chop is fair. I said yes, but now you're calling him.
Si cette dame, quinte parfaite.
Carte parfaite. Si cette dame passe 3.
It's always nice when you win the first board.
Always good to win the first one. 3 of clubs. That'll seal it for Malika.
One each, right?
Or shave an eyebrow. But anything that you can think of.
See,
It'll be a bit of light-hearted fun for Henry and I.
2020 WSOP Bracelet winner, won the Beat the Pros Bounty event over on GG, and I can tell you how I know that is 100% true, is because I was a pro in that tournament, shout out GG, that gave me a ticket into that bracelet event, and she eliminated me in 70th-ish place, went on to win the bracelet,
It's always a chop.
and 270-ish K, 250K, 260K.
Maybe some side French fries.
Yeah, pretty hungry, are you?
Yeah, puree.
Getting a wee bit peckish.
A bit peckish, eh? To the flop we go. King Jack 3. How about that? John with the open-ended straight drop. Malika with second pair. Both players standing, Henry. Adds an extra meta to this.
700 in the middle.
6.
Snap raised as John. Then immediately announces 6. No messing around. Malika probably not going anywhere with a second pair just yet. The ace would be a nasty one for her. She makes the call by the looks of things. King Jack 3. 6 of clubs on the turn. No help to John just yet. Is he going to continue to tell his story?
Must be somewhat concerned against the under the gun open of Malika.
6.
6 is the bet. Trying to set his own price. I wonder if Malika will see through this and call him down.
Yeah, bet calling a check raise. Now facing a 40% pot size barrel on the turn.
Don't see her folding for just 6k. Malika thinking it through. She says call. You know, fold not speeding her up, letting her take her time. To the river. 8 of clubs. John has missed. He does have a club in his hand, though. If he wants to continue to tell the story, it's going to have to be a pretty big wager.
Yeah, and interestingly, 8-3 gets there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Henry. Well spotted. Looks back at his cards. He looks strong to me. If I was looking at him and I didn't know his whole cards, I would be saying, this man looks strong. He is one of the most natural bluffs
15.
that he can have. And he bets 15,000 euros. And this might just get the job done here. Second pair for Malika. John can have a lot of 2 pairs here, some pocket 3s. Maybe even a hand like King, Queen of clubs, King 10 of clubs.
I mean,
King 3 of clubs.
like the game.
You miss.
You like my game.
Malika
Let's see.
trying to sniff this one out.
But
Read it well. Snap saying, did you miss?
Yeah, putting him exactly on Queen 10.
I like it. I don't love hold'em, but it's a nice crowd.
yeah,
Looks back.
It's more important.
it's a really nice crowd.
Now this is a little bit more
Yeah?
of the meta in the stand-up game. If your opponent wins,
Really.
Yeah, because you know Dragon.
they have to show their cards. So Malika might think, well,
It's bigger.
I might get to see it anyway
Second time now.
if I fold. Well, she will get to see it if she folds. Which might incentivize her to just go ahead and make the fold. She's going to get to see it regardless.
Why do I think you're bluffing?
Her read is on point.
It's on fleek.
So are those nails.
She is got it going on. John not wanting his opponent to call this off. Betting 15,000 euros, kind of targeting a jack with that size.
You have queen 10.
Ooh.
Rainbow, you raise the flop. Take the 10. Why do I think you're bluffing?
Go on, Malika.
Sorry.
You can find it.
I don't have the best hand anyway, but just
She's got calling chips in hand. She's also got her cards in her hand as well.
Go on, Malika. There we go. Stack them up. Put them in. Put it all in. Cross the line. Win a 60,000 euro pot. Just don't sit down because you have to pay everyone 600 euros.
Moving those chips around. Oh, this is so tense. She
Yes!
makes the call.
She makes the call. Finally comes to the right decision. Gets shown the queen 10.
the last time, remember, I wanted to go with ace high, and then like the feeling like he's just bluffing.
Time and you come to the right decision.
Doesn't make any sense beside threes.
You have a set?
I cannot complain for the timing. I thought you had king queen, so. I thought you had king queen.
Nice.
Nice hand.
Well done.
I just, yeah.
I love this. She looks absolutely delighted with herself. A little bit relieved, a little bit delighted. Dancing.
There we go.
Dancing on the ceiling.
Up 45k now.
You go, girl.
I was like, you're taking so
Go on.
That was good.
Go on.
I can't win. I can't follow your one up because your one was so good. Sonic in Cyprus.
He stayed with me in Vegas for a few weeks.
Oh yeah.
Lovely guy. Terrible table tennis player, but lovely guy.
You any good at table tennis?
Better than Nick Marchington.
Okay, you're a gentleman.
Oh, go on, John. John going for that bounty. Malika with the fives. Last time this happened, John turned two pair with 8-3. Will history repeat itself?
How much you in for? 100. Always.
8-3 for John here.
How are you in for? 2.
How much is it?
Exactly.
170.
It's a lot of money, huh?
You only have 25 euro. I don't know.
But
You must think you have 25 euro.
I'm young, I have to keep money for my... I don't know.
500 more.
Attends, mais what the f... Hein?
1,700.
Was Nick over on YouTube, is he?
He was on YouTube. He's not replying to me though. I think maybe my YouTube was frozen. 9, 9, 10. No help for the 8-3. Although a bet might get it done here, boys and girls. Lupu with the gut shots. Malika with the fives. Check, check. Over to John. And he will continue here.
Lupu with the mug's end of the straight draw.
Malika sitting very pretty on 47,000 euros here. Henry big timed me in Cyprus. I said hello and he walked straight past me. You didn't.
That's just a straight up lie.
Straight up lie, announced Nick. Please confirm. Guys and girls, a massive shout out to those that have tuned in tonight. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a wee bit silly at times, but we've absolutely loved the action, the banter, having you guys with us. Still got about 1,000 viewers, 106 likes on YouTube. Thank you very much. If you guys are enjoying the show, click that like button on YouTube as Malika makes the call here with the pocket fives.
Oh boy.
Ocho on the turn.
Lupu with the mug's end of the straight.
Lupu's been running hot tonight.
Has indeed. I really hope I didn't blank. Nick, did I have my headphones on?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Did he actually type that in the chat? Legend.
Legend of a boy. Shout out Nick Marchington.
Legend for the troll.
Made the final table of the Millionaire Maker.
This summer?
This summer just passed, yeah.
Oh, do you have a sweat?
I did not.
Oh, yeah. How can you be housemates and not have the auto 2.5% booked?
Because I'm very bad at poker and Nick acknowledged that.
Oh, fair. That's, yeah.
John is thinking about this. Asking the dealer at 5.5. Sank point sunk.
Wow, he is going to try and pull the trigger.
16, did I hear him say?
I think he just 3x'd it thereabouts, 15k.
Lupu not loving life so much now with that straight. Trying to get a read from his opponent. I like those shades. In chat. Do you think this is going to get through? Who do we think is going to win this pot? 1 for Lupu, 2 for John.
Wow.
Lupu makes
the call. 40k in the middle. And what a run out. Double paired board.
Aye, aye, aye.
This is the only run out where I think John could win the hand. But on this board texture, on this run out, you've raised turn after your opponent's led into you. Has 25k behind. Only really has one bet size, and that's if John finds the bluff here.
Can John sniff this out? Yes,
what
he
a
can.
sicko. What a sicko.
He knows that Lupu doesn't lead a 10 very often at all on the turn. This is excellent. This is really good.
And Lupu just beats nothing.
He's going to feel like an absolute boss when he gets to turn this over. If he gets to turn this over.
That's one
wow.
good thing if you live in Europe and they have this game. I mean, for me, like
wow.
Not a happy bunny. John moving in for 25.5k.
Yeah, I'm thinking, but the weather.
What a boss. I mean, the heart.
I travel mostly in summer.
The heart needed to just pull the trigger here on this run out.
In Europe?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and
absolutely
then
right
6
hand. Lupu can't even look. His head is in his hands. Can he make this call, guys and girls? It would be an epic call.
What do you beat?
Bump this pot up to 90,000 euros. Can beat 7 deuce, can beat 8-3. That's pretty much it.
That's predicted.
He makes the fold. John Boy, show it. There it is.
Let's
go.
Oh,
I love that reaction. That's incredible.
Go.
Oh, I love it.
Give me the money.
There are things in life you love to see. That, boys and girls, that's one of them.
Wow. Picks up the additional 3k.
Thank you.
Stand-up game time.
Look at these.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Welcome to King's Resort Roswaldorf, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize a poker player could win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold that poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140 poker tables, over 10,000 decks of playing cards, and over 750,000 chips in play throughout the entire series. Now, let's not forget about the staff. We have over 500 staff members, which include not only the 200 dealers that we have, the floor staff, the cashiers, the chip runners, and of course the production crew with all of their equipment. They're going to be bringing you the 2 feature tables. So this year, not only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting, and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's coverage. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series.
Henry has taken the over. It's a beautiful... Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to the WSOP Europe No Limit Hold'em Colossus final table here at the King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is Gary Blackwood, joined alongside Henry Kilbane, and we are down to the final 7, playing it out for 170,000 euros plus the 10k ticket. The 10k ticket is included in the payouts that you see. A very, very tight final table. Nino Pansier leading the way with 24 million. He's got 2x second place. A couple of shorties in there as well. But a very, very interesting dynamic. 6 players between 8 and 14 bigs, and Nino just way out in first place.
This is absolutely insane.
Must be nice. MBN, huh?
MBN indeed. 6 sub 15 big blind stacks. Chat, there are 100 bigs in play with 7 players left. How'd you like them apples?
Very tight indeed. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in. We've got a ton of viewers tonight across Twitch, across YouTube. You guys are all legends. If you could take a few seconds to click that like button on YouTube, we'd be very grateful. We're aiming for 200s. OMG, it's 212. 212.
Let's go. Love that.
What should we? Do you think we can be cheeky and ask for 250?
Yeah, go on then, mate. Go and ask.
Go on.
See what they say.
Can we have 250, please, chat?
250? Anyone?
Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in on Twitch and YouTube. We will be taking you into the final stages of this tournament. However long it takes. Even if we're here till 5 in the morning, we don't care.
I care.
Yeah, I care as well. That was an out-and-out lie.
I care. I want to be in bed by 11. Shower. Wake up early. Go for a run. Get refreshed. As we wait for cards to be back in the air.
Very fast pace of very fast pace of play today, Henry. We noticed that all the players, they're taking a few seconds when they're folding, etc., but nobody's unnecessarily tanking. You know, nobody's getting out of line. It's been really awesome to see.
It has been, and the fact that we're still 7-handed absolutely baffles me. Like, there's literally 100 big blinds in play.
Yeah. Like 13 bigs average?
Yeah, and the fact that we're not 3-handed or heads up is wild, but here we are.
800k big blind now. And players like Laska, who come in pretty comfortably, now in 13, 14 big blind territory.
Danger zone. 6 players with less than 15 bigs. Only the chip leader has more than average stack.
That's insane. Below on the button with 10-9 offsuit. 7 or 8 bigs in his stack. Is this the one? Decides to let it go. Yeah, I think on the button there, that's a pretty solid fold. Tempting to stick it in there, but you want to just
Good choice, good choice.
let the button pass. You've got a few hands where you don't have to put anything in the middle. You can pick up a shovable hand, pick up those blinds and antes, as everyone has to play relatively tight, given the nature of the chip stacks. Henry, what did you get up to on break?
I had a nap, mate.
You did?
Had a nap.
How was it?
It was good. I accidentally woke myself up.
Nice.
You know, where like on a plane where you like catch yourself like dribbling and your head bounces.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah, my head kind of like banged into the padded thing here.
Good thing it's padded.
But yeah, no, needed a little power nap ski.
Good man, good man.
My laptop battery is gonna be pretty dead.
Aye, aye, aye.
Sooner than expected.
We'll have to get the Twitch up on the iPad, YouTube up on the phones. 6-5 suited for Zedek in the hijack. Gonna just let it go below, though. He's made that fold on the bottom of 10-9. I don't think he'll be folding this. Pocket sixes. 8 big blinds. Dealer, I'm all in.
Triangle, please, dealer. GL.
There it is. All in from below. Kim with a jack deuce roost. I'll let it go, of course. Panzer not going to be calling this one off.
Look at this.
Ooh, this one is close for Caminita, given the stacks. I think he'll let it go, though. Yeah, good folds. Good.
Low just increases his stack by 33% just by getting the jam through. There's 2 million in dead money. 2% of the chips are in play.
2% of the chips are in play.
Every hand.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant just like, I don't know.
You're right, mate.
No, okay.
Everyone currently guaranteed 27,000 for their efforts. Stefan just bought King's All-In button on the Kings.shop website. Thanks. Shout out Stefan for buying some merchandise. Don't forget, chat, you can use the 10% discount for the King's Watch. That is a tight fold from Lasker under the gun. That's how cagey it is here, chat. 12 bigs, ace 10 of spades. But yeah, stream 10 to get yourselves 10% off on all King's Shop and WSOP merchandise. And a 10% discount over on Upswing Poker as well, courtesy of my co-commentator, Gary Blackwood. Managing to sort that out with Doug Polk and Mike Brady and the team. All you need to do is use code WSOPE at checkout for a first of its kind 10% discount. So for those of you that maybe been on the fence about signing up, as we jump back into this, Milo has found the jam. And just like that, he's going to move up to 10 million in chips. Goes from 6 to 10, getting back-to-back jams through. $15 remain in the PLO 5K. Great point, Jimmy Buffett, and it is none other than Sean Deeb leading the pack out there. Managed to have a quick chat with the PLO 8 Max bracelet winner, Mr. Fung. Came up to me, he's like, Henry. It's like, how are you doing, pal? He's like, my friends told me that you guys were making fun of my name.
Oh, no.
I said, no, Fung. That's not true. They got it wrong. We were having a fantastic time with your name, and he loved it. He absolutely loved it.
Seems like a big sweetheart, doesn't he?
Yeah, he loved it. I want it to be said right now, if you are ever at a feature table And we're having a bit of banter in the chat. It is absolutely nothing personal. Just trying to have some light-hearted banter. But if you, I mean, I think we don't even get close to drawing the line.
Yeah,
but if we do, you know, maybe you're softer skinned, that's absolutely fine. Just let us know.
Yeah.
And you'll get blacklisted from the casino.
Exactly. You won't be allowed to play again. If you
Never
have a
been
final
allowed to
table
play again.
and we offend you, then just touch your nose and we will stop. No, just kidding. We'll double down. Bilan with 9.1 million in the small blind. King 9 off. Dealer. Triangle me.
All in.
7 raise all in.
Let's take it.
Laska playing tight, folding the ace-10 suited under the gun just a few seconds ago.
This really is anyone's tournament, Gary.
Absolutely, it is. We're seeing a lot of reasonable hands. We're just not seeing a lot of reasonable hands colliding with other reasonable hands.
Nobody wants to bow out in 7th.
Absolutely no complaints from us. It's been a lot of fun calling the action here in beautiful Rozvadov in the Czech Republic, right on the border between Germany and Czech Republic. Couple of standard folds. Kim was 7-6 suited. That's like 8-3 offsuit to him. If he puts money in the pot here, I will eat my hat. I'll eat my shoe. My Nike shoe. There you go. 7-6 in the bin. Panzer. Really playable hand for him given the situation. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just rip this one in. Everyone got like 9 at most. Everyone playing super tight. Trying to ladder up. Panzer in pole position to win this bracelet. But he still has 6 other players to get through. Bilan with the Jack-10 off. Not going to be able to play this one. Would have jammed it himself, I'm sure, if it folded right. Laska going to get out there as well. And Zedek in the big blinds. With Jack-9 off, going to have to just let this one go as well.
Wow, huge pickup for Panzer again, just increasing his stack by almost 10%, but more importantly, just chipping away at those shorter stacks.
As well as that Zedek gets a little shorter, which puts everyone else further in their cage, which means that Pincier just gets to just hoover up all the chips. Just Henry the Hoover in seat 6.
I mean, it's crazy that we're 7-handed, but the reality is that although we're still 7-handed, this is going to be over in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like it just has to be. There's just going to be 25 bigs in play in 2 hours time. So
absolutely. You're absolutely right.
It's pretty ludicrous. Next blind level will be a 25% increase. Blinds will go up to 500k, 1 million. Which is hilarious because when you pay the big blind, there's just like 200 people's dreams dead.
Yeah. Panzier ripping it in again. Someone's going to have to call one of these times. Bilan again. Back-to-back red Jack-10 off pickups for him.
It's going to get round to the shorty in the small.
Go on, Zedek. I mean...
So grim. It's just grim. It's a +1 jam.
I know, but the +1 jam is jamming really wide, as you'd expect. I think we'll see him let it go, but it... Oh. Can't feel great for Zedek. Has to just let it go, though.
This is absolutely insane. 28 million in that man's stack. 80 million in play, I believe.
More than 33% of the chips in play with 7 left.
Actually, I want to say... 2,900 and what's it? 82 runners.
Yeah.
Wow, 60 million in play.
And he's got
half the chips in play now, I believe. Oh no,
No, I think it's a little more.
70k, sorry, yeah. Almost half the chips in play.
Caminita now picks up the ace deuce suited. Suited ace. Under the gun +1. 7-handed. Decides to let it go. Must have been right on the line, but says, do you know what? Not today, buddy. A little surprised to see him fold that one, but then again, he has to take into consideration the short stack of Zedek. Leska in the cutoff with King Jack offsuit. You have to feel like this one's going to go in with just 10.5 bigs. Reasonably good hand in the cutoff.
Be careful. My bodyguard.
Come on, Leska, in it goes, buddy.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at.
Mulling over what to do.
Was that some table talk?
Yeah, first time I heard someone speak. Saying, be careful, I've got a very good bodyguard.
Very funny. You are very funny. You joke a lot.
Oh, okay. I think that's the rail. Okay.
No, no.
I think it's Balin talking to the rail.
So it's not someone in a hand. I thought it was like someone in the big blind trying to talk Lasker into a fold or something.
I thought so too initially, but I mean, it's clearly worked because Laska's folded in the cutoff. It's nice to let it go. Zedek on the button here with 6 bigs.
Takes the jam spot, still has fold equity with said 6 blinds. He's going to get through the Hungarian, and he's jamming into a very tight big blind. Wow, Kim might look. This is so grim. Kim with the a6. Has to call over half of his stack. See what he comes with. Deep in the tank. He has been one of the tightest players at the table thus far. He doesn't like it. He knows it's a call for chips, but just again, chat, it's easy to look at this first glance. But just again, chat, it's easy to look at this first glance, but like obviously snap calling. But given how tight everyone is playing, you'd rather be the one jamming than be the one that's calling off.
Take the button, please. Thank you.
You want to be the one exerting the pressure on your opponents to either correctly call or fold. That pickup moves up to 6th in chips. Nods at himself that he managed to get the fold. He knows that Kim was in a tough spot.
I have to call usually. I think I have to call usually. But you have a good image, so I folded.
What do you fold?
You have a good image, so I folded.
If anyone tries to my big blind, I call. Just so you know.
Caminata with the 6 big blinds under the gun.
Oh no.
Limpets.
Behave.
Limpets. Caminata sticks it in for just under 6 bigs. Absolute dream spot for him. Can't really ask for much better than that.
Yeah, especially that he's going to have to put in a third of his stack in the next hand.
Yeah. These blinds come round quickly.
Folds all the way round to the button. 9-4 in the muck. Year I was born. 1994. Feels like a lifetime ago. 5s for the chip leader.
Something tells me he's going to look him up here.
How much?
Let's ask him for a count.
He's already got 1.6 in there in the form of the big blind and the ante.
3, 4.
Not a whole lot more.
2.
He does flick in the call, cards on their backs. He gets shown the bad news rather than flipping. He is a 4-1 dog. 11 million chips in the middle. Caminata would move up to second in chips if he can hold here with the red ladies.
Fancy looking to Pingo de Cinco.
Pingo the Cinco.
As we say on the Gaza B stream. Pansier. Bit of help required from the dealer, but Caminita, if he can hold here, which he will do 4 out of 5 times. Up to 11 million, which is mega.
Pansier looking to crack the ladies to really have a lock on this bracelet. 10-9-4.
As good as it gets for Caminita.
Yeah, no running straight draws for the Dutchman. And dead on the turn.
Ladies have been hot, Henry.
Queen of Spades, corner pocket, locks it up for the Italian.
Some slight errors in our graphics here, guys. Please accept our apologies. Andras Balok has not been eliminated in the 7th place. He has actually just doubled up. Sorry, no, that's not right. Caminita has just doubled up. Please accept my apologies. Just some slight technical issues here in the booth, but we are getting it resolved. Still 7-handed. Somehow, some way. As Henry says, though, it's short now, but just what you guys watch in an hour or two. Gonna get even shorter. Jimmy Bluffett doing the Lord's work. 15 remaining in the 5K PLO. Dyslexic, yes he is. Please accept our apologies for those technical issues. King Deuce suited for Laska. Gonna just let it go. He has been playing extremely tight at this final table. C-deck. Testing. Below in the cutoff. The man from Hungary with ace-9 of diamonds, 10 big blinds. Having a little look around, just posturing as this is going to be a very clear all-in for him. Might even come with a min-raise here.
Apologies, Gazzy.
No worries, buddy.
What is going on? So Below has effectively jammed from the cutoff. The Italian has woken up with ace jack of clubs. Very similar stacks here. Does have him slightly covered. Huge decision for Caminata. If he was to lose, be down to just 1 million and effectively all in the next hand. 17 million chip pot. Cards on their backs. It's the Hungarian all in at risk. Don't forget, again, Below was 1 card away. Yeah. Sorry, 5 cards away from being first in chips. Ace king into the Romanians king queen. Queen high flop. Left him down at the bottom of the counts and now finds himself dominated. 9 in the window. King 9 tray.
Caminita.
What a sick flop, Gazzy.
Yeah, pretty nasty one for Caminita.
Not a single club on board. Uh-oh. Picks up an additional 4 outs. And Mamacita or a jack needed, and as Gazzy likes to point out, they have been hot this week. Queen or a jack needed.
Oh, jack on the river.
Jack of hearts, corner pocket, hand number 115, teased by the deck.
Yeah, wasn't he just?
Was the Hungarian. Little J-ball. Jacks have been the card of this tournament. And then there were 6.
And then there were 6.
35,600 euros locked up.
Jimmy Bluffer asking in the chat, Henry and Gazzy, do we like colouring up on the final table, or do we like old school towers of chips for the cameras? Obviously old school towers of chips for the cameras, right?
Just all the chips.
All the chips. Now that has been sort of de-incentivized with the big blind ante, the invention of the big blind ante, but yeah, all the chips for me. As we see Caminita propel himself up to 19 million.
Yeah, back-to-back doubles for Caminita. Panzia getting it started by calling with the 5s. I wouldn't mind reviewing that 5 spot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, very, very close. As we see Laska pick up ace-4 off onto the gun. Not going to be a play for him. He's going to let that one go. Zedek with ace-7 off on the hijack. Tempting to jam. Let's see what he decides to do. Gonna count his chips up here.
Just secured a ladder. You're gonna have to put in a third of your stack in just 2 hands time. You have an ace for 8 bigs. What are you doing, chat, in Zedek's shoes? You taking this spot? He does take it.
Could we be about to see back-to-back knockouts?
And you know what they say, once one goes, it's kind of like a domino effect. The short stacks folds round to the Italian, who is absolutely loving life at the moment. It's 1 card away from being down to just a big blind. Instead finds himself comfortably in second with 35k locked up. Zedek with the huge pickup, all things considered. Apocalypse with the update from the 5k PLO. Daniel Dworis out in 16th. GG's Dworis. Those of you wondering what I'm talking about, of course, you can head on over to kingsresort.com/live blog for updates. Sean Deeb has gone from 1 of 15 to 11 of 14, looking for bracelet number 6. Lost a couple of big pots. King 8 for the chip leader. Does now have second in chips on his direct left. Still just rips it in. He knows that the range of hands that call it off.
Yeah.
It'll be super tight.
High card, very important with that king. Gonna take it down once more, and Panzer once again just scooping up chips, as you'd expect. Bit of a masterclass from him on this final table so far. Six left here in the World Series of Poker Europe Colossus. Panzer once again with a hand that he is going to be mashing into the middle. Ace-9 offsuit, more than good enough for him.
I feel like ace-9 should be a raise fold, to be fair.
I feel like this is excessive.
I feel like the hands that call you off just have you absolutely crushed. But we do get to stop the rejam spot from Caminata, obviously, with the King 10. So I guess
I actually think you're right. Raise fold is better. I just realized how deep he is with Caminata. Laska.
8 bigs.
I don't have to make a move sooner or later. He's played rather passively on this final table. Could this be the one? King Jack suited. As Henry says, just 8 bigs.
Kind of a nice one to call with, as we're going to have some of Pansear's jamming range absolutely crushed. King 10s, King 9s, Jack 10s, Queen Jacks of the world. Cards on their backs, and the chip leader has the best hand, would you believe? We've seen a king marked already. Gary, this is a huge pot. If Pansear can hold here, he's going to be up to 32 million, half the chips in play with 5 left.
Yeah, absolutely mega spot for him. Laska looking to get back into the game. 15 million chips up for grab here.
Needs to get lucky. Well, King high flop.
King in the window.
Pansear looks somewhat disgusted, shaking his hand at the call-off from Laska. Can't say I blame him as it bricks out. Laska gets the double, and he's getting awfully tight at the top there. That does feel like a bit of a punt, not gonna lie.
I think when you see how wide Pansear's been shoving, if Laska's crew have been telling him that Pansear shoved Queen 9, King Jack's a bit of a print there, if you ask me. I think it's a slot.
Print for chips, for sure.
For sure, yeah, absolutely.
Get that. But with ICM, I don't think that even...
I think it's a fold.
I think so, yeah.
I think you might be right. Sounds very close. Z-Deck, of course, in there with the shortest stack. Looking to find a double up. All the players have to be mindful of that.
Difference between 6th and 2nd. 70,000. Would you say you're sweating?
No, I had a slight issue with my microphone. It keeps cutting out. Some amount of viewers we've got tonight, Henry Boy. As it's fucking.
We do indeed. What's going on with your mic, mate?
I don't know. The cable keeps coming out. It's all good though. I'm not touching it. It just like falls out itself.
What, the to you being able to hear me, or
for you being able to hear me, or for both, I guess.
Oh yeah, someone.
All good. Pocket 6s for Panzer, down to a lowly 17 million. Peaked at 25, down to 17 now. Very playable hand here. And now that this is the problem with shoving for 19 bigs, you've got a player that covers you, and it's an absolute disaster if you go from first to out.
I mean, it has happened before.
Absolutely has happened.
Yeah, it has happened before.
Even if Laska wakes up with a hand, absolutely cripples you. So I don't love the shoving from Panzer. I think you want to be playing min raises here. But then again, I could be completely wrong. I just think that with one stack that's very similar to yours and one stack that covers you now, you want to be mindful of that, as we do have a new chip leader, although Panzer has brought himself back up to joint first with that nice pickup. Tries to hold on to the pocket 6s for the next deal. Final 6 of the Colossus. My name is Gary Blackwood, joined alongside Henry Cobain. Henry, we've been here for 6 hours now, and it hasn't felt like that, has it?
Tournament poker, man, with 6 figures and a brace up for grabs. It's edge of your seat kind of stuff here, and I think the reason it's flown by, mate, is because of the hands that we've had today.
Yeah.
It's just been, you know.
And of course the lovely viewers helping keep us entertained and
That's
motivated.
also very true. Yeah. Yeah, chat's been top tier today. Top tier.
Caminita recognizing that there are big stacks at the table. He's going to throw out a raise to 1.6 mil. 1.6 mil.
You have 100k in your stack.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were richer than you thought. Ah, I see.
They take exactly the count.
Jack 10 suited for Zidek on the button. Very tempting. But of course, has to be mindful of a variety of factors. One of which is his minimal fold equity and the likelihood he's going to get snapped off by a better hand. Really tempting for him. Let's see what he decides to do. I think that's the correct play. Oh, baby.
How does Kim do it, mate?
Waiting for aces, and finally they come. Now look at his body language. Look at the way he's conducting himself now. Completely different to all the folds that he's been making. We'll look back. The all-in. Fancy getting out of the way. Caminita asking for a count, but I'd be astounded if he calls this off. Caminita seems very switched on. He must know how tight Kim has been playing.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody from his entourage is going to be telling him that as well. I'd be astounded if he calls this off, even though it's only another 4 million. You cannot think you're good here anywhere near often enough to make this call.
Yeah, he's getting better than 2-1 on a call, but as Gary already alluded to, it seems incredibly dialed in. One of the more experienced players left in the field from Italy, and he knows that this rejam range of Kim is going to have him in rough shape most of the time.
Isn't it just?
Under the gun open, we saw Kim fold King Queen from the small blind versus a button open earlier on.
Yeah.
All of his rejam spots have been absolutely nutted.
Only five blinds, no?
See if he shows it. Someone said only 5 blinds.
That's a bit dicey. You can't be saying that. You can't be saying you should have called there. It was only an extra few bigs.
Well, I'm pretty happy if someone says to me only 5 blinds, because then I know that they just know nothing about ICM.
This is it. This is it, Henry Boy.
Don't know who it was that said it, but Burn. Worst hand saying best chat ever I heard. #1 chat this year. I think it's up there, chat. I think it's up there. Over 3,000 of you across the board on the Twitch channels and on YouTube. Also gained a lot of subscribers as well. We'll receive notifications of when we go live on the Kings Resort Twitch channel and YouTube channel as well. And for those of you looking to keep up to date with myself and Gary Blackwood, bringing you the commentary live from Kings, couldn't follow us over on Instagram and Twitter. Henry_Kilbane for me. Gary or Gazzy B123 on Instagram and Twitter.
Instagram and YouTube.
And YouTube.
Yeah, as we see Zidek take his spot with ace-7 suited in the cutoff. Caminita with the blackjack hand. What are you giggling at?
Champ just coming into the chat saying, Henry is a tank. Did you have to go and collect the grano in a chopper or something, Henry? I did. And you know what I did when I got off the chopper and Daniel was with his suitcase? Obviously did an Arnie voice and said, Daniel, get to the chopper. I'm joking, I didn't. I'm not that cringe, but I wish I did. I wish I did.
I was there, chat, he did.
I missed out. But yeah, when I picked up D-Negs, he's here. Fired 6 bullets in the PLO.
Why did they need you to go pick up D-Negs?
Me?
Yeah, well, like, why did you have to be there? I don't get it. Did you fly the chopper? Are you the pilot?
Because it's me, mate. Henry Kilbane.
Yeah, mate. Last gut with ace-10 suited under the gun. Seen him make a very tight fold just a few moments ago, but I think he'll bring this one in for the min. In for the min.
D-Negs' first words to me. We've only ever talked online for online commentary.
Yeah.
He did the same as you, basically. He was just like, how's the weather up there? I was like, all right, Daniel. He didn't say how the weather's up there. He's like you're a lot taller than I thought you were. And I seem to get that all the time because people hear my voice and they think, I don't know, because I have like a deep voice. I think I don't know, mate.
Where are you going with it?
Mate, it's not me that's going anywhere with this.
Lord.
This is so many times.
Kim with pocket 9s here. 11 bigs. This will give a really clear insight as to what Kim wants to do. Does he want to ladder up and get 5th or 4th, or does he want to win the tournament?
Has to take the spot, but again, alarm bells must be ringing. Lasker passed up on the ace-10.
Very similar demeanor to when he shoved. And he looked back at his cards when he shoved. I think he's going to go all in, judging by his tells here. Very similar demeanor indeed.
It's so grim given the stack distribution, though. We kind of currently 4 of 6. 11 big blinds. You double up your first. Yeah, well played.
Yeah. I think that's pretty standard.
Takes the spot.
Lasker not going to call this off with ace-10, I don't think. I've got a pretty solid read on all these players, Henry.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Go reg that 25k,
yeah,
mate.
See you there.
Come on, mate.
I would love to, but I'm working.
Ah, okay.
Muggle for the week.
Muggle for the week. Lasker. I mean, against me, I would snap call with the ace-10.
Against you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against me, I snap call.
Can you stop? Can I see this, please?
Oh my word! It's like having your girlfriend in the booth. There you go, mate. No.
Nah, you keep turning it. I want to see it.
There you go.
There we go. Thank
there
you.
we go.
Shout out to everyone that's tuned in. Jimmy Bluffett, our mod on YouTube. Aslan says, best chat ever. Dana Craven says, yes, we've been awesome.
Kings for the deck. I want to see how many likes we got, because we were just crushing it today.
Aren't we just? 226. Guys and girls, 24 more likes on YouTube. Help us out. Help a couple of brothers out, would ya? As we see Zdeck.
Limp.
Min raise.
Limp one time. Oh my god, let's go.
He's min
raised. Okay.
Henry has just fist bumped.
Alright, let everyone know you got kings.
Yeah, the min raise looks unbelievably strong here. Off of 10 bigs. Caminita not going to play the...
Oh, go on, Bilan, find it.
Kings.
Find it one time.
Well, this 5 suited. Really tempting to call for me, but not for him. And Lasker now with a very defendable hand. Alarm bells must be ringing, though, that Zdeck is just min raised off of 10 bigs. But even if this gets through, it's a big, big pickup for Zdeck.
Must be concerned as well about being dominated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not only over pairs, but ace, queen, queens, tens.
Doesn't look like he wants to call here. I think we're going to see him make a pretty tight fold.
Yeah, nice laydown, sir. Take a bow. I think it's very easy to look at that.
Yeah.
And kind of price yourself in from an odds point of view. But chat, I mean, if we have a look at the chip counts, the difference between 6th and 2nd is 70,000. Difference between 6th and 1st is 135k, and you know everyone's one double up away from being chip leader. It's pretty grim.
I agree.
And I must say, for the most part, I feel like all 6 of these players have played the ICM game incredibly well.
Henry, can I ask you something?
Go on, mate.
How is this 600? How is this still 600?
I mean, you got to give credit to the players. They've just adjusted correctly. I feel like Pansia was maybe a pip too aggressive as the chip leader. Personally would have folded the 5s. That's like the only hand that comes to mind that I think. Sorry, the 5s and the king jack. The king jack call was a bit ropey.
As we hear someone running around upstairs, the entire booth was vibrating there. Bilan on the button with ace-6 suited. He's played well today. He's not about to slip up now. Lets it go. Lasker now.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry, he's covered.
I think we see him fold.
Imagine if Lasker just YOLOs it in. He's just like, look, Look, guys, I want to win the tournament. 26 mil, we're out in 6th. Let's go.
It's going to be painful for him to have to fold this, but I think we're going to see him let it go. As he looks over at ZDEX chips.
We're 11 minutes away from the night shift with Henry Kilbane and Gary Blackwood, where things are going to get incredibly out of line in the commentary booth.
Yeah. Once your children go to bed, we get OOLAF.
Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Let us know who you're anti-railing as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to give us your reasons. Just tell us that you're anti-railing them.
Anyone in there you hate? Anyone in there you want to see crash and burn? Let us know.
Super shallow.
Yeah, it's incredibly shallow.
What about the Pensier shove with 6s? Which one was that?
6s is fine. Yeah, 6s jam is fine.
Yeah, I mean, it really does depend on the other stack sizes at the table. You know, if you're shoving into people that cover you for 20 bigs.
Oh, that was when he was covered, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm not sure.
A little spicy there. Aslan says this game is crazy conservative. Yeah, I hear ya. Come on, chat. Who are you anti-railing? Who do you not want to win? John Kite. Don't get banned again, buddy. As we see the all-in from Laska. Ships it. Fuck me gently. Ships it in for 15 bigs.
Welcome back, chat.
Slight technical issues in the booth there, but Henry has managed to fix it. All in from Zedek. Panzer says, count please.
8 per 5 after me. Oh, fuck.
Blinds have gone up to 500k 1 mil, would you believe?
Drove all night in the background, Cyndi Lauper, absolute tune.
Panzer absolutely pained by this.
If he calls and loses, he is down to one of the shortest stacks. But if he can call and win as well, he will at a reasonable frequency. He's got a relatively strong hand here. I feel like this is a call here, Henry.
Yeah, I think it's really close. I think ace 10, just like close your eyes and call. Ace 9, just borderline scanning around the table, and good man makes the call. 6 left. cards on their backs. Zdeck 5 away from bowing out in 6th. Padzia gonna win this 3 out of 5 times. 19 million in the middle. If the Dutchman can hold, it's going to be back up to the 27 million chip mark. Past the Dutchy upon the left-hand side. Says be kind to everyone. Can he hold? Could potentially go from 1 of 7 to 6 of 6. 9 high flop removes 3 of Zdeck's outs. Some backdoor opportunities though for the local Czechman. And wow, 8 of hearts.
Were you talking about backdoor trips?
I was not. That's not the backdoor I had in mind, but it is now an option. Queen of diamonds on the river, and we lose Zdeck in 6th. Got to be incredibly happy with his result here. 6th place finish for 35,600 and a seat into the WSOP Europe main event. More success for him at King's Resort, and well, then there were 5 with Nino holding 1/3 of the chips in play. Nice to see a little fist bump between the two.
Yeah, nice embrace from the two there. I think they perhaps buddies. But unfortunate to lose the last remaining Czech Republic player in 7th place, and Henry. Then there were 6.
Then there were 6. Love to see it, says Deadster. Good sportsmanship there, couldn't agree more. GG's in the chat all round from Zdeck. A couple of hands just not going his way. Could have been runaway chip leader on the final table bubble.
Milan under the gun with ace-4 of hearts.
46k locked up. Milan says run it.
Kim is posturing, I'm sure. Although he is staring at his opponent, which he did when he had aces, but alas, lets this one go. And Milan with a nice pickup here, getting himself up to 9.6 milli.
Your man is saying, do you have to pay a lot of tax if you win? Depends where you pay taxes, my friend.
Yeah, it depends where you're from, guys.
If you're from Newcastle like Ghazi, 0% tax on poker winnings. And if you're like me, professional poker player that doesn't make money at poker, can't tax, well, you can't tax $0.
No, you cannot.
I think I am down around 10k for the year. Overall, it's been a rough year.
Damn.
But I'm going to say I'm just going to win the WPT for 3 mil and going to do a Daniel Negreanu. Kim with the pocket 8s in the cutoff, 10 bigs, in it goes.
Leaves himself 1 chip behind. I think Henry, when we see the big blind go up again, I think that's when we'll see, you know, people really short. They're really going to have to make a move. I mean, at the moment, everyone's got, you know, 8, 9, 10 big blinds, but when you get down to that 6 or 7 big blind stack, for a lot of these players with 5 left, it's going to be really tough for them.
Thank you.
Give him a nice pick up there. What are you giggling at?
Ramon said I'm missing the stand-up game. Make him stand up.
Love that. Love that. Plenty of viewers this evening, guys and girls. 2,500 over Twitch and YouTube. If you're following on YouTube, click that like button. If you're following on Twitch, click that follow button, both of which are completely free. And they do a lot to support the stream, as we have 239 likes on YouTube.
We got some outer table action from the 5K PLO. Just the one hand being shown. Personally don't recognize any of the players. You peek the other two cards. Is that Ace King 6 or Ace Ace 6? Oh, sorry, Ace Ace King, right?
Yeah. Cameraman got you.
Ace Ace King flop.
Pretty good flop for the pre-flop raiser, whoever that may be.
Continues small by the looks of things.
Yeah, blind versus blind battle here in the PLO.
Go on, overplay Ace Jack a day.
How can you overplay trips?
So blind v blind, Ace, Ace, King, Deuce. This is action from the PLO 5K down to the final 14 in that, with Michael Magalashvili chip leading. So check bet call on the turn. Impossible for the nuts to change. Oh, wow, I just got to peek. See one's cards. Is that? I thought he showed Ace King. King Queen, chop it up, chat. Chop it up.
Little insight into the PLO for us all. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that, as we'll head back to the No Limit Hold'em very soon. Just a small matter of the final day, final table of the Colossus. Event number 5, live from King's Casino in Rosvedov. 170,000 euros for the winner, plus the gold bracelets. As we have an all-in from Laska in the small blind here. Panzer posturing here with King 4 offsuit. 24 million for him. No bust outs while we were over at the PLO.
Imagine we just come back, it's heads up.
Or there's just a guy holding the bracelet. That would be sick. Bit of Meredith Brooks in the background. Some retro AF tunes being played as Laska picks up more chips. Big blind now at 1 million, 500,000 in the small, 1 million big blind ante. So 2.5 million chips every time you go through the blinds. It is chunky.
Thank you.
Just 5 left in event number 5. Jay Whistlow says, who has finished in 5th? We actually have 5 left. Mr. Zedek, Patrick Zedek, bowing out in 6th place for 35.6k. Caminita with ace-8 of hearts under the gun. Going to bring it in for a raise. It's been a bit of a shove fest. So happy to see somebody able to raise. Bilan now with a very pretty king-jack of diamonds. Bit of a tough spot for him. These guys have navigated these, these medium to strong hands very well indeed, given the massive ICM implications. I've actually been really impressed with the quality of play so far on this final table. Just 5 remaining. Bilan with 9.6 bigs in the cutoff. Caminita not being too out of line, not been raising too much.
Been thoroughly impressed with Bilan so far today, just incredibly dialed in throughout the day, taking the rejam spots as and when they've come. Lets it go. Seriously considering that one.
Alaska going to posture a little bit. Not too long though. As we've mentioned, guys and girls, the pace of play has been very, very nice.
Wait, how is Lasker up to 19 mil?
Got that nice double up and has won a couple of nice pots. Maybe something happened in the PLO break as well, perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe got a 3-bet chancer or something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Caminita dragging in another pot, absolutely massive, just to win the blinds and antes at this stage of the tournament. 2.5 million if you can raise and take it. Anyone's game here. All these players certainly capable of going on to win the gold. And a very nice payday indeed for whoever can do so. Bilan under the gun with Jack 10 off. This is going to feel kind of close. He's played well today. He hasn't been afraid to take his spots. Is he going to take this one? The answer is yes. He has moved all in for 9.6. Laska with a bit of a tank with Jack 4 offsuit. With Jack 4 suited, I should say. Kim with the pretend aces. Gonna let it go. Panzer not even considering it. And Caminita has the best hand, but doesn't know that, obviously. We'll let this one go. Another pickup for the Romanian. Laska under the gun, elects to fold. Kim in the cutoff. Kim stack just 7.4 big blinds now. These blinds coming through thick and fast, crippling the players if they go a couple of orbits without winning a pot.
Reacting saying structure hyper short here for the final. I don't think it's that it's hyper short, it's just that nobody's busted.
Yeah.
And we're 7 hours into the day.
Absolutely, yeah. Been a long old day considering the stack sizes we see on our screen as Panzer takes his spot yet again. We've seen lots of reasonably good hands, we just haven't seen good hands colliding with other good hands. As Bilan gonna have to fold the king 5. In the big blinds. That was a slow peel out the big blind from Bilan.
I think he peeked the king first.
Yeah, and then just squeezed it.
Sweating that second card. Great fun.
5.
Great fun. 46,000 euros locked up for these final 5 players. Strong turnout from you viewers all over the world at home today. Do appreciate each and every one of you, keeping both myself and Gary Blackwood company in the chat, whether it be YouTube or Twitch. Do appreciate it. Makes our lives a lot easier when we have people to engage with.
Doesn't it just?
It does. Feel free to follow either of us over on our socials, or in Gary's case, over on his YouTube, where he's putting out as much poker content as he can from live sessions that he plays from all over the world. GazzyB123 on YouTube. You can follow me, Henry_Kilbane, on socials. Unless it's 5 years ago, then it was Kill the Game Bane. But
we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that phase.
No. Bilan in the small blind. It's folded around to him. He's taken a lot of spots. Let's see if he deems King Deuce good enough to drill in. He does have a rather tighter player in the big blind, so might want to widen that shoving range even more. He is going to shove this one in, and Laska not able to do anything about that. Just lets it go.
Yeah, Apocalypse making a great point that it was incredibly tight for a long time around that 10K seat bubble. It was indeed. I mean, we were at 13 players for quite some time. So it makes sense that it got shallow and then it got incredibly cagey around the FT bubble.
Absolutely, it did.
Also worth mentioning the amount of money we're playing for a 550 buy-in. Everyone currently guaranteed 90 buy-ins with 5 left, playing for 170,000 and a bracelet. See, the average stack is just 15 bigs. 75 bigs in play.
I might step out for a minute. You be all right?
Go ahead, mate. You knock yourself out. Well, don't knock yourself out, because we need you.
I will not. So I'm going to go stand outside in the Czech air with just a t-shirt on.
That sounds incredibly refreshing.
Yeah, it's going to be crisp.
I'm going to do that myself afterwards.
Hold that thought. Should we just go together and leave the viewers hanging?
No, go on. We'll take it in turns. We never leave them alone.
Legend. See you soon.
Apocalypse saying the PLO 5K just reached the FT. So again, for those of you interested in knowing what's going on over there, you can follow all of the action over at kingsresort.com/live blog. You can select the event number 6, PLO 5K. And Sean Deeb, I believe, has made that final table. It's Aaron Dov Kami chip leading. Ace-8 for the Italian. Under the gun, 15 bigs. Just moves it in. This feels so dicey, but you just can't fault people at the moment. This feels like all in or fold, given the stacks. See what the chip leader wakes up with. 4-3, in the muck it goes. It's gonna take hand v hand. As we play this one out.
You flag 15, right? Pass. 8. Yeah. Thank you.
It's round to Panzer in the small. King high. Jamming into second in chips. Italian with 9-5. Chat, this could be over in just a few hands, let's be honest. If it goes one person's way. Oh, saying Henry, it says it's still 12 remaining in the Omaha. That's what I saw as well. But I was just taking Apocalypse's word for it. And they got down, maybe their browser updated faster than mine. Wow, Lasker is playing incredibly cagey. King Jack suited, folded from under the gun. Pockets there, not listening to all the big names in the high roller, lol. Too many. There are indeed. Coming after just taking the jam spot. Give you guys some updates from that 25K. Anton Suarez currently chip leading over there. 1.4 million. Johan Gilbert, Timothy Adams, Tom Bedell and David, who rounding up the top 5. Some other big names include Ben Heath, Daniel Dvoris, Julian Martini, Espen Jorstad, of course the reigning world champion, Martin Cabral, Danny Negreanu in the mix, Maximilian Klostermaier, Danny Tang, Laszlo Boytash, Nicky P, Jack Sinclair, Paul Poir, Turn Mulder. I mean, Kevin Packer, the list goes on and on and on. In it goes for Kim, 5 bigs, ace 7.
Race 2 million.
Cabanita coming with the men, something we haven't really seen. Kim says run it. See what the Italian comes with. I mean, has to call 4.4 million to win 9.9. Getting to that stage of the tournament where it feels like We just have to take these spots now, even up against the tight big blind. Wheeler did go all in with King Jack, 9-handed, ripped under the gun, 8 bigs. I think if he knew it was going to play as cagey as it did, he would have passed on that spot. Hang on a minute, it's saying Kim is a lot deeper than the graphic was initially showing, chat. I am a bit confused. Do apologize for the graphical errors. It does let it go, showing that Kim is playing 13 mil. It looks like it. It looks like he is. Those pink chips worth 500k. Yeah, this was definitely a call based on the graphics before, but I think now looking at that, yeah, he's playing 13 mil, so it was more than the graphics were showing. He's back, he's fresh. Oh no.
I've just accidentally picked up Henry's water bottle and drank out of it. You don't have cooties, do you?
Oh, you drunk out of mine?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You grim, mate. Why would you do that?
Just wanted to have your saliva.
Oh, sort yourself out, mate. Have a word.
It was an accident.
Have a word, mate.
Did I miss anything?
You did. Alaska folded King Jack suited from under the gun, which in my mind just...
That's so Laska.
So Laska.
You fancy a wee walk? It's lovely out there, nice and crisp and fresh.
Yeah, I will. I will. Let's get down to 4. Let's get down to 4. Chat, once again, follow all of the updates from that 25k. Some big names in the mix out there. That 5k closing in on the final table. Ibi1 Kenobi says, sort yourself out. Bible thumb. Yeah, you know, it's like, come on, get together.
What a first-time chat. That's the best first-time chat I've seen all day.
I think so.
DK Tubb saying sharing in the booth. Sharing a bit too much. Henry is, he put it there so that I'd do that. He's trying to gross me out. Bilan, UTG, ace-7 offsuit. As we still have 5 left. Easy lay down. Kim plays premium-orang hands. So you're trailing 100% pre-flop. Interesting. From Lars de Monk. As Bilan's jam gets through. Have to be a little relieved that you don't see any other action.
Laska's saying this guy is a good dealer, followed by Be Kind to everyone saying only the best dealers for this table. Yeah, I must say, this guy in particular,
yeah,
I know he's been covering a lot of the big final tables for years now. Lives in Pilsen, 45 minutes away, 45 minutes drive.
Pitches cards.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the business for sure.
Beautifully, yeah, absolutely. Laska with the fold under the gun. Kim now chipping up nicely. He's played extremely tight, but he's got 12 million now. So you can see with just 5 left, he's in with a good chance. It's anyone's game. Just a little bit of good fortune. Take your spots and run good when it matters. As Panzier.
Moles within saying 2 dudes in a phone booth. Things tend to get mixed up. Fair.
This is it, yeah.
Sounds like you're talking from experience there.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. All in from Panzier. Caminita with Queen 10 off, not going to be able to call.
Panzia back up to around about a third of the chips in play. Blind's going to be going up shortly. We are somehow still five-handed here. As I'm saying, this is totally ASMR poker, so relaxing. We apologize, chat, if we're sending you to sleep with our dulcet tones, rogue chat, and questionable banter.
No,
Panzia with another open jam spot.
I like them for my cash games, more hands per hour. The dealers in Rozvadov are fantastic. Absolutely superb, all of them. This is the norm in a way, isn't it? Bilan with King Jack off in the small blind. Relatively pretty hand. Thinking about what to do.
Well, as you alluded to earlier on, if Bilan's had information fed back to him,
yeah,
and he knows that Panzia is jamming hands like Jack 9, King 8. King Jack obviously performing incredibly well against that range. But with ICM, with it so cagey, do we want to be the one calling it off when he's going to have three hands to find a jam spot himself? Does opt to fold.
Laska with ace-4. If he could see the cards, he'd call it off, but he can't. So he won't. Panzia picks up another one. I would imagine Panzia has won the most hands at this final table. He has been an absolute tear. 5 left here in Rozvadov. And I think if I had to choose, I think Panzia would be my pick.
Yeah, it seems to be taking the spots as and when they come. And had he held against that Pasca hand, would have had over 30 odd million.
Yeah.
That was when we were six-handed, I believe.
Chipped up nicely to 26 again. Hand number 144. I think the players have played pretty quickly. No excessive tanking, as Bilan has a clear jam on the button here.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that everyone's playing as fast as they are, given how shallow it is. Like, everyone just wants to get as many hands in as possible.
Absolutely.
Rattail saying, how sweaty is it getting in that booth? It can get sweaty, but this is sweatier. The Jack 10 of the Romanian against the Ace Queen of Alaska. Cards on their backs, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 144. We are 5 cards away from being down to 4 players. Alaska way out in front, and if he can hold, it's going to be up to 28 million. Bilan going to be relieved. He has 2 live cards, and he has gotten out of dodge on several occasions today, let's be quite honest. Needs to do it again. He's come from behind several occasions to get himself this far. If he can find a jack or a 10. Be up to 100, sorry, to 16 bigs. 10 high flop, what do you know? The Romanian now way out in front, 7-3 favorite to double up.
Oh!
Queen ball, Mamacita on the turn.
Queens are hot.
Alaska with the resuck to river. Deuce of diamonds, and that seals the Romanian's fate. Bilan out in 5th, going home with 46,262 euros for his efforts and a 10K seat into the World Series of Poker Europe main event. GG's all round. Gary, everyone now guaranteed 60,000 euros.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, the Romanian played very well indeed. A little more fearless than some of the other players at the table. Happy to take his spots as we see Bilan out in 5th place. Pansier and Laska tied in 2nd. Kamanita, 13 million. He's got half of what they've got. And Kim in 4th place, looking for a bit of help. Mr. Cobain just stepping out for a few seconds. You guys have got to put up with me and my shameless YouTube plugs as we are down to the final 4 of the WSOP Europe Colossus. Rattail says, how much is that in USD? I'm American, I can't do math. I believe €1 was worth, I don't know either. Google it, my friend. I'm British and I can't do math. Chip leader 21, big blinds only going to be shove or fold now. Lars, it's been shove or fold for the last couple of hours, my friends. But I do hear what you're saying. Shadow and reality. Yeah, please accept our apologies. Some slight technical issues within the team. Hopefully we can get this sorted out. Laska under the gun with 26 million. Everhoof, first time chatter, says, I was there last week. Where were you last week? Here in Rozvadov? What did you think of it? Milan says, you saw that fist bump fail from Pansier. No, I didn't see it, and I live for that kind of cringe, that kind of fail. I'll have to come back and watch it later on this evening. What did you think of Rozvadov, Everhoof? Curious to hear your thoughts on this place. How many likes have we got on YouTube, I hear you ask, as we're going to see a flop for the first time in a while. 257. You guys are awesome. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. As we get a very interesting flop here. The Jack Deuce of Spades flopping the flush draw. Pansier flopping top pair. I don't see Pansier doing much checking here. Maybe he just check rips it. Who knows? Doesn't like to check. Caminita with that flush draw and the overcard. Reasonable equity here for the Italian. He decides to knuckle it on back. 5 of diamonds on the turn. No help to Caminita just yet, although he does pick up the gut shot. 4 would give him a straight. A jack would give him top pair. A spade would give him a flush. 31% equity. Does Pansier start to fire now? Answer is yes. Lars de Monk says EPT Prague is soon. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2.4 million is a bet. Call from Caminita. No help to him on the river. Pansier with the best of it. 8.4 million in there. Caminita with a pot-sized bet left behind. Polar Ben says, go Laska. Yes, indeed. Had to get an action flop. And then 9 deuce versus Jack deuce hands. Caminita didn't bluff the river earlier in this spot. When his king high flush draw missed. A lot less showdown value here with the Jack deuce. All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him with just second pair. Lots of draws missed though. Lots of hands like Jack 4, 10, 4. Spades. Chat, do we think he's going to call it off? Type number 1 if you think he's going to call, 2 if he's going to fold. Get your answers in as soon as possible. 1 if you think Pansier makes the call with a pair of 9s. 2 if you think he folds. We've got deuce, deuce, deuce already. Bunch of 1s. Wow. Answers coming in thick and fast. Plant a seed, there are 2,982. Looks to be that the chat thinks a call is slightly more likely. All those missed draws as mentioned, but a bunch of 2 pairs. Bunch of straights that might play like this. Pansier with the big stack. He might want to preserve that stack. If he calls and loses, he's down to about 15 million. Less, actually. But on the other hand, guys and girls, if he calls and wins, he's got 1 hand on the bracelet. Should have gone all in on the turn with that hand. A little surprised they didn't get it in on the flop, to be honest with you. There's no obvious 2 pairs. I think there are some. 5-3, 6-3, 6-5, 9-5, King 3, King 6. It gets through. And he shows the bluff. Oh my days, you love to see it. Caminita instantly on his back. Absolutely fantastic. Love to see it. The chat is fired up after that one. Absolutely fantastic. Interesting fold. I feel like 9 deuce, a really nice candidate to call there. Unblocking spades, blocking the 4 deuce as well. Lasker says, nice Italian play. Mamma mia, what a play! He moved all in, he had jack a high. Be kind, everyone says, as I said, it's a clear fold. He should have moved on the flop with that stack. I don't think shoving the flop is the play, but I think betting is, of course, fine. They might well have got it in there. But then again, I think that, I mean, there's so many different ways you can play the hand. I think the way that the small blind played the hand, it's quite high EV. You know, checking the flop is fine, betting the flop is fine, checking the turn is fine, betting the turn is fine, checking the river, betting the river, all fine options. So tilting the graphics say UG instead of UTG. I think you're being nitpicky there, my friend. Caminita limping the small, Laska in the big. And these guys are not too shallow compared to some of the play we've seen. 3.5 million is the raise from Laska. Elects not to jam. Raising to 3.5 million. Caminita here with those newly acquired chips after that sexy bluff. How many rebuys were allowed? I'm not 100% sure, but I know there were plenty of starting fields. Caminita limp folding the queen 8. Laska chipping up very nicely. Has played a little on the tight side tonight, but is proving that tight/defensive works very well in certain scenarios. He has done extremely well to navigate to this point. Super Mario, mamma mia. I feel like we're getting a bit racist with it here, guys. Let's end the Italian chat now. As Laska picks up the blackjack hand in the small blind, straight into the muck. This will go. I don't see him limping 8-3.
Do you know how much we play?
He's asking the question, but I don't think that's...
Sorry? 7-8 million roundabout.
He's played really tight, really disciplined tonight. I don't see him doing anything crazy here with the 8-3 off. Be kind to everyone says, I think Kim sits and waits until he gets a bad beat. Yeah. does seem to be patiently waiting for hands. When you've paid 550 euros and got 60k already locked up, you think differently. Absolutely, Apocalypse. You've hit the nail on the head there, my friend. As we welcome back my co-commentator, my partner in crime. He's doing weird things right now. He's getting a little stretch in before he sits back down to take you guys into the wee hours.
I'm standing for the rest of the stream.
You are?
Yeah, in protest.
I'll take the under.
Yeah, booked.
For how much? You owe me like 19, right?
I owe you 19, yeah.
Double or nothing?
Yeah, sure. Booked.
Actually, never mind.
Whoa, chat! Chat, can you believe this guy? He called me out earlier on, like, oh, he's backing out of a bet. Booked.
No.
Why not?
Not booked.
I just went for a walk as well. I walked all the way around the resort.
I know, but you might have just seen, like...
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Right.
Nothing like that. I wouldn't spoil it for the chat.
Actually, no, not booked. Standing up for an hour, easy.
No, it's too late. You said double enough and I said booked.
No, because then we put our hands out, but then we
No, you put your fist out.
I'll do 10 euros.
All right, booked. Manages to save himself 9 euros. Jesus, such an angler, this guy.
Laska with the aces.
See?
A little bit deeper now.
Chat saying booked, confirmed booked.
Yeah, the chat can't see anything. Who cares about the chat anyway, you know?
Wow.
Oh, wait, am I muted?
Back.
Fancy 8 makes the fold with the king 5 off. Stack preservation is key when you get down to 3 or 4 players.
Right, chat, last update from me on the 5K, because unfortunately my laptop is about to run out of battery. But Sean Deeb, final table bubble. Aaron Dov Kami from Iceland, current chip leader, 1 of 9 over in that 5K. Michael Magalashvili from Israel, second in chips in that one. So again, if you are looking to follow along on that one, kingsresort.com/live blog. The team have been working around the clock to get that all set up. So that is going to be it from me on that front, as I am out of juice on the laptop.
Hand number 150 here as we see Laska bringing in for a raise, chipping up very nicely to 30 million. 25 big blinds, which is absolute chunks.
Laska just somehow ninjaed his way to a chip lead, 4 left. Can hear tournament director Andy Tillman waffling away in the background. And also, chat, just to let you know, that infamous hand with Armin Goj against Yo Viral, where he offered Yo Viral 50k if he had queens, 25k if he had sevens, 10k if he had quads, all that kind of stuff. For me and Gary, some of the best table talk in recent televised poker history. Go and check out that reel and see how Armin Goj talked himself into a 140,000 euro pot. Epic content from that Yo Viral's game this week.
Wasn't it just?
Obviously, the more you guys engage with content like that, the more likely they are to continue producing it. So please do head on over, share it if you can. Incredible scenes from Armin Goj. Do I hear crickets in the background?
I do. I do as well. Panse with the jam with the ace, 7 suited. Laska not going to be calling it off here.
That's crazy because Panse is covered. I mean, everyone's just like, please, one time Laska, wake up with it.
One time Laska.
Blinds are up to 1.2 mil. I mean, it's just ridiculous. There's 50 big blinds in play. Playing for 170k.
Insane.
It's insane. All right, let me get the Twitch chat up on my phone because everyone's probably shouting at us.
Yeah, telling us how much they love us and stuff. Chat, if you ever want to tell Henry and I how much you love and appreciate us, you feel right at home. You go right ahead.
I wasn't sure what you were coming with there.
Sort of stuttered and saved it at the last second. Pansier, UTG. With about 25 big blinds.
Covers everyone. Let's go.
LFG.
Kim down to just, what, 5 bigs now.
Raymond DeWitt says, Pensier goes for the record, most all-ins ever on a final table. Heck yeah. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in, guys and girls. If you enjoy the show, click that follow button on Twitch. Click that like button on YouTube. Henry, are you sitting down?
Oh,
let's go!
My God, mate. Yo Viral said this was going to happen. Oh, I'm gutted.
Double or nothing, right?
Oh, my word. How have I sat down?
How have you sat down, mate?
How have I sat down, mate? I completely forgot about the bet. Oh, boy. Who cares about our poxy bet? Laska has woken up with the hooks. The Italian with the ace-9, going to need some help. Kim looking to just ladder. Can't believe he didn't tell me not to sit down. That's so unfair.
Why would I tell you not to sit down? Geese piece. Ace-9 suited versus pocket jacks for Laska. Laska in a position to go really, really far in this tournament if he can find the hold with pocket jacks. Big, big pot coming. Around about 38 million total. If Laska can find the hold here. One-time ace, says Caminita. Can he find the ace? Can he find diamonds? Can he find some weird straights?
And number 153 of the day.
That is no help whatsoever to Caminita. Laska has got clubs locked up, so a club, and it's looking very bleak for Caminita on the turn here. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's down to 3 outs and 3 outs only to stay in this tournament, or we will lose him in 4th play. Can he find an ace on the river? It's not to be, and we lose the Italian Caminita in 4th place. A very healthy payday for him. Really unfortunate that he wasn't able to go all the way. I was very impressed with the way that he played. But Laska chipping up once more, and Henry, then there were 3.
And then number 3, Kim has just ninjaed his way up to 3rd. Oh, sorry, 3 left, locked up 79k. And he really has ninjaed his way. I mean, made some arguably tight folds, but all things considered, he's locked up 80k. GG's in the chat for our Italian. I can't believe I sat down.
I can.
What?
Go again?
I actually am tempted to just go like, it has to be for an amount of money that I care about.
10 euros.
Let's book 1,000. You said book, chat. Yeah. 3 left here. Bracelet event number 5. The Colossus. Just shy of 3,000 runners, chat.
Kim gonna have to go with this, you feel? 6.4 million, just 5.3 bigs. Decides to raise to a non-all-in size. Leaves himself
just so I know for future reference.
a little bit behind.
Almost 40 million.
40?
Almost.
Is it ante first or big blind first?
Ante. I'm pretty sure it's ante.
Okay.
All in from Kim here. Panse picks up Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind. Not going to call it here. Laska, however. Laska's tabled his hand. He thought that Kim was all in. And Henry, what's going to happen here?
Well, what happened?
So Kim raised and left himself 2 chips behind.
Right.
Laska called it off thinking that Kim was all in and has now turned over his hand.
Oh, wow.
So there's one of 2 things that can happen. 1, accepted action that he's all in. Or 2, they play the hand out as is, but they get to see a flop. So Kim, if it comes down King, King, 9, can actually fold and leave himself a big blind. Or a small blind, I should say.
Yeah, it's interesting if it comes like king high. Have to do the maths. So 13 mil, so he's getting 20 to 1 on a call. So if it comes king high, he always has to call. If it comes king 9x, then it gets really close. It has come king high. Can't fold, even though he knows Laska has top pair. We can see he's getting 20 to 1 on a call, means he would need 5% equity. As we can see on our screens, he has 13. 2 cards away from elimination, however. Needs to find a Barry. Otherwise, we are going to be heads up for bracelet number 5. That's going to be Laska with a considerable chip lead.
As we kind of expected, Henry, there was going to be a point where they dropped like flies. Kim hoping to buck that trend here and stay in the game. Needs to find an ace or an ace only. That's not going to do it on the turn. Down to the last card potentially of his tournament. Can he find a miracle river? Unfortunately not for him. Kim eliminated in 3rd place, did incredibly well to ladder all the way up to 3rd.
He did. He's going to have to look back at this final table and just be incredibly happy with this result. Couple of potential jam spots that you and I were kind of on the fence about, but look, he has managed to ninja his waves short throughout the entire day to 3rd place, 80,000. No deals allowed in WSOP events, but
no official deals allowed.
Yeah, no official deals, as Panzer kind of alluded to. We can look at numbers at least, as we are going to go on some form of break. All of a sudden, everyone needs to use the bathroom. And chat, 15 minutes on the clock. When we come back, these two are playing it out for bracelet number 5, 38 bigs, plays 23. We'll see you guys shortly. Peace. $6K, and that's not even leather.
Let's have a little look and see how many likes we're at on YouTube. 54.
$6,800.
Is that the same jacket? I'm just checking, is it the same jacket? Hang on. Might have to concede this one.
Yeah, chat's saying 7K.
Yeah. Alright, 19?
19 euros. I don't think you knew it was Louis Vuitton, did you?
No, I didn't. I just thought it was a leather jacket. I'm not a fashion kind of guy.
Fashionista.
8-3 deuce on the flop. Espen flopping top pair. Ivan was second pair. As Henry's going to step out for just a few seconds. He's going to go spend his 10 euros he's just won.
How much is that?
32. Always 32.
Small of the
8-3 deuce with 2 diamonds. Of course, rocking the gut shot as well does not come in, but the jack of diamonds does roll off on the turn. Espen has made 2 pair. Ivan has also made 2 pair. And Goj is the man stepping out here. 4,400 in there. He's going to rep that turned flush. That's 3.3k. Could buy 60% of that jacket. It's called LV Chic Leather Blouson. Sounds awesome. Sounds a little too expensive for me, as Espen, of course, makes a call. Whereas Malika, probably spending her winnings from last night. She was a big winner last night. She will hopefully be joining a little later on. Oh my days! Oh no! Ivan makes a boat, Espen makes a boat. There is no way this doesn't go in. Running case jacks. And Goj is in there with 6 high. 10k is the bet, boys and girls. Espen with the stone cold nuts. Ivan with the second nuts. I can't believe this has run out the way it has. Espen Classic Beef is dreaming of Vegas and the beeping Mirage right now.
How plays? No, I'm just trying to explain. Like
Mr. Cobain coming back into the booth. What timing, Henry? We've got boat over 6 high. Goj in there firing for 10k with 6 high. And it's come running jacks, Henry. What do you think about that?
Disgusting run out.
There's the all-in from Espen. Ivan snap rejams.
No, I told you to fold, yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack.
Nuts against second nuts.
That's insane. Wow. And I'm bluffing with 5-6.
Wow.
Truly incredible.
What is going on?
Is Elkie still standing?
In these games, come on.
As we are playing 100, 200, 400, 800 to finish the night. Last few hands. One unbelievable stream it's been. Tons of action, tons of bluffing, tons of fun. Goj gonna put the 6-4 suited to work. Doesn't look like the 800 is on this hand, Henry.
It is.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
She's on the rush.
Malika with the re-raise to 7,500.
Oh.
Hello.
To stack her chips. She has to
Wow.
put them back already on the table.
Elkie gonna 4-bet rip this, I'm sure. No other size to go with.
In 2 minutes.
Elkie.
That's not cool.
If he was a little deeper, you'd find a
Do it.
better size. Announces he's all in.
Pass.
For 30,000 euros on the nose, apparently.
How much?
Sorry. Sorry, bro.
20?
24
Cool.
24-1.
Twice?
Huh?
Twice?
She goes.
Twice.
I'm not all in, but
She's not on in. She's not on in.
Good.
Okay, let's do it now. Because,
Yeah, because I was gonna...
yeah, okay. Shut up.
Okay, they got all in eventually. They're gonna run it twice. Kings for the king of French poker.
Ace king for the queen of
Yeah, bara då var
this
det
table. What are you thinking? Chop it up? You know what? I'm going to say she wins twice.
Really?
I'm going to say she wins twice. Elkie's had a tough night. He's played well, just can't get anything going.
You just believe in momentum, don't you? Wow, Gazzy B.
I had 6-4 of hearts.
Ace high flop.
No.
First board.
One out, and one out only for Elkie. King of spades.
Not a good news for Elkie.
Gazzy B's called the Malika double.
Double
on
bubble.
both boards. Last hand of the night.
Although that 10 of clubs, pretty key card if she is to win this twice.
I guess you should call for
Just drill the old ace of clubs in the next one.
I still think.
I did say the ace of clubs. Ace of diamonds rolled off on the river.
Roll right on those tail clubs. Oh my word!
You called it.
You backed it up. Dream team in the booth making things happen.
Wow.
Elke needs the king of spades.
Instant service.
5 of hearts on the turn. Elke looks sick to his stomach.
I mean, Malika found the one outer. Can Elke find the one outer?
If this happens.
Tonight has been absolutely insane.
If this comes, I'll French kiss you. Oh! Henry looks disappointed.
What a stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Kings and there's 2 aces.
What a stream.
No, there's 2 aces on the first flop. Good game.
Oh, Malika going to give him a hug.
Up over 100k now.
The cracked skulls.
Teresa, what time is the next break?
I reckon we take bricks to the revolving door.
I reckon if they make me work every day, I'd still absolutely love it. And oh my days, this is the reason why.
Mamacitas for the Mamacita.
Ace, king. And there's a raise. That is a 5k chip, ladies and gentlemen. And Elke is inquiring. What you got there, Bertrand?
Hasn't
Nothing.
even looked.
Gregski with a sub. You absolute legend.
Does he get me?
Does move all in.
Oh, cool.
Malika said, do you have ace king? I call. Firstly, with the sick read.
Yeah, I thought ace king. I have queens. Already twice?
What one do you want? Ace king or queens?
Ooh.
I said ace king before.
I'll take the ladies.
Top board only?
Ladies for the lady. Yeah. Nice 69,000 in the middle.
Yeah, choppy.
Nice.
So you got the queens?
Take the ladies.
Oh, baby.
I don't know. How are you getting excited on that board? 2 hearts.
Do you not see the
And a
king?
gut shot.
Do you not see how well Goja's run tonight?
You see in the 10 of hearts on the turn.
It's just over, mate. It's just GG.
I mean, just 10 of hearts on the turn.
No, that's the 9 of diamonds.
Oh, sorry, I meant the 10 of hearts on the river.
Shout out Ben Ababe.
Hey, better not be. Oh, he said 1 time. It'd be sick if a 10 rolls off.
Oh! Here we go. Lady in the window. Couple of diamonds behind it, though. Little JD Sports on the turn here. Little jack of diamonds.
Oh, you have a straight draw too? A wrap. He has a straight draw.
Jack of diamonds for the sweat here, dealer. Jack 10 or a diamond to stay alive. Otherwise, these two will be chopping this one up.
Why? You said the chop is fair. I said yes. Now you're calling it.
It's always nice when you win the first board.
Always good to win the first one. 3 of clubs. That'll seal it for Malika. Or shave an eyebrow, but anything that you can think of.
See,
It'll be a bit of light-hearted fun for Henry and I.
Malika, 2020 WSOP bracelet winner, won the Beat the Pros bounty event over on GG, and I can tell you how I know that is 100% true, is because I was a pro in that tournament, shout out GG, that gave me a ticket into that bracelet event, and she eliminated me in 70th-ish place. Went on to win the bracelet. And 270-ish K. 250K, 260K.
Yeah, pretty hungry, are you?
Getting a wee bit peckish.
A wee bit peckish, eh? To the flop we go. King, Jack, 3. How about that? John with the open-ended straight drop. Malika with second pair. Both players standing, Henry. Adds an extra meta to this.
700 in the middle.
6.
Snap raised as John. Then immediately announces 6. No messing around. Malika probably not going anywhere with second pair just yet. The ace would be a nasty one for her. She makes the call by the looks of things. King, Jack, 3. 6 of clubs on the turn. No help to John just yet. Is he going to continue to tell his story?
Must be somewhat concerned against the under the gun open of Malika.
6.
6 is the bet. Trying to set his own price. I wonder if Malika will see through this and call him down.
Yeah, bet calling a check raise. Now facing a 40% pot size barrel on the turn.
Don't see her folding for just 6K. Malika thinking it through. She says call. You notice Fold not speeding her up, letting her take her time. To the river. 8 of clubs. John has missed. He does have a club in his hand though. If he wants to continue to tell the story, it's going to have to be a pretty big wager.
Yeah, and interestingly, 8-3 gets there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Henry. Well spotted. Looks back at his cards. He looks strong to me. If I was looking at him and I didn't know his whole cards, I would be saying, this man looks strong. He has one of 15. The most natural bluffs
15.
that he can have. And he bets 15,000 euros. And this might just get the job done here. Second pair for Malika. John can have a lot of 2 pairs here, some pocket 3s. Maybe even a hand like King, Queen of clubs, King 10 of clubs.
I mean,
King 3 of clubs.
like the game.
Did you miss?
Like my game.
Malika.
Let's see.
Trying to sniff this one out.
But
Read it well. Snap saying, did you miss?
Yeah, putting him exactly on Queen 10.
I like it. I don't love holding, but it's a nice crowd.
yeah,
Looks back.
It's more important.
it's a really nice crowd.
Now this is a little bit more
Yeah?
of the meta in the stand-up game. If your opponent wins,
Get ready.
Yeah,
they have to show their card. So Malika might... Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to the World Series of Poker Europe here in beautiful Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. And we are down to the final 2 of the Colossus. As we can see, Laska and Pansier, the final 2 standing. It's been an epic, epic battle so far. We've been streaming now for, just 7.5 hours. No big deal. Been really good fun, really enjoyable to commentate on. An absolute masterclass in short stack poker from a lot of these players, as we saw Dahan Kim bow out gracefully in third place just a few moments ago. Very commendable laddering from him. Getting paid 89,591 euros, including the 10K ticket that he received. Really interesting difference in styles between these 2 players. Laska, a little more reserved, a little more defensive. Pansier, a little more on the offense. A little more aggressive, trying to win as many pots as he can. Laska with 41 big blinds to the 24 of his opponent. Really curious to see how these two navigate the heads-up side of things. Generally, we find that the heads-up game can be a little cagey at the beginning, in the first couple of hands, first 10 minutes or so, as both players try and feel the other out.
Okay, so yes, 48, thank you. 40, yes. And that's 28, right?
Really curious to see what's going to happen.
How much is big blind? 1.2.
1.2 million is the big blind. It's been a pretty quick structure.
Thank you.
Resulted in a lot of shorter stack play. But as we can see now, both players with a little bit of chips to work with. Both players looking to get their hands on their first gold bracelet, as we see Laska straight off the bat limping with a 7-deuce offsuit. That sort of tells you that he's going to be widening his ranges in the heads-up side of things, as opposed to playing as tightly as he did.
Yes.
Pansier coming with a 4x raise. Gets the job done, of course. The 7-deuce not able to do anything at all. King 3 for Pansier on the button. Certainly going to play this hand. Does he come with a raise? Or does he come with a call? Raising to 2.5x. Interesting to see these guys in their, their sizes and their ranges, etc. Pansier coming with 2.5. Let's get in the big blind. With ace 6 offsuit. As the main man, Mr. Cobain, comes back into the booth. Laska makes the defend here with ace 6 offsuit versus the king 3 of Pansier. Jack of hearts in the window. And an ace behind it for Laska. He is loving life on that flop. Pansier is going to try and rep it, I'm sure. Going to be doing a lot of c-betting here, particularly with the 2 backdoor straight draws. Henry, I got to say, pet peeve of mine, that pose. I can't stick it. I can't deal with the left hand on the right shoulder. I just can't stick it.
One of your many pet peeves.
Oh, here we
Gary
go.
Blackwood. I mean,
You're
Jesus.
just sick of me, aren't you?
Let people do what they want.
Can't even give me an opinion right now.
Can't even let people tank for more than 3 seconds with 2 pair. You just have to nit roll them. Slow roll them, sorry, with a boat.
For those that don't know what Henry Cobain is talking about, my recent vlog is up and live on YouTube. Already been viewed 1,500 times. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. You can check it out at GazzyB123. That's my YouTube channel.
Chat, be honest, out of those 1,500 views, type 1 in the chat if you're one of those views, 2 if you haven't.
Why you got
and
to do
quickly,
like this?
I was about to say quickly change that 2 to a 1, but I'll tell you what.
No, keep saying, keep going.
Quickly change that 2 to a 1. You can check out Gazzy's most recent vlog, as he already mentioned, over on his YouTube channel. Jumping back into this, heads up.
Thank you, Henry.
Brace it up for grabs.
Laska with the best of it right now. Not a great run out for Pansier. Some of the hands he was ahead of, like 5-3, 5-deuce, deuce 3, have all gotten there. Can beat hands like Queen 10, but that's pretty much it. A lot of 1-pair hands. As we see Laska betting 4 million. Comes with around about 35% pot. Pansier not going to be able to do anything with a king 3. Lets it go, and Laska with a 2-1 chip lead.
Dan, type in 2 in the chat. Dan, I trust you enough. I have to turn that 2 into a 1.
Do the right thing, Dana. Support the team.
And drop some feedback as well if you have checked out the vlogs. Constructive criticism, feedback loop is always important when you create content.
It's just perfect. There's nothing that can be improved on it. Queen 6 suited for Laska. Did we do double or nothing on the stand-up bet? Are you sitting down again?
No, we didn't do double or nothing on
Are
the
you sure?
stand-up bet. You know we didn't.
Chat, was it booked? I mean, you failed miserably on the first one, so I'm
I
letting
did.
it off.
I honestly can't believe, cannot believe how quickly I sat down. Completely forgot about it. Next time I'm just going to write down my bet.
Pansier with about 20 bigs and an ace and a 9. All in is announced. And I can't see Laska doing anything other than just folding. Slight posture here. He doesn't want to allow his opponent to run him over. He wants to just deter this sort of all-in behavior from happening consistently. If you make your opponent sweat a bit, makes them slightly less likely to shovel in on you, as opposed to if you're just snap folding, they know that they can just shove really wide. I'll be the judge of that, Ghazi. Yes, Donna. Dana, sorry. Yes, Dana. Bring it on. Playing down to a winner with these final two players. A really good start for the chip leader. Although he did have to raise fold there. Pansier with 27 million. About 22 big blinds to start the hand here.
And both players guaranteed 6 figures and a 10k seat to WSOP Europe main.
Both players guaranteed 6 figures. Wow, what a payday. For a €550 buy-in, that's epic. To have one is good, but to have two, insane. As Laska makes the call here with Queen 6. We're going to go heads up to the flop.
Yeah, Pansier coming for the 2.5x on the button.
5 of clubs in the window. 10-4 behind it. This is Pansier's to win if he does elect to see bet. Yeah, I was saying that to the chat while you were out having a wee walk. It's really interesting to see both these players, you know, their strategy, their ranges. First hand a heads up, Laska limped 7 deuce off in the button. I know.
Okay. Okay.
The most un-Laska thing I've ever seen. As Pansier comes with 1/3. Laska not going to be able to continue here.
Yeah, expect this hand's over and done with. I'm just looking back at the bust outs. Jason Wheeler out in 9th.
Yeah.
Ismet Oral out in 8th. Andres Below out in 7th. I mean, we were 7-handed for quite some time. Below was actually, you know, 5 cards away from being the chip leader with 7 left.
Yeah.
Patrick Zedek out in 6th. Florian Bilan out in 5th. And I'm just scanning through these names, and it really could have been anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really could have. And I wonder if Jason Wheeler watched the stream and saw how cagey it was 7 and 8 handed, whether he would have taken back that King Jack spot for 8 bigs and kind of, it sounds almost counterintuitive, but to be okay with blinding down to 4 or 5 bigs, because that's just basically what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And you feel like Jason Wheeler, a player of his quality and caliber, might have played a little more aggressively than some of these players appear to have.
Yeah.
So he'll be looking back at what could have been, I'm sure. But from what you said, lost a massive, massive pot right at the end of day 2, Aces v Kings, to really put a dent in the stack, because he came in with reasonable chip stack, like 30 bigs.
It was chip lead pot. Yeah, chip lead pot. DK Tubbs saying, I subbed. You won this one, Gary.
You absolute legend, DK Tubbs. Next vlog, you're getting a shout out.
There we go.
You're not really.
Clip that. Clip that. Chat. You got to keep commentators accountable for what they say on stream. Trying to think if there's ever been a poker commentator that's been cancelled before.
Should we try and be the first ones?
No. I kind of enjoy my life.
Oh, okay. Well, I hate mine, so just kidding, obviously. As we see the 9 in the window, a limped pot battle between the 9-4 and the 8-4. Pansier way out in front here. Now, he did check a very similar board earlier with 9 deuce, albeit he was out of position then. Completely different dynamic, of course. Comes with a bet. Laska not with anything to continue with here. I'll be astounded if he puts more chips in the pot.
In before check raise.
In before check fold. Okay. Okay.
In before check raise.
Guys and girls, it's been a pleasure commentating for you. I'm just going to slither out the booth and go jump in the ocean with all the other fishies. Take it easy.
Good night, Gary Blackwood. 8.8 million in the middle now, courtesy of this check raise with just 8 high. Pansier not going to go anywhere with top pair. 12 mil in the middle, 25 behind. Let's see what happens if a 6 or a 7 rolls off. How about a deuce?
A little Dewey. Both players picking up the straight draw. Both players having the 6-4 and the ace-4 blockers. Laska just needs to be a little bit careful with that motion there. It does almost look as if he's checking when he has that chip on its side. But he's going to continue to barrel here. $8 million is the wager. And Laska playing off his image here, coupled in with a board that's relatively good for his range.
Gonna have a new chip leader unless an ace or a 6 rolls off.
Or if we see a total brick and Laska follows through because, you know, say, you know, the Jack of Diamonds rolls off and Laska blasts it in. Panzer might not fancy calling it off here. Against a player that he knows is playing really tight, is really unlikely to have just a pure air ball here. Let's see what the river brings. It's the 7 of spades. Front door spades get there. 28 million in the middle. Panzer with just 0.6 behind. Laska does not have a spade in his hand, crucially.
Yeah, I'm not sure how. This is where I want Uncle Doug Polk on the phone. Kind of feel like in terms of our non-pair bluffing hands, this is probably high up there on that 7 of spades river, although having a spade would make things significantly easier to follow through on.
Having a spade would be mega. Laska is checked and Panzer's going to check this one back. I don't know what he's waiting for. Absolutely no value to be had here with pair 9s, no kicker. Does check it back. And Panzer went to muck. He is astounded to see that he wins. Everything gets there on that river. 8-6, 6-4, spades.
New chip leader.
Laska with a swing and a miss, and Pansier. All of a sudden, it's just so quick how this can turn, Henry.
It just felt incredibly unnecessary as well. It was a limped pot.
Yeah, 9-5-3. You want to raise your 4 deuce, your 6-4, your 8-6. All those types of hands. 8-4 with no backdoor draws. Sorry, no backdoor flush draw. Just a measly backdoor straight draw. Really not enough equity. I really don't love that. Feels like a bit of a blow up to me.
Yeah.
When you're choosing hands to check raise with, guys and girls, you want blockers or equity. Laska of which had neither, and he may live to regret that.
Yeah, especially in a spot where momentum is just so crucial. You have your opponent on the ropes. You don't need to give anything away. You're going to get better spots than the 8-4.
Quite agree.
And he's raised it up to 3 million. Pansier with the Jack 10. That's a very interesting way to count out his stack. This feels like a very natural defend. Let's see what he comes with. Does just flick in the call straight off the bat. 7.2 million out there. There's only 77 million in play. Ace in the window. Ace 7 tray.
7.2 million in there. Fancy 8 comes with a check. Laska Gonna c-bet here. 3 million. It's a bit of a chunky c-bet there. I don't think he needs to go anywhere near as big as that. Laska picking up some chips. Every pot extremely crucial now, as we are very much in the business end of this tournament. Heads up for the glory, for the bracelet, and for 170,000 euros. Panzer limping the button. Laska with Queen 8. 2 reasonable hands.
I like this approach from Panzer. Seems to be pretty dialed in with this heads-up match, aware of where he's at against Laska and knows when to kind of shift through the gears and when to just flick it into third and cruise for a bit.
Ace, tray. Panzer contemplating a stab here. Can get some better hands to fold. Can deny equity from the, you know, the 7-4s of this world, which are still doing not too terribly against your 10-6.
Yeah, the 6 outs of the world.
Laska probably not going to call it off. I'm not going to call the bet with Queen High. Might consider floating King High, but Queen High just not good enough. Decides to let it go.
Seems easier.
Very, very competent dealer in the box here, as are all the dealers here in Rozvadov.
I like this.
1,100 of you beautiful people watching on YouTube. Let's have a little check to see. 276 likes. We really appreciate you guys tuning in. Henry, are you going to be here for the 25k tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Are you going to be here for the 25k?
I'll be playing it, mate. I'm going to max late reg at the end of my shift.
Max late reg 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Absolute hero. Saw some legends of the Triton poker crew regging that. Paul Pua, Elton Sang.
Wow, really?
Danny Tang. They're all here.
Incredible.
Flicking it in. Saw Yo Viral also take his seat.
Very nice. Ace, ace, deuce. Yet another paired board here. Let's see what sizing Laska comes with. A little too big with his last c-bet. Checks it back. King of Hearts on the turn. Panse with the best hand right now. Laska with just 9 high. Look how even these chip stacks are. Every pot's so important. Whoever wins this will be the chip leader. Panse is going to take a stab here. Let's see what size he comes with. 1.4 million is the bet. Laska with no straight draw, no flush draw, just 9 high. Can he go on another little adventure here? Decides against it smartly. Panzer with 45 million, and he has catapulted himself into the chip lead and looking to stay there.
Oh, blinds are going up.
Wow. 1.6 is the big blind and the big blind ante. And all of a sudden, both players' stacks in terms of big blinds have just decreased.
Did it expose or no? I didn't see. I guess not. No, no problem.
How are we all feeling out there in the chat?
Got Zlatan saying Alaska. Also known as love in English, apparently, is the direct translation. Time to be Angus saying, says feeling bussin'. What does that even mean? I've heard that word.
Bussin'. I think it means like feeling good.
Why?
I don't know it. The kids in their lingo. We're boomers now. We're old men.
Bussin'.
Ace 10 8 rainbow. first hand of the new level. 164 hands of No Limit Hold'em poker have been brought to you tonight. And you know, Henry, 164 hands free of charge for these viewers to enjoy. Isn't that just incredible?
I'm surprised that we've had this many hands, but yes.
I was more talking about like it's free and they get to enjoy the content for free.
I love what you're doing there. Great segue, yeah.
Yeah. Let's give a little bit of love to the wonderful team that we have here.
Time to be saying, sounds good when you say it right. Bussin'. Am I saying it right, chat? Bussin'. I don't want to fall behind.
I don't think you pronounce the G, so bussin'.
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 Like I'm running for the bus.
Yeah, like you're bussing it to school.
Yeah. The old school bus. Was there a guaranteed prize pool? There was. Thank you for your question.
Oh, God.
Oh, what do you want me to do? We're 9 days into doing 9 hours a day. Right, I haven't seen the sun in 10 days, mate.
Stop grinding all night then.
It's 11 p.m. and someone's asking me if there was a prize pool. I know there was, but I don't know what the guaranteed prize pool was.
Do you know what you need? You need an early night. Come out for a wee run with
That's
Gazzy
what I'm
tomorrow.
doing. That's what I'm trying to do. Pocket saying literally just had a day off. If only. If only we had a day off. King 4 v King 4.
Do you want to hear the funniest thing you've ever heard in your life?
Go on.
Maybe not. I might have oversold this.
You've already oversold it. This seems to be a...
So there's a trading group on Skype. Hold that thought as we hear the all-in from Panzer. King 4 versus King 4. This is going to get the job done. King 4 suited, no less.
Yeah, Panzer about to take a 2-1 chip lead over Lasker. Lasker deep in the tank, 15 effective. He's never calling it off. Sorry, 16 effective.
Posturing a little bit.
Yeah, maybe feels like he's getting pushed around a bit. That ill-timed bluff. Come on then, Gazzy. Let's hear the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it's not the funny. Okay, so I've oversold a little bit.
Come on, mate.
So there's a trading group on Skype where if somebody's got like stars or they want to sell their dollars or whatever. So I put a message in saying I've got euros for sale in Rosvedov and I would like to receive PokerStars or UK Bank. A lovely young fellow by the name of Harry has dropped into my DMs and said, "Hey, I'll take 3K off of you." And I said, "Sure, no problem." He says, "I'll arrive on Saturday evening. Let's do it then." I said, "Sure, no problem." And he says, "That's great. I need to pay Sean Deeb for the Powerball tickets." Have you seen this thing on Twitter? Sean Deeb has bought bajillions of Powerball tickets for the biggest ever lottery. So this dude is using me as like a middleman to pay Sean Deeb for the Powerball tickets. 3,000 euros he's just invested, shall we say.
Yeah, I was just speaking with Sean about that. They've bought enough tickets.
Oh, God.
To now be a 1 in 8,000 shot of hitting the jackpot, which is pretty crazy if you think about it for 1.6 billion.
That's insane. The question is, though, I mean, whoever wins it, do they like split it between all the people who have bought? Or what about the tax implications? As we see the all-in from
Hits running trips to get the double. Lord Bar saying a bit of a solver jam. John Kite is saying, I like King 6 suited, not offsuit.
Yeah, interesting decision to jam. He'll regret that one later.
I must say, that's an incredibly handsome man over on the rail there.
Off here from Lasker with the Jack 3.
I feel like he should have maybe asked for a count. I know that Pants is short, but he's not short enough to just be snap calling with Jack 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
For 10 bigs. It's good for your bet though, mate, as he's one card away from doubling up. He's faded Jack and a Jack only, and he does. 8 of hearts on the river.
These guys ebbing and flowing, trading blows.
Maybe Alaska just feels like his only way to beat his opponent is just kind of calling off and getting there. I don't know, chat. I personally would would ask for a count first.
I quite agree with you. A little bit ambitious to just go ahead and call it off there, but hey-ho.
105K locked up. Champ.
What's that rascal saying?
He got a couple of messages deleted because he got so excited and he just came in saying apologies. Was just a bit in shock there. Yeah, I get it, mate. I get it. You get a pass to drop a couple of wild ones. So, with that double, back to 20 big blinds effective.
No problem. I think so as well.
As we see, Yo Viral is in fact in the 25K, like you said. Seeing on his Instagram here. I like his watch, the King 9 of Diamonds. Pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got some cool watches, man, for sure.
Actually, I take it back. Looks like a Power Rangers watch.
Yeah, like I said, it's pretty cool. All right,
Mr. Pink Ranger.
Don't act like you weren't in front of the TV screaming Mighty Morphin Power Rangers when you were 4 years old, okay? You never get too old.
I was out playing football with the boys, mate.
And you were pretending to be a Power Ranger every time you scored a goal. All right? No, there's no need to shame your inner child.
Hey!
All right?
What are you talking about?
Because I know you used to watch it, mate.
Oh.
You're laughing because you used to watch it. You're having flashbacks to you as a kid.
Please stop.
As a kid, shouting in front of the TV. And when your parents ask you what you want for Christmas, you're like, Mum, what were those things called? I can't even remember.
I don't know. I think I don't know.
Saber-toothed tiger. All right, back to the action, chat. Back to the action. 20 big blinds average. We're here for bracelet number 5. 70K difference between first and second.
Zabeta says Jack 3. Jack 3 indeed, my friend. All in from Laska. Pansier doesn't call it off with the 10-8.
No problem.
Laska, will he regret that Jack 3 call? It was hella ambitious. And all of a sudden, these stacks are very, very even. 10:45 p.m. local time. We are here until a winner. Hand, please. John, move your hand, please.
That was so good.
Pansier, stop sitting like that. Pansier.
John, move your hand.
John,
can you move your hand, please? And then really sternly, John, move your hand.
John's like, aye, aye, aye.
Oh, we're about to play a 150K pot. For those of you not sure what we're talking about, Yo Viral's high stakes cash game was here all week, featuring a incredibly impressive Armin Goj, who just stole the hearts of many viewers.
J-Speed Reckerful says, say hi to Belgium, guys. We've been shouting out Belgium all week, but we'll give you one more. Shout out to J-Speed Reckerful in Belgium. What part of Belgium are you in, buddy?
Shout out KDB. Hope you're doing well.
Lukaku.
Big up the Belgian squad.
Hazard. That's it. Just the three of them.
Just the three of them.
Yeah. Very bad heads-up game. Bandito, Bella Figura. Bro, come on, be nice.
Nah, just come down here and put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you're sitting at home and they're sitting here. Come on, buddy. Laska with a dollar Brunson. Tribute. Checks flop. Checks turn. Pansy 8. Stop sitting like that.
Imagine winning the bracelet and Ronan Keaton's blasting in the background.
Life would be a roller coaster.
Yeah, I love it. River's a boat.
Ping for Pansy.
What a roller coaster of a hand.
Really don't love this from Laska. Just showing no interest in fighting for this pot. Really got to do more to try and fight for pots. Be a little more aggressive in the heads-up game. They have electronic cards, but they need electronic chips. Don't know what that means, but cool.
Gazzy, I'm going to give you a piece of commentary golden wisdom right here, okay?
Okay.
Read a comment in your head before reading it out loud
Why?
live on it, because there's been a couple of times this week, right, where you're just about to read something and you're like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't say that on stream. And listen, I'm guilty of it. If you know half the crap that I've read out before because I'm just too keen to read stuff out.
Okay. Do I have to do it? Or, I mean, you are my boss technically.
No, I'm not your boss.
Well, that's what you said.
We are equals in this booth, but I'm just saying, word of advice would be, try and get used to reading stuff out in your head before you read it out loud, because
sorry, Gaffer.
I've definitely dug myself some holes before.
Do you not remember when I got here that 7-minute speech you gave me about how you're the boss and what you say goes?
Yeah,
the metaphor with a sinking ship. And
yeah, to clock in at 1 and clock out at 1, and if you're a minute late or a minute under, you get docked a day and a half's pay and no sick leave.
Whoa, you're getting paid for this?
Wait, you're getting paid for this?
Gazzy B and Henry Cobain in the booth, coming at you for the last stage of this epic, epic battle. It has been a long one, but a very, very fun one as we see Laska reaching for chips. King 8 offsuit. Gonna raise it on up. 3.5 million. Coming with just under 2.5. Pansy 8 with 9-3 suited. Certainly a defendable hand, given it's suited.
Yep.
Got to play wide ranges heads up, particularly when you're heads up in a tournament. Really different to playing heads up in a cash game where you've got to take into account the rake. Whereas in a tournament, no rake equals wider ranges. 9-3 suited. Clear call. 9 in the window. 7-6 behind it.
Wow.
Could have fireworks here, Henry.
Yeah, 8.6 in the middle. SPR of 4. I mean, this could go half pot jam.
Aslan Deacon says, you guys are the best. You guys.
Let's see what Pascal comes with. It looks like half pot. Slightly less. Comes with 1/3. Pansy with a very vulnerable, very weak top pair. Does he want to play for it all here? Does he want to try and protect and deny some equity? He's going to just come with the check call. All of a sudden there's 15 million in the middle. As mentioned, half pot gets it set up nicely for the river. A very disguised turn top pair for Laska. And Pansy could be in big trouble here, Gary. 15 million in the middle. Flops top pair, v turn top pair on a brick river. Pantia maybe put to the test for all of his chips. See what Laska comes with. Oh, it's Pantia that's leading on this turn. I do apologize. I thought he had checked. Comes with the quarter pot turn lead. He's trying to set the price for himself to get to the river and get to showdown rather than having to kind of, let's say, check call a half pot turn bet from Laska. So he's setting the price at 3.8 rather than 7.5.
Yeah, really not a fan of this lead. Not one bit. You tend to want to lead when the turn card favors you. Very much not the case here. And also, Panzer, stop sitting like that.
22 million in the middle. Laska about to have a 2-1 chip lead unless Panzer somehow gets him to fold, which... Sorry, chat.
Pansier decides not to bluff with the 9. Laska now with top pair. Can he? Can he find the thin value bet? It's tough to get called by worse here.
$22 million in the middle.
I'm impressed if he can find a bet of some kind here. But it is tough to get called by worse.
Kind of disagree.
You don't think so?
Yeah, so much bricks. Get value from Jack 10, Jack 8.
Just a 9.
Jack X of diamonds, just the 9. Announced, and Laska, the table, the King 8, regains the chip lead. And Pansier may be regretting that King 6 O-jam for 17. It was kind of in cruise control. He'd managed to turn around the heads-up match. Had his opponent on the ropes. Maybe read in to the fact that Laska had raised folded a couple of buttons. A bit too much. Chat, quick question, side note from a technological standpoint. I want to get your opinions. How old is too old to have Snapchat? Chat. This is just like purely for scientific purposes. I'm not trying to defame. Time to be angry saying 70. Okay.
Thank you.
See if there's anyone reasonable. Chrono saying 23. Worst hand saying 16. Zeno saying 21. Yeah. I would assume 15, says PJ. Yeah, I think your presumption would be close to spot on there.
Can you just do it for me? Can you just look at it? I want to see what you look like.
I can't chat. I'm sorry. I've got a mad child in the commentary booth. It's been a long 10 days. We're back. MK said, is there 5K PLO coverage afterwards? There is not, but if you want to head over to thekingsresort.com/live blog, you will see all of the updates from that final table. Apocalypse said, I think Henry and Gary just fell off their chairs. Oh, man. I'll post it. Time to be angry said, did they just die from laughing? We did. Rocco said, never. I'm sorry, chat. I'll post it. I've got to send it to my parents first, but I will post it. No, you're muted, mate. That's why. Rocco said, never too old for Instagram. The laugh finger said, never too old to have it. Just, it is not to be used as a primary form of messaging on social media after age 24. There we go.
I quite agree.
Oh, man. We're not going to read out that comment, Gavin, but thanks for your input, mate.
21 million behind for Pansier here.
New poll in the chat. Which commentator murders the other first? Thank you for that, moderators.
Who's the moderators? Oh, is that our mods?
Yeah, it's our mods, yeah.
Okay, I thought it was
quick
like
poll. Let's get some votes in. Which commentator murders the other first? Apparently Gary's taking the lead early doors.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
He is a lover, not a fighter.
Pansier
I agree with that.
Comes with a limp. Laska with the best of it right now. Tough to know that, though.
Oh, I've taken a huge lead, chat.
Yeah.
If Gazzy goes missing, you know where to send the detectives.
Yeah, the buffer. Fold from Laska. Pansier gets the job done with just 6 high. These guys battling it out for the bracelet and 170,000 euros. The advantage is not with Pansier right now. He is second in chips.
Never seen so many laugh emojis in the chat. I'm not going to lie. Appreciate each and every one of you. Champ saying, what's the closest airport? Anything direct from London? You flew directly to Munich?
Yeah.
Is that 2 hours drive?
1:45. I think Nuremberg is the
I'd say it's
closest one?
Nuremberg, yeah.
Yeah. For those who want to know what we're giggling at, I think Henry will put it on his Instagram later on.
Have you sent it to me?
Yeah, I sent it to your WhatsApp. Don't open it. You'll be got it. Open it. Go on. Go on.
All right, I can't not keep a straight face. All right, okay.
I sent it to your WhatsApp.
I can't. I haven't even opened it. All right, chat. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry, guys. I've let you down. I can't do it, but I will. I'll upload it.
To Instagram, right?
I'll upload it to my Instagram, yeah.
Good man. Good man. Henry_Kilbane. Get it checked out.
In fact, I'm going to mute myself, okay, so that I can upload it without laughing, and you guys can check it out.
I am going to stay with you and just pure zen commentary while Henry giggles like a schoolgirl beside me. He started giggling. I can feel myself going. 3.5 million the raise. Panzer comes with a call. Flops middle pair. Let's go with top pair. This could be it. Could be our last stream before they fire us. 3.5 million the bet from Alaska. Panzer. Just double checking how much he's got. Pair and a straight draw. Decides it's time. Moves all in. Laska with top pair. Doesn't love it, but I don't think he's going to get away from this.
How much is it?
He's asked for a count.
This could be it, chat. Laska just needs to click call.
I think he will get a count, and then he will make the call with top pair. Pansier. Stop sitting like that.
2 cards away from winning bracelet event number 5. WSOP Europe Colossus, just shy of 3,000 runners. We are down to the final 2, both guaranteed 105k, but to be etched into the books of WSOP history, you need to get down. Sorry, you need to overcome the last opponent standing, and Laska will be 2 cards away from doing that if he can find the call here. Tough spot for the lot. Hand number 179. Gazzy, thoughts?
I think he's got a call. I think it's a bit of a nit roll now, unfortunately. He's got top pair. Lots of draws. Worse Queen X, 10X, Jack 9, those types of handles.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think when we've opened button and see, but he does make the call. Cards on their backs. 53 million in the middle. If Pansier was to get there, he would have a 2.5 to 1 chip lead. Laska looking for brick to win the lot.
Big pot coming. I'm going to pass it on over to Henry. Let him call the runner.
9 outs for the Dutchman. Jack, 10, or an 8 needed. King of diamonds on the turn. Removes 3 outs as a jack would now be a chop. So a 10 or an 8 for the win. A jack for the chop. Otherwise, Laska wins bracelet event number 5 to the river dealer. Is the 3 of spades. And Laska takes down the WSOP Europe Colossus for 170,000 euros, a 10k seat into the main, and that gold bracelet. Nino Pansier coming up just 1 spot short, 105k, but Gary, going to be seeing more of him in the 10k main. Mate, what a day we have had here.
What a day indeed.
At Kings.
What a day indeed. Epic display from all the players involved. Everyone nursed their stacks. They took into account the ICM factors and the implications. And this man here, our bracelet winner, I thought he was excellent today. Played defensively, played tight. One or two interesting hands that he might have looked back on with regret had he not closed out the win. But you're absolutely right. Nino Pansier put on a hell of a show. Probably won the most pots anyone's ever won in the history of final tables. He dominated, picked up all the small pots, and unfortunately for him, he's going to finish short in second place. Still a very, very nice payday for him. And congratulations to Lubos Laska, 170.5k, plus the 10k ticket, plus the bracelet. Did you enjoy that today, Henry?
I haven't enjoyed a final day that much in a long time, I must say. It can sometimes get monotonous, can become, you know, tedious at times, but today it was just non-stop, edge of your seat kind of stuff. Once again, GG's to Lubos. Massive shout out to all of you viewers at home that have kept both myself and Gazzy B company for bracelet event number 5. We're going to be back tomorrow for the 25k platinum high roll, and I tell you what, chat, if you've enjoyed this, you're going to enjoy tomorrow's stream. Some big names out there in the field. Reigning world champion Espen Jorstad, Daniel Negreanu, Danny Tang, Daniel Dvoris, just to name a few of the big names out there in that. And if you want to follow along at home, head over to kingsresort.com. You can check out the live blog of both the 5k and the 25k as Lubos holds up the bracelet for the cameras. We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. If you want more updates as to what Gazzy and I are up to here at Kings behind the scenes poker vlogs / stories, you can follow us both on our socials. And from us here in the booth, good night to you guys at home. See you tomorrow.
Thank
Peace.
you, guys. Take it easy.
Môžem sa ísť na piť, alebo...